scorching sun beat down on the empty highway, mirages shimmering in the distance. My car, a beat-up old Chevy, had finally given up the ghost, leaving me stranded in the middle of nowhere. As I stuck out my thumb, hoping for a miracle, I never imagined that the next car to stop would lead me into a nightmare I might never escape. I'd been on the road for days, making my way across the country after a bad breakup. The plan was to start fresh in California, but fate had other ideas. When my car started making that ominous clicking sound, I knew I was in trouble. It limped along for another mile before sputtering to a final stop, smoke curling from under the hood. After an hour of fruitlessly trying to flag someone down, I was ready to give up. The relentless heat had sapped my energy, and I was beginning to worry about dehydration. Just as I was contemplating the long walk back to the last town I'd passed through, I heard the rumble of an engine. A sleek black SUV appeared on the horizon, growing larger as it approached. My heart leapt with hope. As it drew closer, I could see a man behind the wheel, probably in his mid-40s garros with salt and pepper hair and sunglasses. He slowed to a stop beside me, rolling down his window. "Need a ride?" he asked, a friendly smile on his face. Relief washed over me. "Yes, please. My car broke down a ways back." He nodded sympathetically. "Hop in. I'm headed to the next town. Name's Frank." I introduced myself as Sarah and climbed into the passenger seat, savoring the blast of cool air from the AC. As we pulled away, I glanced back at my poor old Chevy, sitting forlornly on the roadside. Frank was chatty, asking about my trip and commiserating about the unreliability of old cars. I found myself relaxing, grateful for the company after hours of solitude. But as the miles ticked by, I began to notice little things that made me uneasy. First, it was the way Frank's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel whenever I mentioned calling for help when we reached town. Then, I realized we'd been driving for over an hour without seeing any signs of civilization. "Shouldn't we have reached the town by now?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. Frank's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. "Oh, it's a bit further than I remembered, but don't worry. We'll be there soon." I nodded, but a cold knot of fear was forming in my stomach. I surreptitiously checked my phone, only to find there was no signal. Of course not. We were in the middle of nowhere. The landscape outside had changed. Instead of the flat desert, we were now driving through dense forest. I didn't remember crossing any state lines, but surely we must have. My sense of direction was completely thrown off. "Actually," I said, my mouth dry, "I think I'd like to stop at the next gas station. I'm not feeling too well." Frank's grip on the steering wheel tightened again. "There aren't any stations for miles. Best to push on to our destination." Our destination, not the town. The slip was small, but it was enough to confirm my worst fears. This man had no intention of taking me to safety. My mind raced, trying to figure out a plan. I couldn't jump out. We were going too fast, and the doors were probably locked. I had no weapon, no way to defend myself. All I had was my wits and the element of surprise. I forced myself to stay calm, to act normal. If Frank suspected I was onto him, who knew what he might do? So I chatted, asking inane questions about the area, all while my eyes darted around, looking for anything I could use. As we rounded a bend, I saw it, a small dirt road branching off from the main highway. It was now or never. "Oh my God, stop the car!" I screamed suddenly, pointing at the road. "I think I saw a bear." Instinctively, Frank slammed on the brakes, the SUV screeching to a halt. In that moment of confusion, I made my move. I yanked the door handle, relieved to find it unlocked, and tumbled out of the car. I hit the ground hard, but adrenaline propelled me to my feet. I sprinted down the dirt road, branches whipping at my face as I plunged into the forest. Behind me, I could hear Frank shouting, the slam of a car door. I ran like I'd never run before, my lungs burning, my legs pumping. I didn't dare look back, afraid of what I might see. The sound of pursuit drove me on, deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I couldn't run anymore. My legs gave out, and I collapsed behind a large tree, trying to muffle my gasping breaths. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of Frank. At first, all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. Then, faintly, I picked up the sound of twigs snapping, leaves rustling. He was still coming. I looked around desperately for somewhere to hide. A fallen log caught my eye, partially hollowed out by rot. It wasn't ideal, but it was all I had. I crawled inside, ignoring the damp, musty smell and the feel of insects crawling over my skin. From my hiding place, I watched Frank's feet walk by, leaves crunching under his heavy boots. He was moving slowly, methodically, like a predator stalking its prey, which, I supposed, was exactly what he was. Come out, wherever you are," he called, his voice sickeningly playful. "You can't hide forever, Sarah. And when I find you—" He left the threat unfinished, but my imagination filled in the blanks. I bit my lip to keep from whimpering, tasting blood. Hours passed. The light began to fade, but Frank didn't give up. I could hear him circling back periodically, always too close for comfort. My body ached from being crammed into the log, but I didn't dare move. As night fell, a new fear gripped me. How would I find my way out of these woods in the dark? Even if I managed to evade Frank, I could easily get lost and die of exposure. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, I heard a new sound. Voices. At first, I thought I was hallucinating from fear and exhaustion. But no, there were definitely people approaching. "Frank, you out here?" A gruff voice called. My heart sank. He had friends. Of course he did. This was probably a regular thing for him, picking up stranded travelers and hunting them for sport. "Over here," Frank shouted back. "The bitch gave me the slip, but she's around here somewhere." I held my breath as multiple sets of footsteps converged near my hiding place. Flashlight beams swept the forest floor, coming dangerously close to my log. "Spread out," Frank ordered. "She can't have gone far." I closed my eyes, silently praying for a miracle. And then, as if in answer, I heard it. A distant siren, growing louder by the second. The footsteps around me stopped. "Shit!" One of the men hissed. "Cops!" "How the hell did they find us?" another asked, panic evident in his voice. "Doesn't matter," Frank snapped. "We need to go now." I listened as they retreated, their footsteps fading into the distance, but I didn't move, too afraid it might be a trick. The sirens grew louder, accompanied by the crunch of tires on gravel. Car doors slammed, and I heard voices calling out, identifying themselves as police. Still, I waited, barely breathing, until a flashlight beam illuminated my hiding place and a kind voice said, "Miss, are you in there? It's safe to come out now. We're here to help." Slowly, painfully, I extracted myself from the log. A female officer helped me to my feet, wrapping a blanket around my shoulders. "You're safe now," she assured me, leading me towards the waiting ambulance. "We got an anonymous tip about suspicious activity in the area. You're lucky we found you when we did." As the paramedics checked me over, I learned that Frank and his friends were part of a gang that had been terrorizing the area for months. They'd finally been caught, thanks to my escape and that mysterious tip. Later, as I sat in the police station giving my statement, I couldn't help but think about how close I'd come to becoming another statistic. Another unsolved disappearance. The ordeal had changed me, leaving scars both physical and emotional. But I was alive. I had survived, and as I stepped out of the station into the early morning light, I knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, I was strong enough to face them. Because if I could survive a night of terror in those woods, I could survive anything. The neon neon sign flickered weakly in the twilight, promising vacancy at the Desert Palms Motel. As I pulled into the nearly empty parking lot, I had no idea that this rundown establishment would become the stage for a terrifying mystery that would haunt me for years to come. My name's Alex, and I'm a traveling salesman. 20 years on the road has made me intimately familiar with places like the Desert Palms, cheap, forgettable pit stops on the long highways that crisscross America. But this motel, tucked away on the outskirts of a small Arizona town, would prove to be anything but forgettable. I'd been driving for hours, my eyes stinging from the endless stretch of asphalt, when I spotted the motel. It wasn't much to look at, with its faded paint and dusty windows, but it promised a bed and a shower, and that was all I needed. The office smelled of stale cigarettes and pine-scented cleaner. Behind the counter stood an older man, probably in his late 60s, with thinning gray hair and a weathered face. He barely looked up from his newspaper as I approached. "Room for the night?" I asked, fishing out my wallet. He nodded, reaching for a key without taking his eyes off the paper. "Room 7, checkouts at 11. I thanked him and headed to my room. It was basic, a bed, a small TV, and a bathroom that had seen better days. But it was clean enough, and I was too tired to care about much else. After a quick shower, I settled into bed, flipping through fuzzy channels on the ancient TV. Just as I was about to drift off, I heard a commotion outside. Curious, I peeked through the curtains. A couple was checking in, arguing in hushed but heated tones as they unloaded their car. Nothing too unusual for a place like this, I thought, but something about their behavior seemed off. They kept glancing around nervously, as if expecting someone to be watching. I shrugged it off and went to sleep, but when I woke up the next morning, their car was gone. Normally, I wouldn't have given it a second thought, but as I was checking out, I overheard something that made my blood run cold. The old man was on the phone, his voice low and urgent. "Yeah, another one. Cleared out in the middle of the night. No trace." My journalist instincts, honed from years of eavesdropping on potential clients, kicked in. I lingered at the counter, pretending to check my phone while I listened. "That's the third one this month," the old man continued. "I'm telling you, something ain't right." As he hung up, he noticed me standing there. His eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Anything else you need?" I shook my head, mumbling a thanks as I hurried out to my car. My mind was racing. What had he meant by another one? And why did he sound so worried? I should have left then. Should have gotten in my car and driven away without looking back. But curiosity got the better of me. I decided to stick around town for a day or two, see if I could figure out what was going on. Over the next couple of days, I observed the motel from a distance, noting the comings and goings of guests. It seemed like a normal, if slightly seedy, establishment, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. On the third night, I checked in again, this time requesting room 8, next to where the arguing couple had stayed. The old man, whose name I'd learned was Earl, gave me an odd look but handed over the key without comment. That night, I lay awake, listening intently. Around 2 a.m. I heard it, the sound of a car engine starting, then quickly fading into the distance. I rushed to the window just in time to see tail lights disappearing down the highway. The next morning, room 7 was empty again. When I asked Earl about it at checkout, he just shrugged. People come and go, nature of the business. But I saw the worry in his eyes, the way his hand trembled slightly as he took my payment. He knew something and he was scared. I decided to dig deeper. I started asking around town, careful to frame my questions as idle curiosity. Most people didn't have much to say about the Desert Palms, but a few old-timers shared some unsettling stories. That place has always had a dark cloud over it, one elderly woman told me at the local diner. People check in, but they don't always check out, if you know what I mean. I pressed her for details, but she clammed up, suddenly remembering an appointment she had to keep. As the days passed, I became increasingly obsessed with unraveling the mystery of the Desert Palms. I started keeping a log of all the guests, noting their arrivals and departures. A pattern emerged. Every few weeks, a guest would vanish in the middle of the night, leaving no trace behind. I tried to talk to Earl about it, but he shut me down immediately. "You're imagining things," he snapped. "Maybe you should find somewhere else to stay." But I couldn't let it go. I knew something sinister was happening, and I was determined to get to the bottom of it. One night, about 2 weeks into my investigation, I saw Earl leave the office around midnight, heading towards the back of the motel. Without thinking, I followed him, staying in the shadows. To my surprise, he approached a section of wall that looked just like any other. But as I watched, he pressed something, and a hidden door swung open. Earl disappeared inside. My heart was pounding as I crept closer. The door had closed behind him, but I could hear muffled voices coming from within. I pressed my ear to the wall, straining to make out the words. "Can't keep doing this," Earl was saying, his voice trembling. "People are starting to notice." "We don't have a choice," another voice replied, cold and authoritative. "You know what's at stake." I leaned in closer, trying to hear more, when suddenly the door swung open. I found myself face to face with Earl and a man I'd never seen before, tall, well-dressed, with eyes that seemed to bore right through me. Well, the stranger said, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Looks like we have a curious cat on our hands." Before I could react, strong hands grabbed me from behind. A sharp pain exploded in my head, and everything went black. When I came to, I was in a dark, cramped space. The air was stale, and I could barely move. Panic set in as I realized I was in some kind of box or crate. I could hear muffled voices outside, arguing about what to do with me. I caught phrases like "loose end" and "can't risk exposure." My mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. The disappearing guests, the hidden room, Earl's fear. It all pointed to something far more sinister than I'd imagined. Human trafficking? A cult? Whatever it was, I knew I was in grave danger. I don't know how long I was in that box. Hours blended into what felt like days. I drifted in and out of consciousness, my mind conjuring terrifying scenarios of what might happen to me. Just when I thought all hope was lost, I heard a commotion outside. Shouts, the sound of breaking glass, then silence. Suddenly, light flooded in as the lid of my prison was wrenched open. I squinted up at a figure in a police uniform. "It's okay," a kind voice said. "You're safe now." The next few days were a blur of police statements and medical checkups. I learned that my disappearance had been noticed, thanks to a concerned client who'd reported me missing when I missed an appointment. The police had started investigating, and my rental car parked at the Desert Palms had led them straight to the motel. What they uncovered was more horrifying than anything I could have imagined. The Desert Palms had been the center of a massive human trafficking operation for years. Earl, it turned out, was just a pawn, forced to cooperate through threats and blackmail. The disappearing guests hadn't vanished at all. They'd been taken, smuggled through the hidden room to a network of underground tunnels. From there, they were transported out of the country, their fates too terrible to contemplate. As I gave my statement, I couldn't help but think of all the people who had passed through the Desert Palms over the years. How many had met a fate that I'd narrowly escaped? The thought made me sick. In the months that followed, I struggled to return to normal life. The trauma of what I'd experienced, what I'd uncovered, left deep scars. But I also felt a sense of purpose I'd never known before. I quit my job as a salesman and started working with organizations that fight human trafficking. My experience, terrible as it was, gave me unique insight into how these operations work. Sometimes, late at night, I still see the flickering neon of the Desert Palms in my dreams. I hear Earl's trembling voice, feel the suffocating darkness of that box. But then I remember the lives we've saved, the operations we've shut down, and I know that some good came out of that nightmare. The Desert Palms Motel is gone now, demolished after the investigation, but its legacy lives on, not as a place of horror, but as a catalyst for change. And me? I'm no longer just a passive observer of life's darker side. I'm fighting back, one day at a time. The flickering neon sign outside the motel promised vacancy and color TV. But as I pulled into the gravel parking lot, all I could think about was a hot shower and a soft pillow. Little did I know, checking into this roadside dump would be the beginning of the most terrifying night of my life. I'd been driving for hours, my eyes stinging from the endless stretch of highway. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, leaving me in a world of headlights and shadows. When I spotted the motel, it was like an oasis in a desert of darkness. I didn't care that the paint was peeling, or that half the letters on the sign were burnt out. It was a place to rest, and that's all that mattered. The office smelled of stale cigarettes and pine-scented cleaner. Behind the counter stood an older woman, her face lined with age but wearing a friendly smile. She handed me the key to room 8 and told me to have a good night. I thanked her, too exhausted to make small talk. My room was small but clean enough. I tossed my bag on the bed and headed straight for the shower. The water pressure was weak, and it never got more than lukewarm, but it felt heavenly after the long drive. As I dried off, I noticed a pamphlet on the nightstand about the history of the motel. Apparently, it had been there since the 1950s. There were photos of happy families and travelers from years past. I skimmed through it, my eyes catching on a small section about local legends. It mentioned that some guests had disappeared over the years, but it was written off as folklore. I chuckled to myself, thinking how these old places always had some spooky story to tell. I settled into bed, flipping through the fuzzy channels on the ancient TV before finally drifting off to sleep. Around midnight, I woke up to a faint noise outside my door. It sounded like footsteps, soft and hesitant. I got up and peered through the peephole, but the hallway was empty. Shrugging it off as just another guest, I went back to bed. But sleep wouldn't come. There was something about this place that felt off, a heaviness in the air that I couldn't explain. I tossed and turned, my mind conjuring up images from the pamphlet, of people checking in and never checking out. Just as I was about to drift off again, I heard a click. My eyes snapped open, scanning the dark room. There, in the corner, I saw a tiny red light blinking. My heart began to race. I got up, moving closer to investigate. It was a camera, hidden behind the air vent. Panic surged through me. I frantically searched the room, finding another camera tucked behind a painting. My mind reeled. Who was watching me? Why? I grabbed my phone, ready to call the police, when I noticed I had no signal. Of course, I was in the middle of nowhere. I had to get out of there. I threw on my clothes and grabbed my bag, not bothering to be quiet. As I reached for the door handle, I heard footsteps in the hallway again, this time faster, more purposeful. I froze, my hand hovering over the handle. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. There was a moment of terrible silence, then a soft knock. "Everything okay in there?" It was the woman from the front desk, her voice sickly sweet. I didn't respond. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure she could hear it through the door. "We saw you were up and about. Just wanted to check if you needed anything." "We?" She said we. Who else was watching? I remained silent, hoping she'd go away. But then I heard the jingle of keys. "I'm coming in to check on you, dear." In a panic, I threw open the door, catching her by surprise. She stumbled back, and I saw the glint of a key in her hand. Behind her stood a man I hadn't seen before, tall and broad-shouldered with a face like carved stone. "Oh," she exclaimed, recovering quickly. "You startled me. Is everything all right?" I nodded, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yes, fine. Just heading out for some fresh air." Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "At this hour? It's not safe out there, dear. Why don't you come to the office? We can make you some tea." The man behind her hadn't moved, his eyes boring into me. I clutched my bag tighter. No, thank you. I think I'll just go for a quick drive. I tried to step around them, but the man moved to block my path. I'm afraid we can't let you do that, he said, his voice low and menacing. In that moment, I knew I was in real danger. Without thinking, I shoved past them, running down the hallway towards the exit. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps echoing off the walls. I burst through the exit door into the cool night air. The parking lot was eerily empty, my car the only one there. As I ran towards it, I heard the woman call out, "You can't leave, dear. No one ever leaves." I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them in the lock. Just as I opened the door, a hand grabbed my shoulder, spinning me around. It was the man. His face twisted in anger. "You shouldn't have seen the cameras," he growled. I didn't think, I just reacted. I brought my knee up hard, catching him in the groin. He let go with a grunt of pain, and I took the opportunity to jump in my car. The engine roared to life, and I peeled out of the parking lot, gravel spraying behind me. In my rearview mirror, I could see the woman and man standing in the lot, watching me drive away. I drove for hours, my heart racing, constantly checking the mirror to see if I was being followed. It wasn't until the sun began to rise that I finally felt safe enough to stop. At a busy truck stop, I called the police and told them everything. They took my statement and promised to investigate, but I could tell they were skeptical. A couple of hidden cameras in a seedy motel. Probably just some pervert, they said. But I knew it was more than that. The way they tried to keep me there, the mention that no one ever leaves. There was something sinister going on at that motel. I never found out what happened to the other guests who had disappeared. The police report came back inconclusive, citing lack of evidence. The motel remained open, its vacancy sign still flickering on the highway. But I know the truth. I know what lurks behind those thin walls and friendly smiles. And every time I see a roadside motel now, I drive a little faster, my hands gripping the wheel a little tighter, because you never know who might be watching, waiting for their next guest to check in and never check out. The crackle of the campfire and the laughter of my children filled the crisp mountain air. It was our first night at the secluded cabin, and everything seemed perfect. If only I'd known then that our idyllic family getaway was about to turn into a nightmare that would haunt us for years to come. I'm Sarah, a 38-year-old mother of two from suburban Chicago. My husband Mark and I had been planning this trip for months, eager to disconnect from our hectic lives and spend quality time with our kids, Emily, 12, and Jake, 9. We'd found the cabin online, a quaint, rustic retreat nestled in the Canadian wilderness, miles from the nearest town. The first couple of days were blissful. We hiked, fished in the nearby lake, and spent evenings stargazing. The kids were thrilled to be away from their screens, and Mark and I relished the chance to reconnect without the constant ping of work emails. On the third night, as we roasted marshmallows by the fire, we heard a noise from the woods. It sounded like footsteps, too heavy and deliberate to be an animal. Mark stood up, peering into the darkness. "Hello?" he called out. "Is someone there?" No response came, just the usual nighttime sounds of the forest. We brushed it off, assuming it was our imagination playing tricks on us. But looking back, I wish we'd paid more attention to that first warning sign. Later that night, as we all slept soundly in the cabin, a loud crash jolted me awake. Before I could fully process what was happening, our bedroom door burst open. 3 men stormed in, their faces hidden behind ski masks, each wielding a gun. "Don't move," one of them shouted. "Stay quiet and no one gets hurt." My heart felt like it would explode out of my chest. Mark instinctively tried to shield me, but one of the men roughly pulled him out of bed. "Where are the kids?" another man demanded. "Please," I begged, my voice trembling. "They're just children. Don't hurt them." The leader, A tall man with piercing blue eyes visible through his mask nodded to his companions. They left the room, returning moments later with Emily and Jake. My babies looked terrified, tears streaming down their faces. "Mom," Jake whimpered. I wanted nothing more than to hold him, to tell him everything would be okay. But I couldn't, because I didn't know if it would be. The men herded us into the living room, forcing us to sit on the couch. The leader paced in front of us, his gun never wavering. "Listen up," he said, his voice cold and authoritative. "We need a place to lay low for a while. You're going to be our hosts. Do as we say, and you might just survive this." Mark, always the protector, spoke up. "Take whatever you want. Just please, let my family go." The man chuckled, a sound devoid of any real humor. "It's not that simple, friend. We're all in this for the long haul now." Over the next few hours, we learned bits and pieces about our captors. They were on the run, having pulled off a major heist in a nearby city. They needed to hide out until the heat died down, and our remote cabin was the perfect spot. They allowed us to move around the cabin, but kept a close watch. One of them, a younger guy named Eddie, seemed almost apologetic about the situation. The other, Bill, was more aggressive, always quick to raise his gun if he thought we were stepping out of line. But it was the leader, who we came to know as Tom, who scared me the most. There was a calculating coldness in his eyes that told me he wouldn't hesitate to hurt us if it served his purposes. Days passed, each one a tense dance of trying to keep the kids calm while not angering our captors. Mark and I exchanged silent glances, trying to formulate a plan, but with the men always watching and our phones confiscated, options were limited. On the fifth day, I noticed Eddie seemed distracted, constantly glancing out the windows. When Tom and Bill stepped outside to check the perimeter, I took a chance. "Eddie," I whispered, "please, help us. You know this isn't right." He looked at me, conflict clear in his eyes. I can't. They'll kill me." "They might kill us all anyway," I pressed. "Please, if not for me, for the children." Before he could respond, Tom and Bill returned. But I saw something shift in Eddie's demeanor. A seed of doubt had been planted. That night, as the others slept, Eddie approached me in the kitchen. "The back door," he whispered. "I'll leave it unlocked. But you didn't hear it from me." My heart raced. This could be our chance, but it was also incredibly risky. If we were caught. I woke Mark silently, conveying the plan with gestures and whispered words. We then gently roused Emily and Jake, stressing the importance of absolute quiet. With agonizing slowness, we crept towards the back door. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a gunshot in the silent cabin. Just as we reached the door, a voice froze us in our tracks. "Going somewhere?" Tom stood in the hallway, his gun trained on us. My heart sank. We were so close. But then, something unexpected happened. Eddie stepped out from behind Tom, his own gun raised. "Let them go, Tom. It's over." What followed was a tense standoff. Tom, realizing he was outnumbered with Bill still asleep, slowly lowered his weapon. "You're making a big mistake, Eddie," he growled. "The only mistake was ever listening to you." Eddie replied, his voice shaking but determined. He turned to us. "Go, now. I'll hold them off." We didn't need to be told twice. We ran into the woods, the cool night air whipping past us. I could hear shouts and what sounded like a scuffle back at the cabin, but I didn't dare look back. We ran until our lungs burned, finally stopping in a small clearing. As we caught our breath, the reality of our escape began to sink in. We were alive. We were free. But we weren't safe yet. We were lost in the wilderness, miles from civilization, with no supplies and no idea which direction to go. Mark took charge. "We need to keep moving. They might come looking for us." So we pressed on, using the stars to guide us roughly north, hoping to find a road or town. The kids were exhausted, but adrenaline and fear kept us all going. As dawn broke, we heard the most beautiful sound, car engines in the distance. We quickened our pace, finally breaking through the tree line to find a highway. It didn't take long to flag down a passing truck. The driver, a kind-faced man named Bob, was shocked by our appearance and story. He immediately called the police on his cell phone and drove us to the nearest town. The next few days were a blur of police statements, medical checkups, and tearful calls to worried family members. We learned that Eddie had managed to subdue Tom and Bill, holding them until the police arrived. His testimony, along with ours, ensured they'd be going away for a long time. As we finally headed home, I found myself reflecting on the ordeal. The terror we'd experienced was undeniable, leaving scars that would take time to heal. But I also felt a profound gratitude for Eddie's change of heart, for my family's resilience, for the kindness of strangers like Bob. Most of all, I was struck by the strength we'd found within ourselves. Faced with unimaginable fear, we'd fought, survived, and escaped. Our bond as a family, already strong, had been forged into something unbreakable by the fire of our shared trauma. The cabin in the woods was supposed to be an escape from our busy lives. Instead, it became the backdrop for the most harrowing experience of our lives. But as I looked at Mark and our children, tired but alive and together, I knew that whatever challenges life threw at us next, we could face them, because we'd already faced the worst and come out the other side. Our peaceful family vacation had turned into a nightmare, but in surviving that nightmare, we'd discovered just how strong we truly were. The red digits on my desk clock flipped to 1 a.m., casting an eerie glow across the dimly lit dispatch center. I'd always found comfort in the quiet solitude of the night shift, but tonight, that silence would be shattered by a call that would shake me to my very core. My name is Rachel, and I've been a 911 dispatcher for the past 5 years. I've handled my fair share of intense situations, from heart attacks to home invasions, but nothing could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. The night had been unusually slow, with only a handful of minor calls coming in. I was just about to take a sip of my lukewarm coffee when the phone rang. I answered with my usual professional tone. 911, what's your emergency? There was a pause. Then a man's voice, calm and eerily composed, said, I can see you, Rachel. A chill ran down my spine. How did he know my name? I glanced around the empty dispatch center, suddenly feeling exposed. Sir, this line is for emergencies only. If you need assistance, he cut me off. Blue sweater. You're drinking coffee from the mug your daughter made you in art class last year. My blood ran cold. I instinctively covered my sweater with my arms, as if I could hide from his unseen gaze. Who is this? I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. How do you know these things? He chuckled softly, the sound making my skin crawl. I've been watching you for a while now, Rachel. You're quite fascinating, you know. My mind raced. Was this some kind of sick joke? A prank by one of my co-workers? But deep down, I knew this was something far more sinister. Sir, I'm going to have to end this call if... Don't, he interrupted, his voice suddenly sharp. Don't you dare hang up. We're just getting started. I swallowed hard, my finger hovering over the button to trace the call. What do you want? To play a game, he replied, his tone lightening again. You like games, don't you, Rachel? I've seen you playing Scrabble with your husband on your back porch. My heart pounded in my chest. He'd been to my home, seen my family. The thought made me sick. I'm calling the police, I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. He laughed again. You are the police, Rachel. Or at least, you're their voice, their ears, their lifeline. But who's your lifeline, I wonder? I pressed the button to start the trace, silently praying it would work quickly. Look, I don't know who you are or what you want, but I told you, he said, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. I want to play a game, and you're going to play, whether you like it or not. Over the next hour, the caller led me on a twisted journey through my own life. He described details about my daily routine, my family, even my childhood, things no stranger should know. With each revelation, my fear grew, along with a gnawing sense of violation. I tried to keep him talking, hoping the trace would come through. My colleagues had noticed something was wrong and were working frantically to locate the call's origin. But this guy was good. He was using some kind of technology to bounce the signal around. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Because I can," he replied simply. "Because it's fun to watch you squirm, to see the fear in your eyes when you realize just how vulnerable you really are." Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them back. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of breaking me. "You're sick," I spat. "And when we find you—" "If," he corrected, "if you find me. But you won't. I'm always one step ahead, Rachel. Always watching, always listening." As if to prove his point, my personal cell phone buzzed with a text. With shaking hands, I checked it. "Look outside," the message read. Against my better judgment, I turned to the window. There, in the parking lot, was a figure standing by the fence. Even from this distance, I could see they were holding something. A phone. "Oh God," I breathed. "God can't help you now," the voice on the phone said. "Only I can." I watched in horror as the figure raised their arm, waving at me mockingly. "What do you want from me?" I pleaded, my composure finally cracking. "I told you, Rachel, I want to play, and the game is just beginning." The line went dead. For a moment, I sat there, frozen in shock. Then adrenaline kicked in. I shouted for my supervisor, quickly explaining the situation. The building went into lockdown, and police units were dispatched to search the area. But by the time they got to the parking lot, the figure was gone, vanished into the night like a ghost. The next few hours were a blur of police statements and security footage reviews, but there was no trace of the caller, no clues to his identity. It was as if he had never existed. As dawn broke, I sat in the break room, a blanket draped over my shoulders and a fresh cup of coffee in my hands. My supervisor, Jim, sat across from me, his face etched with concern. "We'll find him, Rachel," he assured me. "We've got every available unit on this." I nodded numbly, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. Over the next few days, the calls continued, sometimes at work, sometimes at home, always from different numbers, always untraceable. He never made any specific threats, but his messages were clear. He was watching, always watching. My life became a waking nightmare. I jumped at every sound, flinched at every unexpected movement. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. The constant fear was consuming me. The police installed security systems at my house, put my family under protection, but it didn't matter. He always found a way to reach me, to remind me that I wasn't safe. A week after the first call, I was home alone, my husband and daughter staying with relatives for safety. The house felt too big, too quiet. Every creak and groan made me start. Then my phone rang. I answered it with trembling hands, already knowing who it would be. "Hello, Rachel," his now familiar voice purred. "Miss me?" "Please," I whispered, my resolve finally crumbling. "Please, just tell me what you want. I'll do anything. Just leave me alone." There was a long pause. Then, to my surprise, he sighed. "Oh, Rachel, don't you see? This is what I wanted. To break you. To show you that your sense of safety, of control, is nothing but an illusion." "Why me?" I asked, tears streaming down my face. "Because you represented everything I despise," he replied. "Security, order, the belief that a phone call can save you from the horrors of the world. I needed to show you the truth." "And now?" I asked, hardly daring to breathe. "Now?" He chuckled. "Now, the game is over. You've learned your lesson, Haven't you, Rachel? You'll never feel truly safe again." The line went dead for the final time. True to his word, the call stopped after that night. The police never found him, never even came close. Gradually, life returned to some semblance of normalcy. I went back to work, my family came home, and the world kept turning. But he was right about one thing. I never felt truly safe again. Every phone call, every shadow, every unexpected noise carried with it a hint of that old terror. I don't know if he's still out there, still watching. Part of me thinks he is, and maybe always will be. But I refuse to let that fear control me any longer. I'm a survivor, not a victim. And while I may never forget the nightmare of those weeks, I won't let it define me. Because in the end, that's the greatest victory I can have over him. To live my life, to find joy and purpose, despite the scars he left behind. And every time I answer a 911 call, every time I help someone in need, I'm reminded of why I do this job. Not because the world is safe, but because there are people like me out there fighting to make it a little bit safer, one call at a time. The roar of the crowd had long since faded, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to echo through the empty stadium. As I made my rounds, flashlight in hand, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the way the shadows seemed to move when I wasn't looking, or the faint whispers I heard carried on the night breeze. Whatever it was, I knew this shift was going to be different from any other. My name's Mike, and I've been working security at Riverside Stadium for the past 3 years. Night shift's not glamorous, but it pays the bills. Most nights, it's just me, the janitor, and the occasional stray cat looking for leftovers. But tonight felt different. It started around midnight. I was doing my usual perimeter check when I noticed a van parked in the far corner of the lot. Nothing too unusual about that, except for the fact that it hadn't been there an hour ago when I'd last checked. I radioed my partner Jim, who was monitoring the cameras inside. "Hey Jim, you see that van in Section E?" There was a moment of static before his voice crackled through. "Yeah, I see it. No movement though. Want me to keep an eye on it?" "Yeah, thanks. I'm gonna take a closer look." I approached cautiously, my hand resting on the taser at my hip. As I got closer, I could see the van was beat up, its once white paint now a dingy gray with rust creeping along the edges. The windows were tinted, making it impossible to see inside. Just as I was about to tap on the window, I heard voices coming from behind the stadium. My instincts kicked in, and I ducked behind a nearby car, straining to listen. Sure, this is the right place. A man's voice, low and gruff. "Positive, security's minimal, and the payoff's huge. We just need to get past the guards." Another voice replied. My heart began to race. This wasn't some drunk fan who'd wandered back or kids looking for a thrill. This was something serious. I radioed Jim again, keeping my voice low. "Jim, we've got a situation. Multiple suspects planning something big. Call the cops, but tell them to come in quiet. No sirens." "Jesus, Mike, you sure?" "Dead sure. Just do it." I crept closer to the voices, trying to get a visual. In the dim light of the parking lot, I could make out 3 figures huddled together near a service entrance. One was fiddling with the lock while the others kept watch. Suddenly, there was a soft click, and the door swung open. The 3 figures slipped inside, and I was faced with a decision: wait for backup, or follow them in. The responsible thing would be to wait, but if they disabled the cameras or got to the safe before the police arrived, we'd lose everything. Taking a deep breath, I made my choice. I entered the stadium, my footsteps echoing in the empty corridors. I could hear the intruders ahead, their voices bouncing off the concrete walls. They were heading towards the administrative offices, where the safe was kept. As I rounded a corner, I caught a glimpse of them. 3 men, all dressed in dark clothing, carrying duffel bags. One had a gun tucked into his waistband. My mouth went dry. This was way above my pay grade, but I was in too deep to back out now. I followed at a distance, careful to stay in the shadows. They reached the office and began working on the lock. I radioed Jim again. "They're at the main office. Where are those cops?" "ETA, 5 minutes," Jim whispered back. "Mike, be careful, man." The lock clicked open, and the men slipped inside. I crept closer, positioning myself just outside the door. I could hear them inside, rifling through drawers and muttering to each other. "It's got to be here somewhere," one of them growled. "Check behind the painting," another suggested. There was a scraping sound, then a triumphant laugh. "Got it!" My heart sank. They'd found the safe. I knew I had to act now, or everything would be lost. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the doorway, my taser raised. "Freeze! Security!" The men whirled around, shock evident on their faces. For a moment, nobody moved. Then everything happened at once. One of the men lunged at me while another reached for his gun. I fired my taser, catching the first man in the chest. He went down hard, convulsing on the floor. The man with the gun had it out now, pointed straight at me. Time seemed to slow down. I could see his finger tightening on the trigger, could almost hear the hammer falling. But before he could fire, there was a loud crash from behind me. Suddenly, the room was filled with shouting and the beam of flashlights. The cavalry had arrived. "Police, drop your weapons." The next few minutes were a blur. The remaining 2 men were quickly subdued and handcuffed. I found myself sitting in a chair, giving my statement to a detective while paramedics checked me over. As the adrenaline wore off, the reality of what had just happened began to sink in. I'd stumbled upon a major heist and had nearly gotten myself killed in the process. The detective, a gruff older man named Reeves, looked at me with a mixture of admiration and exasperation. "You took one hell of a risk, son. But thanks to you, we caught these guys red-handed. They're part of a crew that's been hitting stadiums up and down the coast." I nodded, still feeling a bit dazed. "Just doing my job, sir." Reeves chuckled. "Well, your job just helped us crack a case we've been working on for months. You should be proud." As the night wore on and the police finished processing the scene, I found myself standing in the parking lot, watching the sun rise over the stadium. Jim came up beside me, clapping a hand on my shoulder. "You're either the bravest or the craziest son of a bitch I've ever met," he said, shaking his head. "Don't know if I'd have had the guts to do what you did." I shrugged, a small smile tugging at my lips. "Honestly, I'm not sure I would do it again, but in the moment, it felt like the right thing to do." Jim nodded, understanding in his eyes. "Well, I'm glad you're okay. And hey, who knows? Maybe there's a promotion in this for you." We shared a laugh at that, the tension of the night finally breaking. As I drove home that morning, the events of the night replayed in my mind. I'd always thought of myself as just a regular guy doing a regular job. But for one night, I'd been something more. I'd made a difference. The adrenaline rush, the fear, the triumph, it was all burned into my memory. I knew that from now on, every shift would be colored by this experience. Every shadow would hold the potential for danger, every unexpected sound the possibility of adventure. But as I pulled into my driveway, exhausted but exhilarated, I realized something. I was okay with that, because now I knew what I was capable of. I knew that when push came to shove, I could stand up and be counted. As I fell into bed, the sun now fully up and streaming through my window, I closed my eyes with a smile. Tonight had changed me, for better or worse. And whatever came next, I knew I'd be ready for it. Because sometimes, in the darkest part of the night, when everyone else has gone home and the world is quiet, that's when real heroes are made. And tonight, just for a moment, I'd been one of them. I'd been... The distant hum of machinery was the only sound breaking the eerie silence of the night shift. I'd been working at the old factory on the outskirts of Detroit for 6 months, and I thought I'd seen it all. But on that fateful night in October, I stumbled upon a secret that would turn my world upside down and put my life in danger. My name's Mike, and I'm a security guard. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays the bills. The factory where I work is a massive complex, all rusted metal and broken windows, a relic of Detroit's industrial past. Most nights, it's just me, the night janitor, and the occasional stray cat looking for shelter. That night started like any other. I clocked in at 10 p.m., grabbed my flashlight, and began my first round of checks. The factory was a maze of corridors and abandoned assembly lines, and it took a good hour to cover the whole place. I was about halfway through my rounds when I heard it, voices coming from one of the old storage rooms. Now, that wasn't entirely unusual. Sometimes we'd get kids breaking in, looking for a thrill or a place to drink. But these voices were different. They were hushed, urgent, and coming from a part of the factory that had been locked up for years. Curiosity got the better of me. I crept closer, my heart pounding in my chest. The voices grew clearer as I approached. Shipments coming in tonight. We need to be ready. What if someone sees? That new guard's been poking around more than the last one. I froze. They were talking about me. Don't worry about him. If he becomes a problem, we'll deal with it. The cold, matter-of-fact way he said it sent a chill down my spine. I knew I should leave, call the police, do anything but stay there. But I couldn't move. I had to know what was going on. Carefully, I peered around the corner. What I saw made my blood run cold. The storage room had been transformed. Gone were the old machines and dusty crates. In their place were rows of tables covered in electronic equipment. Monitors displayed what looked like security camera feeds from all over the factory. And there, in the center of it all, were 5 men I recognized, all co-workers, including Tony, my supervisor. They were hunched over one of the tables, examining something I couldn't quite see. But the tension in the room was palpable. Whatever they were involved in, it was serious. I must have made a noise, because suddenly, Tony's head snapped up. His eyes met mine, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. "Mike," he said, his voice a mixture of surprise and something darker. "What are you doing here?" I stammered out some excuse about hearing a noise, but I could see in their eyes that they didn't buy it. The atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming charged with a dangerous energy. "How much did you hear?" one of the other men demanded, taking a step towards me. I backed away, my hands raised. "Nothing. I swear. I just got here." Tony sighed, running a hand through his hair. Mike, you should have just stayed on your route." That's when I saw it. The gun in Tony's hand, previously hidden by the table. My heart leapt into my throat. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know what's going on here, and I don't want to know. Just let me go, and we can forget this ever happened." Tony chuckled, but there was no humor in it. "I'm afraid it's not that simple, Mike. You see, we've got a good thing going here. Can't risk you messing it up." I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and ran, their shouts echoing behind me. I knew the layout of the factory better than they did, and I used every shortcut and hidden passage I could think of. I could hear them spreading out, searching for me. My mind raced, trying to piece together what I'd seen. The equipment, the talk of shipments. It had to be some kind of smuggling operation, and they'd been using the abandoned factory as a cover. I found a small storage closet and ducked inside, trying to catch my breath and think. I needed to get out, to call the police, but my cell phone was in my locker, and the nearest exit was on the other side of the factory. For hours, I played a terrifying game of cat and mouse. I'd move when I thought it was safe, only to hear footsteps and duck into hiding again. The factory, once so familiar, now seemed like a labyrinth of dangers. As dawn approached, I finally saw my chance. They had focused their search on the upper floors, leaving the main entrance less guarded. I made a break for it, running faster than I ever had in my life. I burst out of the factory doors, the cool morning air hitting my face. But my relief was short-lived. As I ran towards the parking lot, I heard a shout behind me. There he is. A gunshot rang out, the bullet whizzing past my ear. I zigzagged, trying to make myself a harder target, my lungs burning with each breath. I reached my car, fumbling with the keys. Just as I got the door open, I felt a searing pain in my shoulder. I'd been hit. Adrenaline took over. I threw myself into the car, started the engine, and peeled out of the parking lot. In my rearview mirror, I could see Tony and the others emerging from the factory, but I was already turning onto the main road. I drove straight to the police station, my shoulder throbbing and blood soaking my uniform. The next few hours were a blur of questions, medical treatment, and growing realization of how close I'd come to death. The police raided the factory, but of course, Tony and the others were long gone. They found evidence of a major drug smuggling operation, using the factory's old shipping routes to move product across the country. In the days that followed, as I recovered in the hospital, I learned more about the scope of what I'd stumbled upon. The operation had been running for years, right under everyone's noses. My accidental discovery had blown the whole thing wide open. But my relief at surviving and exposing the truth was tempered by a new, constant fear. Tony and his crew were still out there, and I was the one who could identify them. The police offered me protection, but I knew it might not be enough. I left Detroit as soon as I was discharged from the hospital. I moved across the country, changed my name, tried to start a new life. But the memories of that night haunted me. Every unexpected noise, every stranger's glance sent my heart racing. Months passed, then years. Slowly, I began to feel safe again. I got a new job, made new friends. I even started to think about dating again. But then, one ordinary Tuesday afternoon, I saw him, Tony, standing across the street, staring right at me. Our eyes met, and I saw the recognition dawn on his face. I ran. Again, as I write this, I'm in another new city, looking over my shoulder once more. I don't know if I'll ever truly feel safe again, but I also know that I did the right thing that night in the factory. Who knows how many lives were ruined by the drugs Tony and his crew were smuggling. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd just looked the other way, pretended I hadn't seen anything. Would I be living a normal life now, free from fear? But deep down, I know I couldn't have done that. The truth has a way of coming out, one way or another. And while my life may never be the same, I can look at myself in the mirror each morning and know that when it mattered most, I stood up for what was right. So I'll keep running if I have to, keep fighting to stay one step ahead. Because the alternative, letting them win, letting the truth stay buried, that's not an option I'm willing to consider. The night shift at that old factory changed my life forever, but it also showed me what I'm made of, and no matter what happens next, they can't take that away from me. The pen hovered over my notepad, poised to capture the next big scoop. As a journalist, I'd chased countless leads, but none quite like this. The string of disappearances in this small town had piqued my interest, and I was determined to uncover the truth. Little did I know, my investigation would lead me into the heart of darkness, where I'd come face to face with a horror beyond imagination. My name's Sarah, and I've been an investigative journalist for the better part of a decade. I've covered everything from political scandals to environmental disasters. But this case was different. 6 people had vanished without a trace in the past year, all from the same sleepy town nestled in the Appalachian Mountains. The local police were baffled, and the townspeople were growing increasingly paranoid. It was the perfect story, mysterious, urgent, and with the potential to make a real difference. So when my editor gave me the green light, I packed my bags and headed to Millbrook, population 2,743. From the moment I arrived, I could feel the tension in the air. The quaint main street, which should have been bustling with activity, was eerily quiet. Shopkeepers eyed me suspiciously as I passed, and conversations hushed when I entered the local diner. My first stop was the sheriff's office. Sheriff Tom Baker was a burly man with a weathered face and tired eyes. He seemed reluctant to talk at first, but as I pressed him for details, his resolve began to crumble. "Look," he said, leaning in close, "there's something not right about these disappearances. No bodies, no evidence, not even a damn footprint. It's like these people just vanished into thin air." I jotted down notes furiously, my mind racing with possibilities. "Any connections between the victims?" I asked. The sheriff shook his head. "None that we can find. Different ages, backgrounds, jobs. The only thing they have in common is that they all disappeared near Blackwood Forest." Blackwood Forest. The name sent a shiver down my spine, though I couldn't explain why. I thanked the sheriff and headed out, my next destination clear. The forest loomed before me, a wall of ancient trees stretching as far as the eye could see. As I stood at its edge, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The shadows seemed to move, and the wind carried whispers I couldn't quite make out. I spent the next few days interviewing locals, piecing together the puzzle. Most were hesitant to talk, but a few shared stories that made my blood run cold. Tales of strange lights in the forest, of eerie chanting carried on the wind, of people who went in and never came out. One night, as I was reviewing my notes in my motel room, there was a knock at the door. I opened it to find an old woman, her eyes wild with fear. "You need to stop," she hissed. "You're going to bring them down on us all." Before I could ask what she meant, she shoved a crumpled piece of paper into my hand and hurried away. I unfolded it with trembling fingers. It was a crude map of the forest with a location marked in red. I knew I should call the police, hand over the map and let them handle it. But the journalist in me, the part that lived for the thrill of uncovering the truth, wouldn't let it go. I had to see for myself. The next evening, I found myself at the edge of Blackwood Forest, flashlight in hand and heart pounding in my chest. The marked location was deep in the woods, at least a 2-hour hike. As I stepped into the forest, the trees seemed to close in around me, blocking out what little moonlight there was. I walked for what felt like hours, the shadows playing tricks on my eyes. More than once, I thought I saw figures moving just out of sight, heard whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Finally, I reached the marked spot. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just more trees and underbrush. But then, as I swept my flashlight around, I caught a glint of something metallic. Hidden behind a thick cluster of bushes was a door set into the ground, like an old storm cellar. My heart raced as I approached it. This had to be it, the key to the whole mystery. I hesitated for a moment, every instinct screaming at me to turn back, but I'd come too far to give up now. With a deep breath, I grabbed the handle and pulled. The door opened with a groan, revealing a set of stairs descending into darkness. The air that wafted up was damp and musty, with an underlying scent I couldn't quite place. Something metallic and sickly sweet. I started down the stairs, my flashlight beam barely penetrating the thick darkness. The further I went, the more that odd scent grew, until it was almost overpowering. At the bottom of the stairs was another door. I could see light seeping out from under it, hear muffled voices on the other side. My hand shook as I reached for the handle. What I saw when I opened that door will haunt me for the rest of my days. It was a large cavern, lit by flickering torches. In the center was a stone altar, dark stains marring its surface. Around it stood a group of people in robes, their faces hidden by hoods. They were chanting in a language I didn't recognize, their voices rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm. But it was what lay on the altar that made my blood run cold. A person. I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, bound and struggling weakly. As I watched, frozen in horror, one of the robed figures raised a knife, its blade glinting in the torchlight. I must have made a sound because suddenly, every head turned towards me. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, chaos erupted. The cultists rushed towards me, their chants turning to shouts of rage. I turned and ran, my legs pumping furiously as I scrambled up the stairs. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. I burst out of the cellar and into the forest, not daring to look back. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, my lungs burning with each breath. I had no idea where I was going, only that I had to get away. How long I ran, I couldn't say. It felt like hours. Eventually, I broke through the tree line, finding myself on the outskirts of town. I didn't stop running until I reached the sheriff's office, collapsing through the door in a heap. What followed was a whirlwind of activity. I gasped out my story to the shocked sheriff, who immediately called for backup. Within hours, the FBI had descended on Millbrook, and a full-scale raid was launched on the forest. They found the underground chamber, but it was empty. The cultists had vanished, taking any evidence with them. All that remained were the dark stains on the altar, a grim testament to what had occurred there. In the days that followed, as I gave statement after statement to various law enforcement agencies, the full scope of what I'd uncovered began to sink in. The disappearances, the strange sightings in the forest, it had all been the work of this cult. How long they'd been operating, how many victims they'd claimed, we might never know. My story made national headlines. Journalist uncovers deadly cult in small town, the papers proclaimed. I should have felt proud, vindicated. Instead, I felt only a deep, gnawing fear, because I knew something I hadn't told the police, something I could barely admit to myself. In those frantic moments in the cavern, when the cultists had turned to face me, I had recognized one of them. It was only for a split second, but I was sure. Under one of those hoods had been the face of Sheriff Tom Baker. I left Millbrook as soon as I could, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. Sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear chanting on the wind, see hooded figures in the shadows. I tell myself it's just my imagination, the trauma of what I experienced playing tricks on me. But deep down, I know the truth. The cult is still out there, waiting, watching, and someday they might come for me, because I've seen their faces, uncovered their secret, and in doing so, I may have sealed my own fate. So I keep writing, keep investigating, because the truth is all I have left, and as long as I keep bringing it to light, maybe, just maybe, I can stay one step ahead of the darkness that's always nipping at my heels. The first night in our new apartment, I heard footsteps in the attic. At first, I dismissed it as the building settling or maybe a raccoon that had found its way in. But as the days passed, the noises grew more distinct, more human. That's when I realized our dream home was hiding a nightmare I could never have imagined. I'm Emily, a 32-year-old graphic designer, and my husband Mark is a software engineer. We'd been saving for years to move out of our cramped studio, and when we found this spacious two-bedroom in an old Victorian house, it seemed too good to be true. The rent was surprisingly affordable, and the landlord, Mr. Peterson, was a kindly old man who lived in the apartment below us. The first week was blissful. We reveled in the extra space, the high ceilings, the charming old-world details. But then, the noises started. It began with faint scratching sounds late at night. Probably mice, Mark said, making a mental note to pick up some traps. But the sounds grew louder, more deliberate. Footsteps, creaking floorboards, even what sounded like muffled voices. Maybe it's just echoes from the neighbors, I suggested, not quite believing it myself. But our neighbors on both sides were a young couple and an elderly woman, neither likely to be stomping around at 3 a.m. One night, about 2 weeks after we moved in, I woke up to find Mark wasn't in bed. Groggy and confused, I wandered into the living room. He was standing there, staring up at the ceiling with a flashlight in his hand. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his face pale in the dim light. I was about to ask what he meant when I heard it too, a long, drawn-out creak, like someone slowly walking across the floor above us. but there was no floor above us, just the attic, which Mr. Peterson had told us was used for storage and off-limits to tenants. The next day, we asked Mr. Peterson about the noises. His reaction was odd. He laughed it off, a little too forcefully, insisting it was just the old house settling. But I saw the way his eyes darted nervously, the slight tremor in his hands as he assured us everything was fine. We might have let it go if things hadn't escalated. Objects began to move around the apartment, keys that weren't where we left them, books rearranged on shelves. Once, I came home to find all our framed photos turned face down. Mark suggested we set up a camera to see if we could catch whatever was happening. The footage we captured chilled me to the bone. At 2:17 a.m., the attic hatch in our hallway slowly opened. A hand emerged, pale and thin, followed by an arm clad in a tattered sleeve. The camera's angle didn't show more, but we could hear soft footsteps moving through our home. We took the footage to Mr. Peterson, demanding answers. His facade crumbled. I can explain, he stammered, ushering us into his apartment. What he told us defied belief. Years ago, Mr. Peterson's son, Daniel, had fallen in with a bad crowd. Drugs, petty crime. It was a downward spiral that seemed unstoppable. When Daniel was accused of a serious crime, one that would have put him away for life, Mr. Peterson made a desperate choice. He hid his son in the attic, creating a secret living space where Daniel could stay out of sight. It was only supposed to be temporary, Mr. Peterson said, his voice cracking, just until we could clear his name. But the evidence, it was overwhelming. And Daniel, he couldn't handle being confined. He changed. I felt sick. How long has he been up there? Mr. Peterson's answer made my blood run cold. 15 years. We were stunned. All this time, a man had been living above us, driven mad by isolation and confinement. It explained the noises, the moved objects. Daniel had been sneaking down when we were out or asleep, perhaps searching for food or simply craving human contact. We should have gone to the police right then, but Mr. Peterson broke down, begging us to understand, to give him time to figure out what to do. Against our better judgment, we agreed to a few days. Those were the longest days of my life. Every creak, every shadow made me jump. We took turns sleeping, always keeping watch. But nothing could have prepared us for what happened on the third night. I was in the kitchen when I heard Mark yell. I ran to the living room to find him struggling with a gaunt, wild-eyed man, Daniel. In the scuffle, Daniel's eyes met mine, and I saw a lifetime of pain and madness in them. I just wanted to talk, Daniel rasped, his voice hoarse from disuse. I'm so lonely up there. Mark managed to break free, putting himself between me and Daniel. You need help, he said, trying to keep his voice calm. Let us help you. For a moment, it seemed like Daniel might listen. But then we heard footsteps on the stairs. Mr. Peterson, probably alerted by the noise. Panic flashed in Daniel's eyes. He lunged for the window, yanking it open before either of us could stop him. No! Mr. Peterson's anguished cry came too late. Daniel was already out the window, scrambling down the fire escape. The next few hours were chaos. Police swarmed the building. Mr. Peterson was arrested, sobbing as they led him away. Daniel was nowhere to be found, having vanished into the night. As we gave our statements, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions: fear, pity, anger. What Mr. Peterson had done was unforgivable, but I could see the desperation of a father trying to protect his child, no matter the cost. The attic, when the police searched it, was a haunting sight. A small living space had been carved out, with a bed, some books, and a few personal items. But the walls were covered in frantic writings and drawings, a testament to Daniel's deteriorating mental state over the years. In the days that followed, our apartment building became a media circus. Reporters camped outside, hoping for a glimpse of the attic man, as they dubbed Daniel. We couldn't stay there, not with the memories of what had happened, not with the knowledge of the suffering that had taken place above our heads. We broke our lease and moved out, finding a new place across town. But the experience left its mark on us. For months, I'd wake up in a cold sweat, certain I'd heard footsteps above us. Mark installed a high-tech security system, and we both started seeing a therapist to work through our trauma. Daniel was never found. Sometimes I wonder about him, where he went, how he's adjusting to a world that moved on without him. Part of me hopes he found peace, or at least the help he so desperately needed. Another part lives in fear that one day, I'll look up and see that gaunt face watching me from a window or an alleyway. Mr. Peterson was sentenced to prison for false imprisonment and obstruction of justice. I attended his sentencing, not out of a desire for vengeance, but because I needed closure. As they led him away, our eyes met. In that moment, I saw not a criminal, but a broken old man who had lost everything in a misguided attempt to save his son. It's been 2 years since that nightmarish discovery in our attic. Mark and I are doing better now. We're even talking about starting a family, something we'd put on hold after everything that happened. But I don't think I'll ever forget the lesson I learned in that old Victorian house. Sometimes, the most terrifying monsters aren't supernatural creatures or masked killers. They're the secrets we keep, the desperate choices we make, and the unforeseen consequences that follow. And sometimes, the real horror isn't in what goes bump in the night, but in the quiet tragedy of a life unlived, hidden away in the darkness above our heads. Every now and then, when the house is quiet and the shadows grow long, I find myself looking up at the ceiling, listening. And in those moments, I say a silent prayer for Daniel, for Mr. Peterson, and for all the secrets that lie hidden in the dark spaces of our lives. The wind howled through the trees, masking the sound of my labored breathing as I stumbled through the darkening forest. My legs ached, my lungs burned, and a mixture of sweat and rain plastered my hair to my forehead. But I couldn't stop. I didn't dare look back, knowing that somewhere behind me, he was still out there. The man from the cabin, the man with the knife. It had started as a simple hiking trip. I'm Alex, a 28-year-old software developer from Seattle. After months of being cooped up in my apartment, staring at screens and code, I desperately needed to reconnect with nature. The Cascade Mountains seemed like the perfect escape. I'd planned a 3-day solo hike, my backpack loaded with supplies and my spirit buoyed by the promise of solitude and adventure. The first day was everything I'd hoped for. Crisp mountain air, breathtaking vistas, and a profound sense of peace I hadn't felt in years. As evening approached on the second day, the weather took a turn. Dark clouds rolled in, bringing with them a steady, cold rain. I knew I needed to find shelter fast. That's when I saw it, a small cabin tucked away in a clearing, smoke curling from its chimney. Relief washed over me as I approached. I knocked on the weathered wooden door, rehearsing my plea for shelter in my head. When it opened, I found myself face to face with a man who looked to be in his late 50s. He had a weathered face, a salt and pepper beard, and piercing blue eyes that seemed to look right through me. "You lost?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. I explained my situation, gesturing to the worsening storm. To my surprise and relief, he stepped aside, inviting me in. "Name's Jack," he said as I entered the warm, dimly lit interior. "Stew's almost ready if you're hungry." I introduced myself, thanking him profusely for his kindness. The cabin was small but cozy, filled with rustic furniture and the enticing aroma of cooking food. As Jack busied himself with the stew, I couldn't help but notice the walls were adorned with an impressive array of hunting trophies, deer heads, bear pelts, and several large knives displayed prominently. We ate in relative silence, the stew warming me from the inside out. Jack wasn't much for conversation, answering my attempts at small talk with grunts or one-word responses. Still, I was grateful for the shelter and hot meal. As the evening wore on, the storm outside intensified. Jack offered to let me sleep on the couch, an offer I gratefully accepted. Despite the howling wind and my unfamiliar surroundings, exhaustion soon pulled me into a deep sleep. I'm not sure what woke me. Maybe it was a noise, or just that inexplicable sense that something wasn't right. I opened my eyes to find the cabin shrouded in darkness, the fire having died down to embers. As my eyes adjusted, I saw a figure standing over me. Jack. He was just staring. In his hand, I could make out the glint of one of the large hunting knives from the wall. My blood ran cold. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. But then again, none of them should have. I was fully awake now, adrenaline coursing through my veins. What do you mean?" I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. Jack's eyes, reflecting the dim glow of the embers, seemed to burn with an inner fire. "This forest, it's mine, has been for years. But people like you keep coming, intruding, disrupting the balance." He took a step closer, the knife catching the faint light. I tried to warn them off. Signs, rumors, but they never listen. So I had to take more direct action. In that moment, I understood with horrifying clarity. The hunting trophies on the wall weren't all animals, and I was to be his next prize. What happened next was a blur of instinct and terror. I kicked out, catching Jack in the knee. He stumbled, giving me just enough time to roll off the couch and make a dash for the door. I heard him roar in anger behind me as I fumbled with the latch, my fingers clumsy with fear. I burst out into the storm, the cold rain a shock to my system. I ran blindly into the forest, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. I could hear Jack crashing through the underbrush behind me, shouting threats that were half swallowed by the wind. And so I ran, deeper into the forest, with no idea where I was going or how I'd find my way back. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and Jack as possible. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Time lost all meaning in the terrifying darkness of the forest. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every sound a harbinger of Jack's approach. The rain had soaked me to the bone, and I was shivering uncontrollably. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, when my legs were ready to give out from under me, I saw it. A faint light in the distance. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind. I pushed forward, praying it wasn't a hallucination or some trick of the forest. As I got closer, I realized it was a ranger station. I practically fell against the door, pounding on it with the last of my strength. "Help!" I croaked, my voice hoarse from the cold and exertion. "Please help me!" The door opened, and I collapsed into the arms of a startled park ranger. Through chattering teeth, I managed to gasp out my story. The storm, the cabin, Jack and his knife. The ranger's face grew grave as he listened, and he quickly ushered me inside, locking the door behind us. What followed was a whirlwind of activity. More rangers arrived, along with state police. They took my statement, gave me dry clothes and hot coffee, and organized a search party for Jack. I sat in a daze, the reality of what I'd been through finally starting to sink in. As dawn broke, news came in over the radio. They'd found the cabin, but Jack was gone. What they did find, however, confirmed my worst fears. Hidden rooms beneath the cabin floor, filled with grisly evidence of Jack's trophies over the years. Hikers, campers, people who had simply vanished in the wilderness, written off as accidents or exposure. I learned later that Jack had been living in those woods for over 2 decades, evading authorities and preying on unsuspecting visitors. My encounter had finally brought his reign of terror to an end, but he was still out there somewhere. The days and weeks that followed were difficult. I struggled with nightmares, jumping at every unexpected sound. Therapy helped, as did the support of friends and family. But I knew I'd never be the same. The forest, once a place of solace and adventure, now held only fear and painful memories. It's been 2 years since that night. I've moved away from Seattle, away from the mountains that once called to me. I've thrown myself into my work, finding solace in the predictability of code and algorithms. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear the wind howling through trees, still feel the phantom touch of branches against my skin as I run through the darkness. They never found Jack. The case is still open, but leads have gone cold. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, deep in the wilderness, waiting for his next unsuspecting victim. The thought sends chills down my spine. I've learned to live with the fear, to push it to the back of my mind most days. But I know I'll never forget the night I spent in that cabin, or the terrifying chase through the forest. It's a reminder of how quickly our world can turn upside down, how the promise of adventure can hide unspeakable dangers. So if you're ever hiking in the Cascades and come across a small cabin in a clearing, keep walking. No matter how bad the weather, no matter how tired you are, don't stop, because you never know what or who might be waiting inside, knife in hand, ready to make you their next trophy. The neon sign flickered weakly in the darkness, casting an eerie glow across the empty parking lot. 24-hour gas snacks, it promised, but as I stood behind the counter at 2 a.m., I wondered if anyone would actually come. I had no idea that in just a few hours, this quiet night shift would turn into a fight for survival against a group of strangers with sinister intentions. My name's Jake, and I'm a 23-year-old college dropout working the graveyard shift at this middle-of-nowhere gas station in Nevada. It's not glamorous, but it pays the bills and gives me plenty of time to read or work on my screenplay between the occasional customer. This particular night started like any other. I arrived at 10 p.m., relieving the evening shift guy, Mike. We exchanged our usual banter about how dead it had been, and he warned me that the coffee machine was acting up again. Great, I thought. Just what I needed to stay awake through another mind-numbing shift. The first few hours crawled by. I restocked the coolers, mopped the floors, and tried to coax the temperamental coffee machine into cooperating. Around 1 a.m., a truck driver stopped in for gas and coffee, grumbling about the long haul ahead of him. I nodded sympathetically, grateful for the brief human interaction. It was just after 2 a.m. when things started to get weird. I was engrossed in my dog-eared copy of On the Road when I heard the rumble of engines outside. Looking up, I saw 3 cars pull into the lot, an old Chevy, a beat-up van, and a sleek black SUV that seemed out of place next to the other vehicles. 6 people got out, all men, ranging from their mid-20s to maybe 50. They were an odd mix. Some looked rough, like they'd seen their share of bar fights, while others could have passed for businessmen if not for the intense look in their eyes. As they entered the store, the atmosphere shifted. The air felt charged, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. They spread out, moving through the aisles with a purpose that set my nerves on edge. The oldest of the group, a tall man with salt and pepper hair, approached the counter. His smile didn't reach his eyes as he asked, "You got a bathroom key?" I nodded, reaching for the key hanging on a hook behind me. As I turned back, I noticed the others had positioned themselves strategically around the store, one by the door, another near the security camera in the corner. My heart began to race. "Here you go," I said, trying to keep my voice steady as I handed over the key. He took it, but didn't move. Instead, he leaned in close, his voice low. "Here's what's going to happen, kid. You're going to open that register and give us everything in it. Then you're going to show us where you keep the safe. Do that, and maybe you walk away from this." My mind reeled. This couldn't be happening. Not here. Not in this forgotten little gas station where the most excitement we ever had was when someone's card got declined. "Look," I stammered, "there's not much cash here. Most people use cards these days. Why don't you just—" His hand shot out, grabbing my collar and pulling me close. "This isn't a negotiation," he growled. "Open the register now." I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get it open. As I started emptying the cash into a bag one of the others had tossed onto the counter, I tried to think of a way out of this. The silent alarm was under the counter, but with them watching my every move, there was no way to trigger it without them noticing. The safe, the leader demanded once the register was empty. Where is it? I led them to the back office, my mind racing. The safe was on a time lock. It couldn't be opened until the morning shift arrived. Would they believe me? Or would they decide I was lying and take their frustration out on me? As I explained the situation, I saw anger flash in the leader's eyes. He turned to his companions, speaking in low, urgent tones. I caught phrases like waste of time and move on to the next one. A spark of hope ignited in my chest. Maybe they'd just leave, content with the few $100s from the register. But then I heard something that made my blood run cold. We can't leave any witnesses. Time seemed to slow down. I saw the leader reach into his jacket, probably for a gun. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I lunged for the fire extinguisher mounted on the wall, ripping it free and squeezing the trigger. A cloud of white powder filled the small office. In the confusion, I swung the extinguisher, connecting with something solid. Someone yelled in pain. I didn't wait to see who, I just ran. I burst out of the office and hearing shouts and curses behind me. The store was a maze of shelves and displays, and I used every bit of knowledge from my months working here to my advantage. I knocked over stands of chips and candy as I went, trying to slow them down. I made it to the front door, but one of them was there, blocking my exit. Without thinking, I grabbed a bottle of windshield washer fluid from a nearby display and hurled it at his head. It connected with a sickening thud, and he went down. The cool night air hit me as I ran into the parking lot. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps pounding on the asphalt. I ran towards the darkness beyond the reach of the fluorescent lights, hoping to lose them in the desert night. My lungs burned as I ran, the sound of pursuit driving me on. I had no idea where I was going, only that I had to get away. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I risked a glance back. I couldn't see anyone, but I could hear distant shouts. I kept moving, my feet carrying me over rocks and scrub brush. The gas station was now just a dim glow on the horizon. As the adrenaline began to wear off, the reality of my situation set in. I was alone in the desert, miles from anywhere, with a group of dangerous men potentially still looking for me. Just as despair was about to overwhelm me, I saw headlights in the distance. A car was approaching on the highway. Without thinking, I ran towards it, waving my arms frantically. The car slowed, then stopped. An older couple peered out at me, their faces a mixture of concern and wariness. "Please," I gasped. "I need help. There are men after me. They robbed the gas station. They tried to kill me." Maybe it was the terror in my voice or the disheveled state I was in, but they believed me. They let me into their car and sped off, the wife already dialing 911 on her cell phone. The next few hours were a blur of police statements and medical checkups. The robbers were long gone by the time the police arrived at the gas station, but they found plenty of evidence to corroborate my story. In the days that followed, as the shock wore off, I was left to grapple with the aftermath of that night. The fear, the lingering what-ifs, the knowledge of how close I'd come to death. But I also felt a strange sense of pride. I'd faced the worst moment of my life and come out the other side. I quit my job at the gas station, unsurprisingly. But the experience changed me in ways I'm still discovering. I went back to college, more focused and determined than ever. I still write, but my stories have taken on a new depth, informed by my brush with true danger and the resilience I found within myself. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear phantom footsteps, still feel the rush of fear as I run through the darkness. But I remind myself that I survived. I outsmarted them. I got away. And if I could face down a group of armed robbers with nothing but quick thinking and a fire extinguisher, well, maybe finishing this degree and making something of myself isn't so impossible after all. The acrid smell of burning rubber filled the air as our minivan limped into the parking lot of the Sunshine Inn. What should have been a fun family road trip had turned into a nightmare of mechanical failures and wrong turns. Little did we know, our car troubles were about to become the least of our worries. I'm Sarah, a 35-year-old elementary school teacher from Chicago. My husband Mike and our two kids, Emma, 10, and Liam, 8, had been planning this cross-country adventure for months. We were headed to the Grand Canyon, with plenty of quirky roadside attractions planned along the way. Everything had been going great until we hit the middle of nowhere in rural Nevada. That's when our trusty minivan decided it had had enough. Strange noises from the engine, a worrying shake in the steering wheel, and finally, smoke billowing from under the hood. We limped along, praying to find somewhere, anywhere, to stop before the car gave up completely. When we saw the faded sign for the Sunshine Inn, it felt like a miracle. The motel looked like it had seen better days. Paint peeled from the walls, and half the neon letters in the vacancy sign were burnt out. But beggars can't be choosers, and we were definitely begging at this point. As Mike checked us in, I herded the kids into the lobby. The place smelled musty, like old cigarettes in desperation. Behind the counter stood an old man, his rheumy eyes regarding us with a mixture of curiosity and something else I couldn't quite place. "Welcome to Sunshine Inn," he croaked, handing Mike a key. "Room 13's all yours. Don't mind the noise. Old pipes, you know." We thanked him and trudged to our room, the kids complaining about the heat and the smell. The room was basic but clean enough. 2 queen beds, a small TV, and a bathroom that had probably last been updated when Nixon was president. Mike called a local mechanic, but of course they couldn't come out until morning. We settled in for the night, trying to make the best of it. I read the kids a story while Mike flipped through the 5 fuzzy channels on the TV. It was around midnight when I first heard it, a soft thump coming from the room next door. Then another, and another. It sounded like someone was moving furniture, but who would be doing that at this hour? Mike was snoring softly and the kids were out cold. I tried to ignore it, but the noise kept getting louder. Finally, I decided to call the front desk and complain. No answer. Frustrated, I threw on a robe and stepped outside. The desert night was cool, a stark contrast to the stuffy heat of our room. As I walked towards the office, I noticed something odd. There were no other cars in the parking lot, just our minivan looking forlorn under the flickering lights. The office was dark, and my knocks went unanswered. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the night air. Something wasn't right here. I hurried back to our room, only to find the door wouldn't open. The key turned, but it was like something was blocking it from the inside. Panic rising in my throat, I pounded on the door, calling for Mike. The door suddenly swung open, and I stumbled inside, but it wasn't Mike who had opened it. It was the old man from the front desk. Now, he said, his voice eerily calm. "Can't have you running around and spoiling the fun, can we?" I tried to scream, but a hand clamped over my mouth from behind. I struggled, kicking and flailing, but whoever held me was strong. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I saw Mike and the kids, bound and gagged on one of the beds. Their eyes were wide with terror. The old man chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "You folks picked the wrong place to break down," he said, "but don't worry, you'll be joining our little family soon enough." Over the next few hours, a nightmare unfolded. More people arrived, residents of the town, we learned. They spoke of a ritual, of sacrifices needed to appease some ancient desert god. We were to be those sacrifices. They took us to a cavern deep in the desert. The walls were adorned with strange symbols, and in the center stood a crude stone altar. As they prepared for their ritual, I frantically tried to think of a way out. It was Emma who provided our chance. She had managed to wiggle one hand free from her bonds and, in a moment of distraction, grabbed a ceremonial knife from one of our captors. In the chaos that followed, we managed to break free. We ran into the desert night, the cultists in hot pursuit. The sand shifted under our feet, and the cold air burned our lungs. But fear and adrenaline pushed us on. I don't know how long we ran. It felt like hours. The desert stretched endlessly in every direction, and more than once I feared we were running in circles. But finally, mercifully, we saw lights in the distance. It was a truck stop, a beacon of civilization in the vast emptiness. We burst through the doors, startling the handful of truckers inside. Between gasps, we managed to explain what had happened. The police were called, and soon the place was swarming with state troopers and FBI agents. They found the Sunshine Inn deserted, no trace of the old man or any of the townspeople. The cavern, when they located it, was empty save for the altar and the strange symbols on the walls. It was as if the entire town had vanished into thin air. In the days and weeks that followed, as we gave statements and tried to piece our lives back together, we learned more about the history of that lonely stretch of desert. There had been rumors for years of travelers going missing, of a town that appeared and disappeared like a mirage. But no one had ever been able to prove anything. The case remains open, but leads have gone cold. Sometimes I wonder if we imagined the whole thing, if the stress of our breakdown in the desert caused some sort of shared hallucination. But then I see the haunted look in my children's eyes, feel the phantom touch of ropes on my wrists, and I know it was all too real. We don't take road trips anymore. The thought of being out there, vulnerable and alone, is too much to bear. We've become homebodies, finding comfort in the familiar streets of Chicago. But even here, in the heart of the city, I sometimes wake in the night, heart pounding, convinced I can hear the old man's chuckle or the eerie chants of the cultists. The desert holds its secrets well. Whatever dark forces were at work in that forgotten corner of Nevada, they're still out there, waiting for the next unsuspecting travelers to break down in the wrong place at the wrong time. So if you're ever driving through the desert and see a sign for the Sunshine Inn, keep driving. No matter how tired you are, no matter how much your car is protesting, don't stop. Because some places aren't meant to be found, and some secrets are better left buried in the sand. Our family survived that night, but will never be the same. The carefree innocence of a simple road trip was shattered, replaced by a knowledge of darkness we can never unknow. But we have each other, and in the end, that's what matters. We faced the unimaginable together, and together, we'll find a way to move forward, one day at a time. The haunting melody drifted through the house, a phantom tune that sent shivers down my spine. I'd always dreamed of owning a beautiful antique piano, but as I stood there listening to music that shouldn't exist, I realized I'd invited something far more sinister into my home than just an old instrument. My name is Claire, and I'm a 34-year-old music teacher living in Las Vegas. I've always had a passion for classical music and antique instruments. So when I stumbled upon an ad for a stunning 19th century grand piano at a local antique shop, I couldn't resist. The shop was a cluttered maze of old furniture and curios. In the back, partially hidden by a dusty sheet, stood the piano. It was love at first sight. Rich mahogany wood, intricate carvings, ivory keys yellowed with age. The shop owner, a nervous man named Gerald, seemed eager to sell. "It's a beautiful piece," he said, his eyes darting around. "But, it has a bit of a history. Previous owner was rather eccentric." I was too enchanted to pay much attention to his warnings. After some negotiation, the piano was mine. As Gerald helped me arrange delivery, I could have sworn I saw relief in his eyes. The piano looked perfect in my living room. That first evening, I sat down to play, my fingers gliding over the keys. The sound was rich and resonant, better than any modern piano I'd ever played. I lost myself in the music, playing until my fingers ached. It was well past midnight when I finally went to bed, feeling more content than I had in years. But as I drifted off to sleep, I thought I heard a faint melody coming from downstairs. Probably just my imagination, I told myself. The next few days were blissful. I spent every free moment at the piano, even calling in sick to work one day just to play. But slowly, I began to notice odd things. Sheet music rearranging itself when I wasn't looking. Keys that were sticky one moment would be perfectly fine the next. And always, that faint melody when I wasn't playing. A week after bringing the piano home, I woke in the middle of the night to music. Not the faint whisper I'd been hearing, but a full, powerful concerto. I crept downstairs, heart pounding. The living room was empty, but the piano keys were moving on their own, playing a piece I'd never heard before. I stood there, frozen in shock and fear, until the piece ended. As the last note faded, I heard a voice, soft, cultured, with an accent I couldn't place. "Ah, there you are, my dear. I was wondering when you'd join me." I whirled around, but there was no one there, just the piano, silent and innocent looking in the moonlight. Who's there?" I stammered, a chuckle, seemingly from the piano itself. "Allow me to introduce myself. Alistair Blackwood, at your service, former owner of this fine instrument." My mind reeled. This couldn't be happening. Ghosts weren't real. I was hallucinating, or dreaming, or going mad. "Oh, I assure you, you're quite sane," Alistair's voice said, as if reading my thoughts. "Though I admit, this situation is rather unusual." Over the next hour, as dawn slowly brightened the sky, Alistair told me his story. He had been a renowned pianist in the late 1800s, his talent matched only by his ambition. Desperate for fame and musical ability beyond his years, he'd made a deal with a dark entity. In exchange for unparalleled skill, he'd bound his soul to the piano. It was glorious for a time. Alistair's voice was wistful. But eternity is a long time to be trapped in wood and wire. I listened, fascinated and terrified in equal measure. Part of me still couldn't believe this was real, but a deeper part knew it was true. I could feel Alistair's presence, a weight in the air around the piano. "So, what happens now?" I asked, once he'd finished his tale. "Now, my dear, we make beautiful music together." And we did. Over the next few weeks, Alistair taught me things about music I'd never dreamed of. My playing improved dramatically, and I found myself composing pieces that felt far beyond my abilities. But there was a price. Alistair was demanding. He insisted I play for hours each day, growing angry if I tried to leave the piano. I began to neglect my job, my friends, even basic self-care. Dark circles formed under my eyes, and my fingers were constantly sore from marathon playing sessions. When I did manage to tear myself away, strange things would happen. Objects would move on their own. Doors would slam. Once, I woke to find all my sheets shredded, as if by furious hands. I knew I needed help, but who would believe me? I tried getting rid of the piano, but every time I made arrangements for its removal, something would go wrong. Movers would cancel, trucks would break down, or I'd find myself unable to leave the house on the appointed day. It all came to a head one stormy night. I'd been playing for hours, my fingers bleeding, Alistair pushing me to continue. In a moment of desperation, I slammed the lid down and screamed, "Enough." The room went deathly quiet. Then, slowly, the lid began to rise on its own. Alistair's voice, when it came, was cold with fury. "You ungrateful child. Do you know how many would kill for the opportunity I've given you? Perhaps it's time I found a more appreciative student." The piano began to play on its own, a dark, discordant melody that made my teeth ache. The room grew cold, and I could see my breath misting in the air. Shadows gathered in the corners, taking on monstrous shapes. I ran, out of the house into the rain-soaked night. I could hear the music following me, growing louder even as I put distance between myself and the house. I ran until my lungs burned, until I couldn't take another step. I found myself in front of an old church. Desperate for sanctuary, I pounded on the door. An elderly priest answered. taking in my wild appearance with concern. "Please," I gasped. "I need help. There's something in my piano." To my surprise and relief, the priest didn't dismiss me. He listened to my story with grave attention, then nodded. "I've heard of such things before," he said. "Dark bargains, souls bound to objects. Come, we have work to do." What followed was like something out of a movie. The priest gathered holy water, blessed candles, and ancient-looking books. We returned to my house, where the piano was still playing its hellish symphony. The exorcism, for lack of a better word, was terrifying. The priest chanted in Latin while I recited prayers. The piano thrashed and howled, keys striking discordant notes. At one point, it actually rose off the ground, hovering menacingly. Alistair's voice rang out, alternating between threats and pleading. He offered me fame, fortune, musical ability beyond my wildest dreams. But I stood firm, continuing the prayers even as objects flew around the room. Just when I thought we would fail, that Alistair and whatever dark force empowered him would overwhelm us, there was a blinding flash of light. The piano crashed to the floor, suddenly silent. In the quiet aftermath, the priest and I approached cautiously. The piano looked different somehow, older, worn. When I tentatively pressed a key, the sound was flat and tuneless. "It's over," the priest said, laying a comforting hand on my shoulder. "The spirit has been released." In the days that followed, I struggled to process what had happened. The priest helped me find a support group for people who'd experienced supernatural events. Slowly, I began to heal. I kept the piano, now nothing more than an ordinary instrument. Sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear a faint melody. Not Alistair's powerful concertos, but something softer, almost wistful. A reminder, perhaps, of the price of ambition and the power of redemption. Music is still a part of my life, but now on my own terms. I've started teaching again, finding joy in nurturing young talent without the pressure of dark bargains. And if sometimes my students complain that I'm too lenient, well, I just smile. After Alistair, any other teacher would seem easy in comparison. The experience changed me, opened my eyes to a world beyond what most people see. I'm more cautious now, especially around antiques with murky histories, but I'm also more aware of the beauty in simple things. A student's first successful scale, the laughter of friends, the quiet peace of a normal life. Alistair sought greatness and found eternal imprisonment. I found something far more valuable, the strength to face the darkness and emerge, changed but unbroken, into the light. The snap of a twig echoed through the forest, freezing me in my tracks. I held my breath, straining my ears for any further sound. There it was again, the unmistakable crunch of leaves under a heavy foot. Someone, or something, was out there in the darkness, watching me. And I was alone, miles from civilization, with nothing but a dying flashlight and the clothes on my back. I'm Alex, a 29-year-old wildlife photographer from Portland. I'd come to this remote stretch of Oregon wilderness to capture images of the elusive gray wolf. It was supposed to be a routine 3-day camping trip. But as I stood there in the pitch-black forest, heart pounding, I realized this assignment had become something far more dangerous. The day had started normally enough. I'd hiked deep into the woods, setting up camp near a clearing where wolf sightings had been reported. As dusk fell, I'd ventured out with my camera, hoping to catch a glimpse of my quarry in the fading light. But as night descended, things started to go wrong. First, my GPS malfunctioned, leaving me unsure of my exact location. Then, as I tried to find my way back to camp, my flashlight began to flicker and dim. Lost and increasingly anxious, I pressed on, hoping to stumble upon a landmark I recognized. That's when I first sensed I wasn't alone. It started as a feeling, a prickle on the back of my neck. Then came the sounds, rustling in the underbrush, the occasional snap of a branch. At first, I told myself it was just nocturnal wildlife, but as the noises grew closer and more deliberate, a chilling realization set in. I was being stalked. My mind raced through the possibilities. A bear, a mountain lion, or maybe, ironically, the very wolves I'd come to photograph. None of the options were comforting. I picked up my pace, no longer caring about stealth or finding my camp. My only goal now was to put distance between myself and whatever was following me. But with each hurried step, the sounds behind me grew louder, closer. Panic began to set in. I was lost in a vast forest, in the middle of the night, with a dying flashlight and an unknown predator on my tail. The rational part of my brain screamed at me to stay calm, to think logically, but primal fear was taking over, urging me to run blindly into the darkness. Just as I was about to give in to that urge, my foot caught on an exposed root. I went down hard, the air rushing out of my lungs as I hit the forest floor. My camera bag flew from my shoulder, scattering expensive equipment across the ground. The flashlight fell from my grip, flickering once more before plunging me into total darkness. For a moment, I lay there, dazed and winded. Then I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, approaching my position. Adrenaline surged through me. I scrambled to my hands and knees, frantically feeling around for the flashlight. My hand closed around the cold metal just as a twig snapped mere feet away. Heart in my throat. I raised the flashlight like a weapon and clicked the switch. A weak beam illuminated a pair of legs, human legs, clad in dirty jeans. My gaze traveled upward, past a tattered jacket, to a face that made my blood run cold. The man standing before me looked wild, his beard matted and his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. In his hand was a crude spear, its tip glinting wickedly in the flashlight's beam. "Well, well," he said, his voice rough from disuse. "What do we have here?" I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. My mind was blank with terror. The man crouched down, bringing his face level with mine. I could smell his rancid breath as he spoke. "You're a long way from home, city boy. These woods ain't safe for your kind." I'm just a photographer," I managed to stammer. "I'm not looking for any trouble." He laughed, a harsh sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Trouble's already found you. Question is, what am I going to do with you?" As he considered, I took in more details. His clothes, though filthy, had once been good quality outdoor gear, and there, on his jacket, was a patch I recognized, the logo of a search and rescue team. "You're Jake Hawkins," I blurted out, "the ranger who went missing 5 years ago." His eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed suspiciously. "How do you know that name?" "There were news stories," I explained quickly. "A massive search. They never found you." Jake, and if it really was him, was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, tinged with something that might have been sadness. "They didn't look hard enough, or in the right places." "What happened to you?" I asked, curiosity temporarily overriding my fear. He stood abruptly, pacing in a tight circle. "Got lost, injured. By the time I could move again, winter had set in. Couldn't find my way out." He stopped, fixing me with an intense stare. "But I survived. Learned things about the forest, about myself. I saw an opportunity and seized it. Let me help you. I can contact the authorities, get you rescued." "Rescued?" he snarled, suddenly angry. "I don't need rescuing. This is my home now, my territory." He raised the spear, and I flinched back. But instead of striking, he used it to point off into the darkness. "You're the one who needs rescuing, city boy. You're lost alone, unprepared for what these woods can do to a man." I nodded frantically. "You're right. I'm completely lost. Please, if you could just point me in the direction of the nearest trail or road." Jake cut me off with a bark of laughter. "It's not that simple. These woods, they change a man, strip away all the civilized parts, leave nothing but the animal underneath." He leaned in close again. Tell me, photographer, you feeling civilized right now? I swallowed hard, acutely aware of how primal my fear was, how close to the surface my survival instincts were running. I just want to go home, I whispered. Something in my tone must have reached him. Jake straightened up, conflict clear on his face. For a long moment, he stood there, the spear twisting in his grip as he wrestled with some internal debate. Finally, he let out a long sigh. All right, city boy, I'll lead you out. But not because I care what happens to you, because I need you to deliver a message. Hope surged in my chest. Anything. What's the message? Tell them I'm alive, but tell them not to come looking. This is my home now, and I'll defend it if I have to. With that, he turned and began walking. I scrambled to gather my scattered equipment, then hurried after him, not wanting to lose sight of my unlikely savior in the darkness. We walked for hours. Jake moved through the forest with an ease that spoke of deep familiarity, while I stumbled along behind him. As we traveled, he spoke sporadically, sharing disjointed bits of his story. How he'd nearly died that first winter, how he'd slowly adapted, learning the ways of the forest, and how, somewhere along the line, he'd lost the desire to return to civilization. As dawn began to lighten the sky, I heard a sound that made my heart leap. Cars. We were nearing a road. Jake stopped at the forest's edge. This is as far as I go. Follow that road. You'll hit a gas station in about 5 miles. He turned to leave, then paused. Remember your promise, city boy. Tell them I'm alive, but that I'm where I belong now. Before I could respond, he melted back into the forest, leaving me alone at the roadside. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I made it to the gas station, called for help, gave statements to the local sheriff and forest service, but I kept my promise to Jake, telling them only that I'd gotten lost and found my way out on my own. In the weeks that followed, as I recovered from my ordeal, I thought often of Jake. I wondered if I'd done the right thing in keeping his secret. Part of me felt I should have told the authorities, given his family closure, but a larger part understood his choice. The forest had changed him, as it had changed me in just one night. I never returned to those woods, and I gave up wildlife photography. But sometimes, on dark nights when the wind whispers through the trees, I think of Jake out there in his wilderness, and I wonder which of us is truly civilized, and which is truly free. The echo of my footsteps in the empty corridors sent a chill down my spine. Night shifts at Oakwood Industries were always eerie, but tonight felt different. The air was thick with tension, as if the old factory itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I had no idea that in a few short hours I'd be running for my life, desperately trying to expose a secret that could get me killed. My name's Tom, and I've been working as a night janitor at Oakwood for the past 6 months. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays the bills and gives me time to work on my novel during the quiet hours. The factory is a maze of corridors, assembly lines, and storage rooms, most of which are shut down and silent during the night shift. That night started like any other. I clocked in at 10 p.m., exchanged a few words with the day shift supervisor, and began my rounds. The first few hours were uneventful, mopping floors, emptying trash bins, the usual routine. But around 2 a.m., things took a turn for the strange. I was cleaning near the executive offices when I heard voices. That in itself wasn't unusual. Sometimes management worked late, but these voices were hushed, urgent, coming from a part of the building that should have been empty. Curiosity got the better of me. I crept closer, my mop forgotten in my hands. As I neared the source of the voices, I could make out bits and pieces of the conversation. Shipment arrives tomorrow night. Can't risk exposure. Take care of any loose ends. My heart began to race. This didn't sound like any normal business discussion. I edged closer, trying to get a better look through the gap in the door. What I saw made my blood run cold. In the office were three men I recognized: our CEO, the head of security, and a man I'd seen around but never spoken to. They were huddled around a computer, looking at what appeared to be blueprints of the factory. The CEO pointed at something on the screen. "We'll bring it in through here. The night crew won't suspect a thing." The unknown man nodded. "And you're sure we can trust them?" "They're well paid to be discreet," the head of security replied. "Anyone who becomes a problem, well, accidents happen in factories all the time." I must have made a noise, a gasp, a shifted foot, because suddenly all three heads snapped up, looking directly at me. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, chaos erupted. "Get him," the CEO shouted. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear footsteps behind me, gaining quickly. I knew the layout of the factory better than they did, and I used every shortcut and hidden passage I could think of. Down one corridor, through a storage room, up a flight of stairs. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but fear kept me moving. I burst into the main assembly area, a vast space filled with dormant machinery. As I weaved between conveyor belts and robotic arms, I tried to make sense of what I'd seen and heard. Shipments, loose ends, accidents. It all pointed to something illegal, something dangerous. I needed to get out to call the police. But my phone was in my locker, and the exits were surely being watched by now. I needed a plan. As I ducked behind a large piece of machinery, trying to catch my breath, an idea struck me. The factory's security system, it recorded everything. If I could access the footage, I'd have proof of their conversation. But the security office was on the other side of the building, and I could hear my pursuers getting closer. I'd have to be careful. Smart. I moved silently through the shadows, using my knowledge of the night shift patrol routes to avoid detection. Every noise made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. But slowly, steadily, I made my way to the security office. The door was locked, but I had a master key, perks of being a janitor. Inside, I found the bank of monitors showing feeds from all over the factory. And there's in one corner, I saw three figures systematically searching the building, searching for me. With shaking hands, I accessed the system, scanning through the footage until I found what I was looking for, the meeting in the executive office. I downloaded it onto a USB drive, my ticket out of this nightmare. Just as the file finished copying, I heard voices in the hallway outside. They were close, too close. I pocketed the USB drive and looked around frantically for a way out. The air vent, it was small, but I thought I could squeeze through. I had just pulled the grate off when the door burst open. The head of security stood there, gun in hand, a look of cold fury on his face. "End of the line, Tom," he said, leveling the weapon at me. "You really should have minded your own business." In that moment, survival instinct took over. I lunged for the air vent, feeling the wind of a bullet whiz past my ear. I scrambled into the duct, the sound of gunshots and angry shouts fading as I crawled deeper into the building's innards. I don't know how long I was in those ducts, inching along in almost total darkness. Every sound amplified in the metal tunnels. My arms and legs were scraped raw, and the close quarters made it hard to breathe. But I kept going, driven by the knowledge that stopping meant certain death. Finally, I saw light ahead. I emerged onto the roof, the cool night air a shock after the stuffy confines of the air ducts. I could see the lights of the city spread out before me, so close yet so far away. I heard the roof access door slam open behind me. They'd figured out where I'd gone. With nowhere else to run, I did the only thing I could think of. I jumped. The next building was close, but the gap seemed impossibly wide as I sailed through the air. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought I wasn't going to make it. Then my feet hit solid ground, the impact jarring every bone in my body. I didn't stop to celebrate my miraculous escape. I ran, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, using every parkour trick I'd learned in my misspent youth. Behind me, I could hear angry shouts and the occasional gunshot. I don't know how I made it off those rooftops and into the streets below. The rest of the night was a blur of back alleys and shadowy corners, constantly looking over my shoulder, terrified I'd see my pursuers. As dawn broke, I found myself at the police station, exhausted, battered, but alive. I stumbled in, clutching the USB drive like a lifeline. The next few days were a whirlwind of police statements, FBI interviews, and news reports. The USB drive contained not just footage of that night's conversation, but evidence of a massive smuggling operation that had been running through Oakwood for years. Arrests were made, including the CEO and several high-ranking executives. The company was thrown into chaos, and I found myself hailed as a whistleblower and hero. But even as the dust settled and life began to return to normal, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The paranoia that had kept me alive that night lingered, making me jump at shadows and eye strangers with suspicion. I left town soon after, using some of the reward money to start a new life elsewhere. I finally finished my novel, drawing on my experience to write a thriller that became a surprise bestseller. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear phantom footsteps, still feel the cold fear of being hunted. But then I remind myself that I survived. I faced unimaginable danger and came out the other side. And if I could do that, I can face whatever life throws at me next. The night shift at Oakwood changed me forever. It showed me the darkness that can lurk behind respectable facades, but it also showed me my own strength and resilience. And in the end, that knowledge is more valuable than any paycheck or reward. The old Victorian bed and breakfast loomed before me, its weathered facade a stark contrast to the cheery vacancy sign flickering in the window. As I pulled into the gravel driveway, exhausted from hours of driving, I had no idea that checking in would be the biggest mistake of my life. Sometimes, a refuge can become a prison, and a haven can hide horrors beyond imagination. My name is Sarah, and I'm a 35-year-old freelance writer from Seattle. I'd been on the road for weeks, researching a book about small-town America. This quaint BB in rural Maine seemed like the perfect place to rest and gather my thoughts before heading home. The proprietors, an elderly couple named Harold and Edna, greeted me with warm smiles and offers of freshly baked cookies. Their kindness was a balm after so many nights in impersonal motels. As Edna showed me to my room, chattering about the house's history, I felt myself relaxing for the first time in days. The room was charming, if a bit dated. Floral wallpaper, a 4-poster bed, and antique furniture gave it a cozy, grandmother's house feel. I unpacked, took a long hot shower, and settled in for what I hoped would be a peaceful night's sleep. I woke sometime in the dark hours before dawn, disoriented and thirsty. As I fumbled for the bedside lamp, I heard something that made me freeze. Footsteps in the hallway outside my room, followed by hushed whispers. Another one. Perfect timing. Shh. Not so loud. We don't want to wake her. My heart began to race. Something about their tone sent chills down my spine. I crept to the door, pressing my ear against it. Harold's preparing the basement. We'll move her after breakfast. Move me. To the basement. 1,000 terrifying scenarios flashed through my mind. I tried the door handle, only to find it locked from the outside. Panic set in. I was trapped. And it was clear that Harold and Edna's wholesome grandparent act was just that, an act. But what were they planning, and how many others had fallen into their trap? I forced myself to think rationally. I needed to find a way out and get help. The window seemed like my best option. I opened it as quietly as I could, wincing at every creak. The drop to the ground was substantial, but there was a trellis that looked sturdy enough to climb down. Just as I was about to attempt my escape, I heard a key in the lock. I dove back into bed, feigning sleep as the door opened. Through barely open eyes, I saw Harold enter, carrying something that made my blood run cold, rope and a syringe. I waited until he was beside the bed before I made my move. I kicked out hard, catching him in the stomach. As he doubled over, wheezing, I bolted for the door. Edna was in the hallway, her grandmotherly facade gone, replaced by a look of cold determination. "Now, dear, don't make this difficult," she said, advancing on me with surprising speed for someone her age. I ducked under her outstretched arms and ran down the stairs, taking them two at a time. Behind me, I could hear Harold's angry shouts and Edna's hurried footsteps. The front door was locked. Of course it was. I ran to the kitchen, desperately searching for another way out. That's when I saw it. A door, partially hidden behind a pantry shelf. The basement. Curiosity warred with fear. What was down there? More importantly, was there a way out? With no time to second guess, I yanked the door open and plunged into the darkness below. The stairs creaked under my feet as I descended, the air growing colder and damper with each step. What I found in that basement will haunt me for the rest of my days. The room was large, lit by flickering fluorescent tubes that cast everything in a sickly glow. And there, arranged in neat rows, were people, dozens of them, strapped to gurneys, IV lines running into their arms. Some were clearly unconscious, while others moaned softly or twitched in their restraints. On a nearby table, I saw vials of some unknown substance and medical equipment I couldn't even begin to identify. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Was this some kind of twisted medical experiment? A black market organ harvesting operation? Before I could process it all, I heard the basement door open. Harold's voice drifted down, a mixture of anger and false concern. "Sarah, dear, come now. Don't be frightened. We only want to help you. Help me." Like they'd helped all these other poor souls. I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. That's when I saw her, a young woman, strapped to a gurney near the back of the room. Unlike the others, her eyes were clear and alert. She was mouthing something at me, nodding towards a far corner of the basement. I moved closer, straining to understand. "Key," she whispered. "Cabinet, red vial." I didn't have time to question her. I could hear Harold and Edna on the stairs now. I ran to the cabinet she'd indicated, yanking it open. Inside was a jumble of keys and vials in various colors. I grabbed a ring of keys and a vial of red liquid, then turned to face my captors. Harold reached the bottom of the stairs first, his kindly demeanor replaced by cold fury. "You shouldn't have come down here, Sarah. You've forced our hand." Edna appeared behind him, a syringe in her gnarled hands. "It's for the greater good, dear. Your sacrifice will save so many lives." They advanced on me, backing me into a corner. In desperation, I uncorked the red vial and flung its contents at them. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. Where the liquid touched their skin, it began to bubble and smoke. Harold and Edna screamed, clawing at their faces. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I ran to the young woman who had helped me, fumbling with the keys until I found one that fit her restraints. "I'm Amy," she gasped as I helped her up. "We have to hurry. The others, we can't leave them." But it was too late. Harold and Edna, their faces twisted with rage and pain, were recovering. And now, the other victims were stirring, their eyes opening to reveal pupils so dilated they looked almost black. "Run!" Amy screamed, pulling me towards a small window near the ceiling. "They're too far gone. We can't help them now." Together, we pushed a heavy cabinet under the window, climbing up and squeezing through the narrow opening. We tumbled onto the dew-covered grass just as hands grabbed at our ankles. We ran into the pre-dawn darkness, not daring to look back. Amy led me to a hidden car she said belonged to a previous victim, the keys still in the ignition. As we sped away, Amy filled me in on the horrifying truth. Harold and Edna had been conducting illegal experiments for decades, luring in travelers and using them as test subjects for a drug they claimed could elevate human consciousness. Instead, it turned people into mindless drones, neither fully alive nor dead. We drove straight to the police, but by the time they raided the BB, Harold and Edna were gone. The basement was empty, wiped clean of all evidence. If it weren't for Amy, I might have thought I'd imagined the whole thing. The investigation is ongoing, but I don't have much hope they'll be caught. Amy and I have formed a support group for survivors of similar experiences, though few believe our story. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear Harold's voice, calling me down to the basement. I see Edna's eyes, cold and determined, as she advances with that syringe, and I wonder about those poor souls we left behind. Are they still out there, trapped in a hellish half-life? I don't stay at BB's anymore. Hotels feel safer, more anonymous. But even there, I always check the locks. Always have an escape route planned. Because I know now that evil can wear the kindest faces, and that sometimes the most dangerous place is the one that feels like home. The crackling of the campfire couldn't drown out the eerie silence of the forest around us. It was our third night in the wilderness, and something felt off. The usual nighttime sounds, crickets chirping, owls hooting, had vanished, replaced by a heavy stillness that set my nerves on edge. Little did we know, our peaceful camping trip was about to turn into a nightmare that would haunt us for years to come. I'm Mike, a 28-year-old software engineer from Boston. My friends, Sarah, Tom, and Lisa, and I had been planning this camping trip for months. We were all city kids, eager to escape the constant noise and pressure of urban life for a few days of nature and solitude. The remote campsite in the Adirondacks seemed perfect, scenic, isolated, and far from the crowds of more popular spots. The first 2 days had been amazing. We hiked, swam in crystal-clear lakes, and spent our evenings around the campfire, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows. But as the sun set on our third day, an inexplicable sense of unease settled over our group. It started with small things. Tom swore he saw shadows moving just beyond the firelight, but when we shone our flashlights into the darkness, there was nothing there. Sarah's backpack, which she'd left outside her tent, somehow ended up hanging from a tree branch 20 feet in the air. We laughed it off, blaming it on forgetfulness and overactive imaginations fueled by ghost stories. But then came the footprints. I was the first to notice them on our fourth morning. A line of tracks, too large to be human, too strange to be any animal we knew, circling our campsite. They seemed to appear out of nowhere and disappear just as mysteriously. "Guys," I called out, my voice shakier than I'd like to admit. "You need to see this." The others gathered around, their faces mirroring the confusion and fear I felt. "What the hell made those?" Tom asked, crouching down to examine the prints more closely. Lisa, always the skeptic, tried to rationalize it. "It's probably just some local kids playing a prank. They must have used fake feet or something." But deep down, we all knew this was no prank. The prints were deep, pressing into the hard-packed earth with a weight that no human could match. And there was something about their shape, a wrongness that sent shivers down my spine. We debated what to do. Part of me wanted to pack up and leave immediately, but another part was curious. Plus, we were at least a day's hike from our cars, and the idea of traversing unknown trails with whatever made those tracks out there didn't seem wise. In the end, we decided to stay put, but remain vigilant. We took turns keeping watch that night, our eyes straining against the darkness, ears alert for any unusual sound. It was during my watch, in those quiet hours before dawn, that I heard it. A low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I froze, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would wake the others. Then I saw them, eyes, glowing an unnatural green, peering out from the underbrush, not just one pair, but several, surrounding our campsite. I opened my mouth to shout a warning, but no sound came out. Suddenly, The eyes retreated, disappearing as quickly as they had appeared. I sat there, shaking, until the first rays of sunlight began to peek through the trees. When I told the others what I'd seen, I could tell they weren't sure whether to believe me. But as we emerged from our tents that morning, we found undeniable evidence that something had visited our camp. Our supplies had been ransacked, food containers torn open and their contents strewn about. But it was the message, crudely scratched into the bark of a nearby tree, that chilled us to our cores. Get out. There was no more debate. We packed up as quickly as we could, leaving behind anything non-essential in our haste to vacate the area. As we hiked, the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Twigs snapped behind us, and more than once I caught glimpses of something large moving parallel to our path, always just out of clear sight. We'd been walking for hours, our nerves frayed and tempers short, when Sarah suddenly stopped dead in her tracks. "Guys," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "we've been here before." She was right. Somehow, despite following our map and compass, we had ended up back at our original campsite. The remnants of our hasty departure were still scattered about, but now they were arranged in a crude circle. In the center lay a small, strange object. Tom, either braver or more foolish than the rest of us, approached it. It's a tooth," he said, picking it up. "But I've never seen one this big before." Before any of us could respond, a roar split the air, a sound so loud and primal it seemed to shake the very ground beneath our feet. Trees at the edge of the clearing began to sway and crack as something massive moved towards us. We ran. There was no plan, no coordination, just pure, animalistic flight. I could hear the others crashing through the underbrush around me, their panicked breathing matching my own. Behind us, the sound of pursuit was terrifyingly close. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the green blur of the forest. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. It was Lisa who found the cave. "In here," she shouted, ducking into a narrow opening between two boulders. We followed without hesitation, squeezing through the tight space into a small cavern beyond. For a moment, all was quiet, except for our ragged breathing. Then came the snuffling, scratching sounds of something large trying to get at us. Claws scraped against rock as our unseen pursuer attempted to widen the opening. We huddled together in the darkness, too afraid even to use our flashlights lest the light give away our exact position. Hours passed, the sounds outside alternating between frenzied activity and eerie silence. As night fell, a new sound reached us. Voices, human voices calling out. For a wild moment, I thought we were saved. But then I realized the voices were wrong somehow. They sounded like our friends and family calling our names, pleading for help. But we knew, with a bone-deep certainty, that it was a trick. "Don't answer," I hissed, as Tom instinctively started to respond to what sounded like his mother's voice. "It's not them. It can't be." The night passed in a haze of fear and confusion. When morning finally came, the forest outside had gone quiet. We waited for hours more before finally, desperately thirsty and aching from our cramped positions, we emerged from our hiding spot. The forest seemed normal again. Birds chirped, squirrels chattered, and warm sunlight filtered through the canopy. If it weren't for our battered appearances and the haunted looks in each other's eyes, I might have thought it had all been a terrible dream. We made our way back to civilization in record time, not stopping until we reached the ranger station. The search and rescue team they sent out found no evidence of anything unusual at our campsite. The strange tracks, the message on the tree, the tooth, all of it was gone. In the years since, we've tried to make sense of what happened in those woods. We've researched cryptozoology, delved into local legends, even underwent hypnosis to recover any repressed memories. But we found no satisfying explanations. Sometimes late at night, I still hear those inhuman growls, still see those glowing eyes in the darkness. I've never returned to those woods, and I don't think I ever will. Whatever is out there, it made one thing clear. We don't belong in its domain. The four of us have drifted apart over the years, connected now only by the shared trauma of that camping trip. But every now and then, I'll get a panicked call from one of them, usually late at night. They don't need to say anything. I know they've had the dream again. The one where we don't make it to the cave in time, where those things in the forest catch us. And in those moments, as I try to comfort my friend over the phone, I find myself glancing out the window, searching the shadows for a pair of glowing green eyes. The clock on the wall ticked past 2 a.m., its steady rhythm a stark contrast to the frantic beating of my heart. I'd taken this job at the 24-hour diner to pay for college, expecting nothing more exciting than the occasional drunk customer or late-night truckers passing through. But as I stood behind the counter, straining to hear the hushed conversation from the booth in the corner, I realized I was about to become entangled in something far more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. My name's Alex, and I'm a 22-year-old psychology major at the local community college. The Night Owl Diner, where I work the graveyard shift, is one of those places that seems frozen in time, all chrome and red vinyl, with a jukebox that hasn't been updated since the 70s. Most nights, it's just me, our cook Gus, and a handful of regulars seeking refuge from their insomnia or their demons. This particular night had been slow, even by our standards. The only customers were a group of 4 men who had come in around midnight. They weren't our usual type, sharply dressed, with an air of tension about them that set my nerves on edge from the moment they walked in. They had taken the booth furthest from the counter, speaking in low tones and falling silent whenever I approached to refill their coffee. At first, I tried not to pay attention. Whatever their business was, it wasn't mine. But as the hours ticked by and their conversation grew more heated, I couldn't help but catch snippets that made my blood run cold. The shipment comes in tomorrow night. One of them, a tall man with a scar across his cheek, said, "We can't afford any slip-ups." Another, younger and visibly nervous, replied, "What if the cops get wind of it? This is big, man, bigger than anything we've done before." "Then we make sure there are no loose ends," the first man said, his tone leaving no doubt as to what he meant by loose ends. I tried to look busy, wiping down the already spotless counter and rearranging the pies in the display case. But inside, my mind was racing. Were these guys planning some kind of heist, drug deal? Whatever it was clearly illegal and potentially violent. I debated what to do. Should I call the police? But what if I was misunderstanding the situation? Or worse, what if these men found out I had reported them? As I pondered my options, the bell above the door chimed. I looked up to see a man in a police uniform walk in, and my heart nearly stopped. It was Officer Dan, a regular who often stopped by for coffee during his night patrols. The tension in the diner ratcheted up several notches. I could see the 4 men in the booth stiffen, their hands disappearing under the table. Were they going for weapons? Officer Dan, oblivious to the situation, ambled up to the counter with a friendly smile. "Hey there, Alex. The usual, please." I nodded, trying to keep my voice steady as I poured his coffee. Should I try to signal him somehow? Let him know that something was wrong. Before I could decide, the man with the scar stood up and approached the counter. "Heading out," he said gruffly, tossing some bills on the counter. "Keep the change." As his companions filed out behind him, he locked eyes with me. His gaze was cold, calculating. "Thanks for the coffee," he said, but his tone carried a clear warning. "Keep your mouth shut." The moment they were gone, I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Officer Dan, picking up on my distress, asked if everything was all right. In that moment, I made a decision that would change the course of my life. I told him everything I'd overheard. What followed was a whirlwind of activity. More police arrived, taking my statement and reviewing our security camera footage. I learned that the men were suspected members of a notorious crime syndicate, and that my information could be crucial in bringing down their operation. But as the adrenaline of the night wore off, fear set in. What if these men realized I had talked to the police? The look in the scarred man's eyes haunted me. I knew with chilling certainty that he wouldn't hesitate to silence a potential witness. The next few weeks were a blur of paranoia and sleepless nights. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every unfamiliar face on the street a potential assassin. I jumped at every unexpected noise, and the sound of the diner's bell made my heart race each time it rang. The police assured me they were making progress in their investigation, but it was cold comfort. I felt exposed, vulnerable. Even with the extra patrols they promised for my neighborhood, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My fears were realized one night as I was walking home from a late study session at the library. A black SUV pulled up beside me, and before I could react, two men grabbed me and pulled me inside. As they drove through the darkened streets, a familiar voice spoke from the front seat. "You should have kept your mouth shut, kid." It was the man with the scar. My blood turned to ice as I realized this might be my last night alive. They took me to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. As they marched me inside, I tried to memorize every detail, clinging to the hope that somehow I might survive this and be able to tell the police. The scarred man stood before me, his expression a mixture of anger and something that might have been regret. "You had to play the hero, didn't you? Couldn't just mind your own business?" I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "Please, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I was just scared." He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Yeah, well, now we're all in trouble. The cops are closing in and we need a way out." That's when I realized they weren't here to kill me, at least, not yet. They needed me for something. Over the next few hours, a plan emerged. They wanted me to go to the police, yes, to recant my statement, to tell them it was all a misunderstanding, that I had made it up for attention. In exchange, they promised to leave me alone. I knew it was a lie. Even if I did what they asked, there was no guarantee they wouldn't kill me anyway. But what choice did I have? As dawn broke, they drove me back to my neighborhood. The scarred man's final words echoed in my ears. "Remember, we'll be watching. One wrong move, and it's over." I walked into the police station on shaky legs, my rehearsed story playing over and over in my mind. But as I stood before the detective who had taken my original statement, something in me snapped. I couldn't do it. I couldn't let these men win, couldn't let them continue hurting people. So instead of the lie they had fed me, I told the truth. About the kidnapping, the warehouse, everything. The next few days were a frenzy of police activity. They found the warehouse, uncovered evidence of the syndicate's operations, and eventually arrested the men who had threatened me. As I watched the news reports of their arrests, relief washed over me. But it was tinged with a new understanding of the world, one where ordinary nights could turn extraordinary, where everyday decisions could have life or death consequences. I still work at the Night Owl Diner, believe it or not. But now, when I overhear snippets of late-night conversations, I listen with a keener ear and a wiser heart. I've learned that sometimes, doing the right thing isn't easy or safe, but it's necessary. Every night, as I pour coffee for the insomniacs and the night owls, I'm reminded of how a simple choice to speak up changed everything. And I know that if faced with the same situation again, I'd make the same choice. Because in the end, it's not just about self-preservation. It's about standing up for what's right, even when the cost is high. The diner's bell chimes, and I look up to greet the next customer. Who knows? Maybe tonight will be just another quiet shift. Or maybe, just maybe, it'll be the start of another extraordinary tale. The hitchhiker's thumb jutted out against the backdrop of the desolate highway, a lone figure silhouetted by the setting sun. I'd passed dozens of hitchers on this cross-country trip, but something about this one made me slow down. Maybe it was the exhaustion from hours of driving, or perhaps it was a misguided sense of altruism. Whatever the reason, as I pulled over to offer a ride, I had no idea I was inviting a nightmare into my car. I'm Jack, a 35-year-old software engineer from San Francisco. I'd decided to drive cross-country to my sister's wedding in New York, wanting to see the country and clear my head after a messy breakup. The trip had been uneventful until that fateful evening in the middle of Nevada. As I rolled down the window, the hitchhiker, a man probably in his late 20s with shaggy brown hair and intense blue eyes, flashed a grateful smile. "Thanks for stopping," he said, his voice carrying a slight accent I couldn't place. "I'm Mark. Mind if I throw my bag in the back?" I nodded, unlocking the doors. As Mark settled into the passenger seat, I caught a whiff of something metallic, like copper or iron. I brushed it off, assuming it was just the dusty smell of the road. "Where you headed?" I asked, pulling back onto the highway. "As far east as you're going," Mark replied, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "I'm trying to get to Chicago." We fell into easy conversation as the miles rolled by. Mark was charming and well-spoken, telling me about his adventures hitchhiking across the country. But there was something off about his stories. Details that didn't quite add up, timelines that seemed impossible. As night fell and the desert landscape gave way to darkened silhouettes, I began to feel uneasy. Mark's demeanor had subtly shifted. His responses became shorter, more guarded, and I caught him watching me out of the corner of his eye. We were about an hour from the next town when I decided to stop for gas. As I pulled into a dimly lit station, Mark offered to fill up the tank while I used the restroom. I hesitated, not wanting to leave him alone with my car, but my need for a bathroom break won out. In the grimy gas station bathroom, I splashed water on my face, trying to shake off my growing paranoia. That's when I heard it, a news report playing on a small TV behind the counter. Police are searching for Mark Ellison, wanted in connection with a string of murders across 3 states. Ellison is described as Caucasian, in his late 20s, with brown hair and blue eyes. He is considered armed and extremely dangerous. My blood ran cold. The description matched my passenger perfectly. With shaking hands, I pulled out my phone, ready to call 911. But as I reached for the door, it swung open. Mark stood there, his earlier charm replaced by a cold, calculating look. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Jack," he said, nodding at the phone in my hand. "Let's go for a little drive, shall we?" He gestured towards the car, and I saw the glint of a knife in his hand. My mind raced, searching for a way out, but I knew any sudden move could be fatal. Slowly, I walked back to the car, hyper-aware of Mark's presence behind me. As we pulled back onto the highway, Mark directed me to take a side road leading into the desert. The paved road soon gave way to dirt and gravel, the headlights illuminating nothing but scrub brush and darkness. "You know, Jack," Mark said conversationally, as if we were still friendly travelers, "I really did enjoy our chat. It's been a while since I had such stimulating company." I gripped the steering wheel tighter, trying to keep my voice steady. "What do you want from me, Mark? Or is that even your real name?" He chuckled, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "Oh, it's real enough. As for what I want, well, that's a complicated question. But for now, let's just say I need a ride and some understanding." We drove in tense silence for what felt like hours, deeper into the desert. My mind whirled with escape plans, each more desperate than the last. Could I crash the car? Try to overpower him? Every option seemed to end with me bleeding out in the sand. Finally, Mark instructed me to stop. We were in a small clearing, surrounded by high rock formations. The perfect place to hide a body, I thought grimly. "Turn off the engine," Mark said, his voice low and dangerous. As the car fell silent, the only sound was my own ragged breathing. Mark turned to face me, the knife glinting in the moonlight. "You seem like a smart guy, Jack. So I'm going to give you a choice. Option 1. You help me, drive me wherever I need to go. No questions asked. In return, you get to live. Option 2. Well, I think you can guess. I stared at him, my mouth dry. And if I help you, what happens when we reach your destination? How do I know you won't kill me anyway? Mark's lips curled into a cold smile. You don't. That's what makes it exciting, doesn't it? In that moment, facing my potential killer in the vast emptiness of the desert, something inside me snapped. All the pent-up frustration from my failed relationship, the monotony of my job, the sheer absurdity of this situation, it all came boiling to the surface. I started to laugh. It was a hysterical, uncontrolled sound that seemed to catch Mark off guard. You know what, Mark? I said between gasps of laughter. This is insane. This whole situation is completely insane. I was driving to a wedding, for God's sake, and now I'm in the middle of nowhere with a serial killer, being offered a choice between certain death and probable death. It's like a bad movie plot. Mark's composure slipped for a moment, confusion replacing the cold calculation in his eyes. What the hell are you talking about? I couldn't stop laughing. I'm talking about the absurdity of life, Mark. 1 minute you're debugging code, the next you're starring in your own personal horror film. So you know what? Fine. I'll drive you. Because at this point, why the hell not? Maybe I'll live, maybe I'll die, but at least it won't be boring. For a long moment, Mark just stared at me, the knife still held loosely in his hand. Then, to my utter astonishment, he started laughing too. It wasn't the cold chuckle from before, but a genuine, body-shaking laugh. You know, he said, wiping tears from his eyes. In all my years doing this, I've never had someone react quite like that. As our laughter died down, a strange sort of camaraderie settled over us. Don't get me wrong, I was still terrified and very aware that I was in the presence of a dangerous killer. But something had shifted. All right, Jack, Mark said, his tone softer than before. Let's make a deal. You drive me to Chicago. No funny business. In return, I promise you'll walk away when we get there, and to show my good faith. He opened the car door and tossed the knife out into the darkness. I'm trusting you not to turn me in, and you're trusting me not to kill you. Mutually assured destruction, of a sort. What do you say? I knew it was crazy. I knew the smart thing would be to try to escape, to contact the police at the first opportunity. But some part of me, the part that had been suffocating in my safe, predictable life, made me nod. Deal, I said. The next few days were the strangest of my life. Mark and I drove across the country, talking about everything and nothing. He told me about his life, how a series of tragedies had led him down this dark path. I shared stories of my mundane existence on which seemed to fascinate him. We were an odd pair, the software engineer and the serial killer, finding unexpected common ground on the open road. But always, there was the underlying tension, the knowledge that at any moment, things could go terribly wrong. When we finally reached Chicago, Mark directed me to a nondescript apartment building. As he gathered his things, he turned to me with an unreadable expression. You're a strange man, Jack, he said. Thank you for the ride, and for treating me like a human being. Then he was gone, disappearing into the city streets. I sat there for a long time trying to process what had happened. Part of me wanted to go to the police immediately, but another part knew I never would. As I turned the car around and started the long drive back to San Francisco, I felt changed. The world seemed bigger, more complex, more dangerous, but also more alive than ever before. I never saw Mark again, never knew what became of him. But that journey across the country with a killer changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. It taught me that life is unpredictable, that people are complex, and that sometimes the greatest adventures come from the most unlikely situations. Do I regret picking up that hitchhiker? Sometimes, in the dark of night, when I remember how close I came to death. But mostly, I'm grateful for the experience. It woke me up, shook me out of my comfortable routine, and showed me a side of life and myself that I never knew existed. So now, when I see a hitchhiker on the side of the road, I don't stop. But I do smile, remembering the strangest road trip of my life and the unlikely companion who taught me the true meaning of living on the edge. The first time I saw my new neighbors performing their strange ritual in the backyard, I dismissed it as eccentric behavior. But as the weeks passed and their activities grew more disturbing, I began to suspect that the quiet suburban house next door was harboring a dark and dangerous secret. Little did I know, my curiosity would lead me down a path that would test the limits of my sanity and challenge everything I thought I knew about the world around me. My name is Emily, and I'm a 34-year-old freelance writer who moved to this sleepy suburban neighborhood 6 months ago, seeking a quiet place to work on my novel. The street seemed perfect at first. Manicured lawns, friendly faces, and a sense of community I'd been missing in the city. But all that changed the day the Stevensons moved in next door. From the outset, something about the family felt off. Robert and Linda Stevenson were polite enough when I brought over a welcome basket, but their smiles never quite reached their eyes. Their 2 children, twins around 10 years old, were unnaturally quiet and always seemed to be watching me with an unsettling intensity. It started small. Late-night chanting from their backyard, strange symbols painted on their garage door only to be scrubbed away by morning, deliveries of large, oddly shaped packages that gave off a faint, sickly sweet odor. I tried to rationalize it away. Maybe they were just New Age enthusiasts or had an unusual hobby. But then came the night of the first full moon after their arrival. I was up late, working on a particularly tricky chapter, when I heard it, a low, guttural chanting that seemed to vibrate through the walls. Curiosity got the better of me, and I crept to my bedroom window, which overlooked their backyard. What I saw chilled me to my core. The entire Stevenson family was gathered around a crude stone altar, wearing dark robes. Robert was reading from an ancient-looking book, his voice rising and falling in a language I didn't recognize. Linda stood beside him, a curved dagger glinting in her hand, and there, bound on the altar, was a large animal, a goat, I thought at first, but its proportions seemed wrong somehow. As I watched, frozen in horror, Linda raised the dagger. The chanting reached a fever pitch, and then I turned away, unable to watch, but unable to block out the agonized bleeding that cut off with a sickening gurgle. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bed, telling myself it was all a bad dream. But in the morning, I saw Robert hosing down a dark stain on their patio, and I knew it had been all too real. From that night on, I became obsessed with uncovering the truth about the Stevensons. I started keeping a detailed log of their comings and goings, noting every strange occurrence. The chanting and rituals continued every full moon, each one seemingly more elaborate than the last. I tried talking to other neighbors, but they all seemed oblivious to the strangeness next door. Mrs. Henderson across the street even praised the Stevensons for their lovely garden parties. It was as if I was the only one who could see what was really happening. One afternoon, while the Stevensons were out, I worked up the courage to peek into their garage window. What I saw nearly made me scream. The walls were covered in intricate symbols and diagrams, and shelves lined with jars containing things I couldn't and didn't want to identify. In the center of the room was a large, ornate chest, padlocked shut. I knew I should go to the police, but what could I tell them? That I suspected my neighbors of being part of some kind of cult, that I'd witnessed what looked like animal sacrifice. Without proof, I'd sound like a lunatic, so I decided to gather evidence. I bought a high-end camera with a powerful zoom lens and started documenting everything. Late-night deliveries, strange visitors who arrived cloaked and hooded, the rituals that were becoming more frequent as some unknown deadline seemed to approach. It was during one of these late-night photography sessions that everything went sideways. I was so focused on capturing images of yet another ritual that I didn't hear my back door opening. The first I knew of it was a hand clamping over my mouth, stifling my scream. Now, Emily. Robert Stevenson's voice purred in my ear. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. I was dragged from my house and into the Stevensons' backyard. Linda and the twins were waiting, their faces impassive as I struggled against Robert's grip. They forced me onto the altar, the stone cold against my back, still stained dark from previous rituals. "We had such high hopes for you, Emily," Linda said, her voice eerily calm. "We thought you might be the one to join us willingly. But you just couldn't leave well enough alone, could you?" As they began to chant, I felt a strange heaviness settle over me. My limbs wouldn't respond, and my thoughts became sluggish. Through a haze, I saw Linda raise the dagger, its blade glowing with an unnatural light. But just as she was about to bring it down, a blinding flash lit up the night sky. A sound like thunder rolled over us, and suddenly, the backyard was filled with figures in gleaming armor, wielding swords that crackled with energy. The Stevensons scattered, hissing in anger and fear. The newcomers pursued them, all except for one who knelt beside me, placing a warm hand on my forehead. "Be at peace," a melodious voice said. "You're safe now." As the paralysis faded and my mind cleared, I found myself staring up at a being of such beauty and radiance that it hurt to look directly at them. They helped me sit up, and I saw that the backyard had become a battlefield. The Stevensons were putting up a fierce fight, their forms shifting and twisting in ways that defied physics and sanity. What's happening?" I managed to croak out. The being beside me, an angel, a god? I had no frame of reference for what I was seeing, spoke gently. "The beings you knew as the Stevensons are not of this world. They are ancient entities that feed on fear and chaos. We've been hunting them across dimensions." As I watched, Robert Stevenson let out an inhuman shriek as one of the armored figures ran him through with a glowing blade. His body seemed to fold in on itself, collapsing into a singularity before blinking out of existence. The battle was over quickly after that. Linda and one of the twins met the same fate as Robert, while the other twin was captured, bound in chains of light that seemed to cause it immense pain. The being who had protected me helped me to my feet. "You've been very brave, Emily, but I'm afraid your ordeal isn't quite over. You've seen things no human was meant to see, learned truths that could unravel the fabric of your reality." My heart sank. "What does that mean? Are you going to kill me?" They laughed, a sound like silver bells. "No, nothing so crude. But we do need to ensure the safety of both your world and ours. We can remove these memories, let you return to your life as if none of this ever happened. Or, I prompted, not sure if I was terrified or exhilarated by the possibility of an alternative. Or you can join us. Help us in our eternal vigil against the dark forces that threaten not just this world, but all worlds. It won't be an easy life, but it will be one of purpose and wonder beyond anything you've imagined." I stood there, my mind reeling. On one hand, the thought of forgetting all this, of returning to my safe, normal life was tempting. But as I looked around at these impossible beings, at the evidence of a universe far vaster and stranger than I'd ever dreamed, I knew I could never go back to not knowing. "I'll do it," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "I want to help." The being smiled, a sight so beautiful it brought tears to my eyes. "Then welcome, Emily, to the ranks of the Cosmic Guardians. Your training begins now." As a shimmering portal opened before us, I took one last look at my old house, at the quiet suburban street that would never know how close it had come to unimaginable horror. Then, taking a deep breath, I stepped into my new life, ready to face whatever wonders and terrors awaited on the other side. Today, as I patrol the boundaries between dimensions, my old life seems like a distant dream, but I've never regretted my choice. because now I know the truth, that behind the veil of ordinary reality, an eternal battle rages between light and darkness, and I'm proud to stand on the front lines, protecting not just my old neighbors, but all of existence, from the horrors that lurk in the shadows between worlds. The wind howled like a wounded animal, rattling the windows of my secluded cabin. I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders, trying to shake off the eerie feeling that had been creeping up on me all evening. It was supposed to be a peaceful getaway, a chance to clear my head and finish my novel. But as the night wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I'd chosen this cabin for its isolation, nestled deep in the woods, miles from the nearest neighbor. Now, that isolation felt less like a blessing and more like a curse. The crackling fire in the hearth did little to dispel the chill that had settled in my bones. It started with little things, a branch scraping against the roof, a creak in the floorboards. Normal sounds for an old cabin in the woods, I told myself. But as the night wore on, the sounds changed, became more deliberate. I was curled up on the couch, laptop balanced on my knees, trying to lose myself in my writing when I heard it. A distinct crunch of leaves outside, like footsteps circling the cabin. My fingers froze over the keyboard, my breath catching in my throat. "It's just an animal," I whispered to myself, but the words sounded hollow even to my own ears. Animals don't circle a cabin like that, methodical and purposeful. I set my laptop aside and crept to the window, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it could be heard outside. Pulling back the curtain just a fraction, I peered out into the darkness. At first I saw nothing but the inky blackness of the forest. Then, a movement caught my eye. A shadow, darker than the night around it, moved between the trees. I blinked, sure I was imagining things, but when I looked again there was another, and another. My blood ran cold as I realized what I was seeing. There were people out there. Multiple shadowy figures, standing motionless among the trees, all facing my cabin, watching, waiting. I let the curtain fall back into place, my mind racing. Who were they? What did they want? I fumbled for my phone, cursing under my breath when I remembered the lack of cell service out here. The landline. There was a landline in the kitchen. I made my way there on shaky legs, keeping low and away from the windows. The ancient rotary phone sat on the counter, a relic from a bygone era. I picked up the receiver, praying for a dial tone. Silence. The line was dead. A sob of frustration and fear escaped me. I was trapped, alone, with no way to call for help. The cabin suddenly felt like a cage, and I was the prey waiting to be devoured. A loud thump from outside made me jump. They were getting closer. I could hear voices now, low murmurs that I couldn't quite make out. My eyes darted around the kitchen, looking for anything I could use to defend myself. My gaze landed on the block of knives on the counter. I grabbed the largest one, its weight unfamiliar and terrifying in my hand. I'd never hurt anyone before, never even been in a real fight. But now, faced with unknown intruders, I knew I'd do whatever it took to survive. Another thump, this time from the front of the cabin. They were at the door. I pressed myself against the wall next to the kitchen entrance, knife clutched to my chest, trying to control my ragged breathing. The door handle jiggled, once, twice, then silence. For a moment, I dared to hope they'd given up. That hope was shattered by the sound of breaking glass. They were coming in through a window. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I couldn't stay here, cornered in the kitchen. I had to move, to find a way out. The back door. If I could make it to the back door, maybe I could slip into the woods, lose them in the darkness. I inched my way along the wall toward the rear of the cabin. Each step felt like an eternity, the floorboards creaking traitorously beneath my feet. I could hear them inside now, their whispers echoing through the cabin. Just as I reached the back door, a floorboard groaned loudly under my weight. The whispers stopped abruptly. They'd heard me. There was no more time for stealth. I yanked open the door and plunged into the night, the cold air hitting me like a physical blow. I ran blindly, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the crashing of bodies through the underbrush. They were pursuing me. The forest that had seemed so peaceful during the day was now a nightmare landscape of shadows and hidden dangers. I ran until my lungs burned, until each breath felt like fire in my chest. But still, I could hear them behind me, getting closer. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately regretted it. In the darkness, I could make out multiple figures, their outlines barely distinguishable from the trees around them. My foot caught on a root, and I went down hard, the taste of dirt and leaves filling my mouth. The knife flew from my hand, disappearing into the underbrush. I scrambled to my feet, but it was too late. They were upon me. Rough hands grabbed me, spinning me around. I lashed out blindly, my fists connecting with something solid. A grunt of pain, then more hands, restraining me, holding me still. "Enough," a voice growled, deep and authoritative. "We don't want to hurt you." I stopped struggling, more out of surprise than compliance. "What do you want?" I managed to choke out, my voice barely above a whisper. There was a pause, then the sound of a match being struck. A small flame illuminated the face of the man holding it, casting eerie shadows across his features. He looked normal, not at all like the monster I'd been imagining. "We need your help," he said, his eyes locked on mine. "Something's coming, something terrible, and you're the only one who can stop it." I stared at him. Sure, I must have misheard. "What? I don't understand. Who are you people?" The man sighed, extinguishing the match. In the sudden darkness, his voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "We are the guardians of this forest. We've watched it for generations, protecting it from threats both natural and unnatural." Another voice, a woman's this time, picked up the tale. "There's a darkness coming, a corruption that threatens not just this forest but the entire world. We've seen it in our visions, creeping closer with each passing day." "And you think I can stop it?" I asked, incredulity coloring my voice. "I'm just a writer. I came here to finish my novel, not to save the world." A dry chuckle from somewhere to my left. "Fate has a funny way of putting the right people in the right place at the right time. Your novel, the one you've been struggling to finish, it's more important than you know." My mind was reeling. This couldn't be happening. It had to be some kind of elaborate prank, or a vivid hallucination brought on by too much solitude and too little sleep. "I don't believe you," I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I felt a small spark of something. Recognition, acceptance. I couldn't quite place it. The first man spoke again, his voice gentle now. "We know it's a lot to take in. We're sorry for scaring you, but we had to be sure you were the one before we approached. Will you hear us out? Let us explain everything." I stood there, surrounded by strangers in a dark forest, every instinct screaming at me to run. But beneath the fear and confusion, there was a growing sense of curiosity, of purpose. What if they were telling the truth? What if I really could make a difference? After what felt like an eternity, I nodded. "Okay," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "I'll listen. But this better not be some crazy cult thing." A ripple of relieved laughter went through the group. The tension that had been thick in the air began to dissipate. As we made our way back to the cabin, guided by flashlights that seemed to appear out of nowhere, I couldn't shake the feeling that my life had just changed irrevocably. The novel I'd come here to write suddenly seemed insignificant compared to the story I was about to become a part of. As we stepped into the warm light of the cabin, I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever revelations awaited me. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of an adventure that would challenge everything I thought I knew about the world, about reality itself. The shadows that had terrified me moments ago now held the promise of hidden truths and ancient mysteries. As I settled in to hear their tale, I couldn't help but think that sometimes the things that scare us the most are the very things that have the power to transform us. And in that moment, surrounded by these strange guardians of the forest, I was ready to be transformed. The neon sign of the all-night diner flickered weakly in the distance, a beacon of hope on this godforsaken stretch of highway. I'd been driving for hours, my eyes stinging from the endless ribbon of asphalt stretching before me. As I pulled into the nearly empty parking lot, I noticed a lone figure standing by the road, thumb outstretched. Against my better judgment, I decided to stop. Little did I know, that simple act of kindness would plunge me into a nightmare I couldn't have imagined. I eased my car to a stop next to the hitchhiker. He was a tall, lanky guy with a scraggly beard and clothes that had seen better days. As I rolled down my window, the smell of stale sweat and cigarettes wafted in. "Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. His eyes darted around nervously before settling on me. "Just down the road a ways. Name's Mike." Something in his manner set off alarm bells in my head, but I pushed the feeling aside. It was late. I was tired, and leaving someone stranded out here in the middle of nowhere didn't sit right with me. "Hop in," I said, unlocking the passenger door. "I'm Dave." Mike slid into the seat, his backpack clutched tightly to his chest. As we pulled back onto the highway, I noticed his hands were shaking slightly. "You okay, man?" I asked, glancing at him sidelong. He nodded jerkily. Yeah, just cold, you know." I didn't buy it for a second, but I let it slide. We drove in silence for a few miles, the tension in the car growing thicker with each passing minute. I was starting to regret my decision to pick him up. "So, what brings you out here in the middle of the night?" I asked, trying to break the uncomfortable silence. Mike's whole body tensed. Just trying to get away, you know?" "Away from what?" He didn't answer, just stared straight ahead, his fingers drumming an erratic rhythm on his backpack. The miles ticked by, and Mike's agitation seemed to grow. He kept looking in the rearview mirror, as if expecting to see someone following us. I was about to suggest dropping him off at the next town when he suddenly spoke up. "You gotta help me, man," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "They're after me." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Who's after you?" Mike's eyes were wide with fear. "The people I stole from. I didn't mean to, I swear. I was just desperate, you know? But they found out, and now they want me dead." My hands tightened on the steering wheel. "What did you steal?" He unzipped his backpack slightly, just enough for me to catch a glimpse of stacks of bills and what looked like jewelry. My heart rate spiked. "Jesus Christ," I muttered. "You brought stolen goods into my car." I'm sorry, Mike babbled. "I didn't know what else to do. You gotta help me get away from them." As if on cue, headlights appeared in the rearview mirror, growing rapidly larger. Oh God, Mike moaned. "It's them. They found me." I pressed down on the accelerator, my mind racing. What had I gotten myself into? The headlights behind us grew closer, and I could now make out the outline of a large SUV. "Who are these people, Mike?" I demanded, swerving around a curve in the road. "Bad people," he whimpered. "Really bad people. The kind that make problems disappear, if you know what I mean." The SUV was right on our tail now, its high beams flooding the car with harsh light. I could see two figures in the front seat, their faces obscured by the glare. Suddenly, the SUV rammed us from behind. The impact sent us fishtailing, and I fought to keep control of the car. Mike was screaming now, clutching his backpack like a lifeline. "What the hell do they want?" I yelled, straightening out the car. "Everything," Mike said, his voice hollow. "The money, the jewels, and me. Dead." The SUV rammed us again, harder this time. I could feel the rear of my car crumpling under the impact. We weren't going to be able to outrun them. Up ahead, I saw a turnoff leading into a wooded area. Without thinking, I yanked the wheel hard to the right, sending us careening down the dirt road. Branches whipped at the windshield as we plunged deeper into the forest. The SUV followed, its massive frame barely fitting between the trees. I pushed my old sedan to its limits and praying it wouldn't give out on us now. "We need to ditch the car," I said, my mind working overtime. "It's too easy to follow." Mike nodded, his face pale in the dim light filtering through the trees. I spotted a small clearing up ahead and steered towards it, killing the headlights as we approached. We burst into the clearing and I slammed on the brakes, sending us into a spin. As soon as we stopped, I was out of the car, dragging Mike with me. "Run!" I hissed, pulling him towards the dense undergrowth at the edge of the clearing. We plunged into the darkness, branches tearing at our clothes, roots threatening to trip us with every step. Behind us, I could hear the SUV crashing through the trees, getting closer. We ran until our lungs burned, the sounds of pursuit growing fainter. Finally, when I thought I couldn't take another step, we stumbled upon an old and abandoned barn. "In here," I gasped, pulling open the weathered door. The interior was pitch black and smelled of musty hay and rusted metal. We felt our way to a back corner and huddled there, trying to quiet our ragged breathing. Minutes ticked by like hours. Every creak of the old barn, every rustle of leaves outside sent a jolt of fear through me. What had I gotten myself into? "I'm sorry," Mike whispered beside me. "I never meant for any of this to happen." I turned to him, anger bubbling up despite my fear. "What exactly did happen, Mike? I think I deserve the whole truth now." He was quiet for a long moment, then sighed. "I used to work for them, the people chasing us. They're part of a big organized crime ring. I was just a low-level guy, running errands, making deliveries. But I saw things, terrible things." A chill ran down my spine. "What kind of things?" "Murder," he said, his voice barely audible. "Torture. They're monsters, all of them. I couldn't take it anymore, so I decided to leave, but I knew they'd never let me go. Not with what I knew. So I took some insurance, money, jewelry, and documents. Proof of what they've done." I felt sick to my stomach. "And now they're after both of us." Mike nodded miserably. "I'm so sorry. I never meant to drag anyone else into this." Before I could respond, a beam of light cut through the darkness of the barn. We froze, hardly daring to breathe. "We know you're in here." A gruff voice called out. "Come out now, and maybe we'll let your friend live." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. Mike was trembling beside me, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. "What do we do?" I whispered. Mike's hand found mine in the darkness, pressing something into it. The stolen documents. "Take these," he whispered. "Get them to the police. It's the only way to stop them." Before I could stop him, he stood up. "I'm here," he called out, his voice surprisingly steady. "Let the other guy go. He doesn't know anything." "No," I hissed, trying to pull him back down, but it was too late. The beam of light found him, and I heard the sound of multiple footsteps approaching. "Run," Mike said, not looking back at me. "Get those documents to the police. It's the only way any of this means anything." I wanted to argue, to pull him back into hiding, but I knew he was right. This was bigger than both of us now. As the footsteps grew closer, I slipped away, moving as quietly as I could towards the back of the barn. I found a rotted board and pried it loose, squeezing through the gap. The cool night air hit me like a slap to the face. Behind me, I could hear voices raised in anger, then a single gunshot that echoed through the trees. I ran. I ran until my legs gave out. until the barn and all its horrors were far behind me. As the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, I found myself on the outskirts of a small town. With shaking hands, I pulled out the documents Mike had given me. Names, dates, photographs, evidence of crimes that made my blood run cold. I knew what I had to do. For Mike, for myself, and for all the other victims of these monsters. As I walked towards the local police station, the weight of the documents heavy in my hands, I couldn't help but think about how a simple act of kindness had changed my life forever. I had set out on a routine drive and ended up in the middle of a nightmare. But sometimes I realized, it's in our darkest moments that we find our true strength. And as I pushed open the door to the police station, I knew that this was just the beginning of a much bigger story. The first drop of rain hit my face as I zipped up the last tent. I looked up at the darkening sky, a knot forming in my stomach. This wasn't the peaceful family camping trip I had promised Sarah and the kids. But little did I know, the incoming storm would be the least of our worries. "Dad, and is it going to rain?" my son, Tommy, asked, his eyes wide with a mix of excitement and apprehension. I forced a smile. "Just a little drizzle, nobody. Nothing to worry about." Sarah shot me a skeptical look as she corralled our daughter, Emma, into the larger of our two tents. "Maybe we should pack up and head home, John. This doesn't look like a little drizzle to me." I shook my head, perhaps a bit too stubbornly. "We'll be fine. I checked the forecast before we left. It's just a passing shower." Oh, how I wish I had listened to her. The rain started in earnest as we huddled in our tents, the pitter-patter on the canvas quickly turning into a torrential downpour. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and flashes of lightning illuminated the forest around us. The kids were scared, but we made a game of it, telling stories and making shadow puppets with our flashlights. As the night wore on, the storm finally began to subside. The constant drumming of rain on our tents softened to a gentle drizzle, and the thunder became a distant grumble. Exhausted from the excitement and our long day of hiking, we all drifted off to sleep. I woke with a start, unsure of what had roused me. The forest was eerily quiet, the storm having passed during the night. A glance at my watch told me it was just past 3 a.m. Something felt off. Carefully, so as not to wake Sarah, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The air was thick with mist, giving the campsite an otherworldly feel. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Our campsite had been ransacked. The picnic table where we had left our cooler and supplies was overturned. Contents of our backpacks were strewn across the muddy ground. At first, I thought perhaps the storm had been more severe than we realized. But as I looked closer, I saw that this was no act of nature. Footprints, too large to be any of ours, crisscrossed the campsite. And there, carved into the bark of a nearby tree, was a crude message that sent a shiver down my spine. "Get out. You don't belong here." My heart racing, I rushed back to the tent. "Sarah," I whispered urgently, shaking her awake. "Sarah, wake up. We need to go." She blinked at me groggily. "What? John, what's wrong?" I explained what I had seen in hushed tones, not wanting to wake the kids just yet. Sarah's face paled as she listened, her eyes widening in fear. "We need to call the police," and she said, reaching for her phone. I nodded, but as she tried to dial, her face fell. "No signal," she muttered. Of course, we were miles from the nearest town, surrounded by dense forest. We were on our own. "Let's wake the kids," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We'll pack up and hike back to the car. It's only a couple of miles." Sarah nodded, but I could see the fear in her eyes as we roused Tommy and Emma, trying to keep our explanations vague so as not to scare them too much. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. We packed as quickly and quietly as we could, our eyes constantly darting to the tree line, searching for any sign of movement. The kids, sensing our unease, remained uncharacteristically quiet. Just as we were about to leave, Emma tugged on my sleeve. "Dad," she whispered, pointing towards the trees. "I saw someone." I followed her gaze, my heart pounding. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then a shadow moved between the trees. Another followed it, and another. "Sarah," I said, my voice low and urgent. "Get the kids in the tent, now." She didn't argue, quickly ushering Tommy and Emma back into the larger tent. I stood my ground, trying to look braver than I felt. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice echoing in the still forest. "We're leaving, okay? Just let us go in peace." For a long moment, there was silence. Then, a voice, rough and menacing, came from the darkness. "This is our land. You're not welcome here." I swallowed hard, my mind racing. "We're sorry. We didn't know. We're packing up now. We'll be gone within the hour." A harsh laugh echoed through the trees. "You've got 10 minutes. Then we're coming for you." My blood ran cold. I rushed back to the tent, my hands shaking as I zipped it open. Sarah looked up at me, her face pale in the dim light of our lantern. "We need to go. Now," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Leave everything except what we can carry." Sarah nodded, her eyes wide with fear. We worked quickly, stuffing a few essentials into our day packs. The kids, bless them, seemed to understand the gravity of the situation and didn't complain or ask questions. As we emerged from the tent, the forest around us had come alive with whispers and the cracking of twigs. They were getting closer. "Stay close," I murmured, taking Emma's hand while Sarah held onto Tommy. "We're going to head for the car. No matter what happens, don't stop running." We set off into the forest, our path illuminated only by the weak beam of my flashlight. The going was tough. The recent rain had turned the ground into a treacherous mudslick, and roots seemed to reach up to trip us at every step. Behind us, I could hear our pursuers. They weren't even trying to be quiet now. Shouts and whoops echoed through the trees, spurring us on faster. We had been running for what felt like hours, though it could only have been minutes, when disaster struck. Tommy's foot caught on a root, sending him sprawling to the ground with a cry of pain. "My ankle," he whimpered as Sarah helped him up. I can't walk." The voices were getting closer. We couldn't stop, couldn't afford to slow down. Without a word, I handed Emma to Sarah and scooped Tommy up onto my back. "Hold on tight, buddy," I grunted, adjusting his weight. "We're almost there." We pressed on, the extra weight making each step a struggle. The shouts behind us were getting louder, more frenzied. They were gaining on us. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I saw it, the glint of metal through the trees. Our car. "There," I gasped. "We're almost there." We burst out of the tree line into the small clearing where we had parked. I fumbled for the keys, my hands slick with sweat and rain. "Hurry, John," Sarah cried, her eyes fixed on the forest behind us. I could see them now, shadowy figures emerging from the trees. With a click that seemed to echo through the entire forest, the car unlocked. We piled in, and I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life just as the first of our pursuers reached the car. A face, twisted with rage, appeared at my window. I threw the car into reverse, tires spinning in the mud before finally finding purchase. We shot backwards, narrowly missing a tree, before I swung the wheel hard, pointing us towards the road. As we sped away, I could see them in the rearview mirror, a group of men, their faces hidden by the shadows, watching us go. We didn't stop driving until we reached the nearest town, our hearts still pounding, adrenaline coursing through our veins. As we pulled into the parking lot of the local police station, Sarah turned to me, her face pale in the early morning light. What was that, John? Who were those people?" I shook my head, still trying to process everything that had happened. "I don't know. But we're safe now. That's what matters. As we sat there, waiting for the station to open, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had narrowly escaped something truly sinister. The forest, which had always been a place of peace and adventure for me, now seemed dark and foreboding. I looked at my family. Sarah, her arm protectively around Emma. Tommy, wincing as he gingerly tested his ankle, and felt a wave of guilt wash over me. My stubbornness, my refusal to listen to Sarah's concerns, had put them all in danger. "I'm sorry," I said, my voice cracking. "I should have listened to you, Sarah. This is all my fault." She reached out and took my hand, squeezing it gently. "We're okay, John. We made it out. That's what's important." As the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow over the town, I made a silent vow. Never again would I take unnecessary risks with my family's safety. The wilderness, beautiful as it was, held dangers I had never fully appreciated until now. We had set out for a simple family camping trip and ended up running for our lives through a dark forest. But we had survived, together. And in that moment, as we waited for the police station to open, I realized that was all that truly mattered. The camping equipment could be replaced. The car would need a good wash. But my family, safe and sound beside me, was irreplaceable. As we prepared to tell our story to the authorities, I knew that this harrowing night would stay with us forever. A reminder of the power of nature, the darkness that can lurk in seemingly peaceful places, and the strength we can find when we stand together in the face of danger. The rhythmic beeping of heart monitors and the squeak of rubber-soled shoes on linoleum were the soundtrack to my nights. As a janitor at St. Andrew's Hospital, I was used to the eerie calm that settled over the place in the small hours. But on that fateful night, the calm was shattered by a discovery that would turn my world upside down and plunge me into a dangerous game of cat and mouse. I remember it clearly. It was a Tuesday night, or rather, Wednesday morning, 3:17 a.m. to be exact. I was on the third floor, methodically working my way through my nightly routine: mop, wipe, empty trash, repeat. The monotony was almost meditative. That's when I saw her. Nurse Samantha, a big woman with a reputation for being as tough as nails, was acting odd. She was outside the supply closet, glancing nervously over her shoulder every few seconds. Her hands fumbled with the lock, and I could see beads of sweat on her forehead even from where I stood. Curiosity got the better of me. I pretended to be engrossed in cleaning a stubborn scuff mark on the floor, all the while keeping her in my peripheral vision. What I saw next made my blood run cold. Samantha slipped into the supply closet, emerging moments later with her large purse noticeably fuller. She quickly walked away, her shoes making soft thuds on the floor. I waited until she was out of sight before approaching the closet. The door hadn't fully closed behind her. I pushed it open gently, wincing at the slight creak. Inside, I found evidence of her theft, empty spaces where vials of medication should have been. My mind raced. Samantha was stealing drugs. But why? To sell? To use? The implications were staggering. Patients could be at risk. Lives could be in danger. I knew I had to do something. But what? Samantha was well liked by the staff and had been at St. Andrew's for years. Would anyone believe me, a night janitor, over her? I decided to gather more evidence. Over the next few nights, I watched Samantha closely. She was clever. I had to give her that. She varied her routine, sometimes taking from the supply closet, other times pocketing medications directly from the crash carts. By the end of the week, I had a notebook full of observations, times, dates, and approximate quantities of drugs taken. But I still hesitated to come forward. What if I was wrong? What if there was a reasonable explanation for all this? My hesitation nearly cost me everything. It was Sunday night when things came to a head. I was in the break room, pouring myself a much-needed cup of coffee, when Samantha walked in. The room suddenly felt too small, the air too thick. "Samantha," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "I saw what you were doing in the supply closet." She froze, her eyes narrowing. What are you talking about?" I took a deep breath. "I know you've been taking medication. I've seen you do it multiple times this week." Her face turned red, a vein pulsing in her forehead. "You don't know what you're talking about," she hissed. "Mind your own business." I could feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating. Samantha was unpredictable, and I knew I had to tread carefully. "I'm not going to let this go," I said firmly. "I have to report it." Before I could react, Samantha lunged forward, grabbing me by the collar of my uniform. Her face was inches from mine, her breath hot on my cheek. "You're not going to say anything," she snarled. "If you do, I'll make sure you regret it." Fear seized me like a vice. Samantha was much stronger than I had anticipated. I struggled against her grip, trying to break free. "Let me go," I gasped, my heart racing. She hesitated for a moment, studying me with narrowed eyes. Then, without warning, she shoved me backward. I crashed into a nearby table, pain shooting through my back as I hit the ground. The wind knocked out of me. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Samantha was advancing toward me, fury etched on her face. I knew I had to get out of there, find help before things escalated further. I bolted from the break room, ignoring the pain in my side. My mind raced as I searched for a way to expose Samantha's illegal activities without endangering myself. The hospital was eerily quiet, the night shift staff occupied with their duties. As I rounded a corner, I nearly collided with Dr. Patel, one of the senior physicians on duty. He raised an eyebrow at my disheveled appearance. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I could trust him, but time was running out. "I need to talk to you," I said urgently, glancing over my shoulder. "It's about Nurse Samantha." Dr. Patel led me to a quiet corner of the hallway, away from prying eyes. "What's going on?" he asked, his brow furrowed. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. "Samantha's been stealing drugs from the hospital," I began, my voice trembling slightly. "I've seen her taking medications from the supply closet and crash carts. She threatened me when I confronted her. I don't know what to do." Dr. Patel's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you sure?" he asked, his tone serious. I nodded, feeling a sense of relief that someone was finally listening to me. "I've been documenting it all week. Times, dates, quantities. I have it all written down." He nodded thoughtfully, weighing his options. "We need to report this," he said finally, "but we have to be careful. Samantha could be dangerous." Together, we went to the hospital administrator's office. Dr. Patel explained the situation in hushed tones while I provided my notebook of observations. The administrator listened intently, her expression grave. "We'll launch an investigation immediately," she said, her voice firm. "Thank you for bringing this to our attention." As the hours passed, the hospital buzzed with activity. I stayed close to Dr. Patel, afraid to be alone after what had happened with Samantha. Nurses and staff whispered among themselves, casting wary glances in my direction. By morning, Samantha was escorted from the hospital by security. She fought and screamed, her rage echoing down the hallway. I watched from a safe distance, feeling a mixture of fear and relief. The danger was over, but the memory of her threats lingered in my mind. In the days that followed, the hospital tightened security measures, implementing stricter protocols for handling medications. I was commended for my bravery, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Samantha had made it clear that she would stop at nothing to protect her secret. I continued to work the night shift, but things were different now. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see Samantha's angry face glaring at me from around a corner. Weeks passed, and slowly, the fear began to fade. The hospital settled back into its routine, and I found myself able to breathe a little easier. But the experience had changed me. I no longer saw the hospital as just a place of work. It had become a battlefield where I had faced down a dangerous adversary and emerged victorious. One night, as I was finishing up my shift, Dr. Patel approached me. "I wanted to thank you again," he said, placing a hand on my shoulder. "What you did took real courage. You probably saved lives." I nodded, a small smile tugging at my lips. "I was just doing what was right," I replied. As I left the hospital that morning, the sun just beginning to peek over the horizon, I felt a sense of pride wash over me. I had started this job as just a night janitor, invisible to most of the staff and patients. But now, I had made a real difference. I had protected the very people I had been hired to clean up after. The hospital loomed behind me, its windows reflecting the orange glow of the rising sun. It was no longer just a building to me. It was a reminder that even the most ordinary person can become a hero when faced with injustice. As I drove home, exhausted but satisfied, I realized that my simple job had become something much more. I wasn't just keeping the hospital clean anymore. I was keeping it safe. And that, I decided, was a responsibility I was proud to bear. The night Samantha was caught might have been the most terrifying of my life, but it was also the night that showed me what I was capable of. In the face of danger, I had stood my ground, and in doing so, I had not only changed the hospital for the better, but had also changed myself. As I crawled into bed that morning, the events of the past week replaying in my mind, I knew that I would never look at my job the same way again. The mop and bucket were still my tools, but now they represented something more, a commitment to protecting the vulnerable, to standing up for what's right, no matter the cost. And as I drifted off to sleep, I couldn't help but wonder what other secrets the night shift might reveal. But whatever came my way, I knew I was ready to face it head on. The steam rising from the paper bag in my passenger seat carried the aroma of garlic and tomato sauce, a scent that usually made my mouth water. But tonight, as I navigated the dark, unfamiliar streets of this upscale neighborhood, my stomach was knotted with an inexplicable unease. I had no idea that this routine delivery would lead me into a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. My name's Jake, and I've been delivering for Mario's Pizza for about 6 months now. It's not glamorous work, but it pays the bills while I finish my degree. Most nights are pretty uneventful, just me, my beat-up Honda, and the endless sprawl of suburban houses. But this night was different from the moment I pulled up to the address. The house stood apart from its neighbors, set back from the street and shrouded in shadows. The porch light was off, which was unusual for a delivery. As I approached the front door, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. Something felt off. I rang the doorbell, the muffled chime echoing inside. No answer. I knocked, louder this time. "Hello? Pizza delivery." Just as I was about to give up and head back to my car, the door creaked open. A man stood there, his face half hidden in shadow. He was tall and thin, with a scruffy beard and eyes that seemed to bore right through me. "Delivery from Mario's," I said, forcing a smile. "That'll be 18 or 50. He nodded and stepped aside, gesturing for me to come in. This was against company policy, but something in his manner made me hesitate to refuse. As soon as I crossed the threshold, he shut the door behind me with a loud thud. The house was dimly lit and sparsely furnished. He led me into what I assumed was the living room, though it was hard to tell in the low light. "Wait here," he said, his voice low and rough. He disappeared into another room, leaving me standing there, still clutching the pizza bag. Minutes passed, and he didn't return. The silence in the house was oppressive, broken only by the ticking of a clock somewhere nearby. I started to get nervous. This wasn't normal. I set the pizza down on a dusty table and called out, "Sir, your food's getting cold." No response. I took a tentative step towards the doorway he had disappeared through. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around to see the man standing there, but he wasn't alone. In his hand was a gun, pointed directly at me. My heart leapt into my throat. "Whoa, man," I said, raising my hands. "Take it easy. I don't want any trouble. Sit down," he said, his voice cold and menacing. I slowly lowered myself onto the couch, my mind racing. What had I walked into? He kept the gun trained on me, his eyes boring into mine. "Do you know why you're here?" he asked. I shook my head, trying to keep my voice steady. "No, I don't. I'm just delivering a pizza." He sneered. "Your boss, he ruined my life, and now you're going to help me get back at him." My boss? Frank, the owner of Mario's. What could he have possibly done to this guy? The man started pacing, still holding the gun. He ranted about how Frank had cheated him, driven him to bankruptcy, destroyed his family. His words were filled with anger and bitterness. I tried to stay calm, but fear was clawing at me from the inside. I needed to find a way out, but he was unpredictable and armed. I glanced around the room, looking for anything that might help me. He noticed. "Don't even think about trying anything," he warned, waving the gun for emphasis. "You're not leaving here until I've had my revenge." I took a deep breath, trying to think clearly. "Look, I just deliver the food. I don't know anything about what happened between you and my boss, but maybe we can figure something out." He shook his head, his grip on the gun tightening. "No, you're just a pawn, but your boss, he'll pay for what he did." He continued pacing, muttering to himself. I knew I had to act fast. I noticed a heavy lamp on the side table within reach. It was my only chance. I waited for him to turn his back, then lunged for the lamp and swung it at him with all my strength. The lamp connected with his head, and he staggered, dropping the gun. I didn't wait to see if he was down for good. I grabbed the gun and ran for the door, my heart racing. I fumbled with the lock, my hands shaking so badly it took 2 tries to get it open. I sprinted to my car, jumped in, and locked the doors. My hands were trembling so much I could barely get the key into the ignition. Finally, the engine roared to life. In the rearview mirror, I saw the man stumble out onto the porch, clutching his head. I floored it, gravel flying as I tore out of the driveway. I drove back to town as fast as I could, my mind a whirlwind of fear and adrenaline. When I reached Mario's, I burst through the door, startling Frank, who was closing up for the night. "Jake, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost," Frank said, his brow furrowed with concern. I collapsed into a chair, my legs finally giving out. Between gasps, I told Frank everything that had happened. His face grew pale as I recounted the man's accusations. "Oh God," Frank muttered, sinking into the chair opposite me. "I never thought he'd go this far." "You know him?" I asked, incredulous. Frank nodded, his eyes distant. "His name's Robert. We used to be business partners years ago. Things didn't end well between us, but I never imagined he'd do something like this." I felt a mix of relief and anger. Relief that I wasn't crazy, that this wasn't some random act of violence, but anger that Frank's past had put me in danger. "We need to call the police," I said, reaching for my phone. Frank nodded, looking older and more tired than I'd ever seen him. "You're right. I should have done this a long time ago." The next few hours were a blur of police statements and questions. They took the gun as evidence and promised to track down Robert. As the adrenaline wore off, I started to feel the full weight of what had happened. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and every little noise made me jump. Frank insisted on driving me home, apologizing the whole way. "I'm so sorry, Jake. I never meant for anyone else to get caught up in this mess." I nodded, too exhausted to say much. When we got to my apartment, Frank turned to me, his face serious. "Take some time off, Jake. Paid leave. And if you decide you don't want to come back, I'll understand." I thought about it for a moment. The idea of going back out on deliveries terrified me, but at the same time I felt a strange sense of pride. I had faced down a dangerous situation and come out alive. I had outsmarted a man with a gun. "I'll think about it," I said finally. That night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I couldn't stop replaying the events in my mind. The man's face, the cold metal of the gun, the sound of the lamp connecting with his skull. It all felt surreal, like a movie I had watched rather than something I had lived through. But as the days passed, something changed in me. The fear began to fade, replaced by a newfound confidence. I had stared death in the face and survived. What else could life throw at me that I couldn't handle? A week later, I walked back into Mario's. Frank looked up, surprised to see me. "Jake, are you sure about this?" I nodded, picking up the next delivery order. "Yeah, I'm sure. But Frank, next time you have a crazy ex-business partner out for revenge, maybe give us delivery guys a heads up, huh?" Frank laughed, relief evident on his face. "Deal." As I walked out to my car, pizza bag in hand, I felt different. The night was still dark, the streets still unfamiliar. But now, instead of fear, I felt a sense of readiness. Whatever came my way, I knew I could handle it. The steam from the pizza bag still carried the scent of garlic and tomato sauce. But now, instead of making my stomach knot with unease, it smelled like opportunity, like life with all its danger and excitement. I started the car and pulled out onto the street, ready for whatever the night might bring. After all, I was no longer just a pizza delivery guy. I was a survivor. The crunch of leaves beneath my boots echoed through the silent forest. I paused, my breath forming small clouds in the crisp autumn air. Something wasn't right. The woods were too quiet, as if holding their breath in anticipation. That's when I saw it, a flash of movement between the trees. I wasn't alone out here, and my peaceful hiking trip was about to turn into a fight for survival. My name's Alex, and I've always loved the outdoors. Growing up in a small town near the Adirondacks, I spent most of my childhood exploring the forests and mountains. Now, at 28, I still try to get away whenever I can, escaping the hustle of city life for the serenity of nature. This particular trip was supposed to be a solo weekend adventure. Just me, my backpack, and miles of untouched wilderness. I'd been hiking for hours, enjoying the solitude and the vibrant fall colors. But as the day wore on, that feeling of peace slowly gave way to an unsettling sense of unease. It started with little things. A snapped twig here, a rustling of leaves there. Sounds that wouldn't normally bother me suddenly had me on edge. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just wildlife. But deep down, I knew better. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, in a small clearing, was a makeshift camp. But this was no ordinary campsite. Tarps were strung up haphazardly between trees, creating a maze-like structure. Piles of empty cans and bottles littered the ground. And there, scratched into the bark of a large oak tree, were the words, "Keep out," in jagged, angry letters. My heart pounding. I knew I needed to get out of there. Fast. I turned to retrace my steps, but before I could move, I heard voices. Rough, male voices, getting closer by the second. Panic surged through me. I ducked behind a large boulder, trying to make myself as small as possible. Through a gap in the rocks, I could see 3 men enter the clearing. They were a rough-looking bunch, with wild beards and tattered clothes. Each carried a rifle slung over their shoulder. "I'm telling ya, I heard someone," one of them growled, his eyes scanning the area. Probably another one of them hikers thinking they can just wander wherever they please. "Well, if you did hear someone, they picked the wrong day for a nature walk," another chuckled, the sound sending chills down my spine. I held my breath, afraid even the slightest movement would give me away. The men continued to search the area, getting closer to my hiding spot with each passing second. I knew I couldn't stay there forever. Sooner or later, they'd find me. Making a split-second decision, I waited until their backs were turned, then darted from behind the boulder. I ran as fast as I could, branches whipping at my face as I tore through the underbrush. Behind me, I heard shouts of alarm, followed by the ominous sound of rifles being cocked. There he is. Get him. Fear gave me wings. I ran like I'd never run before, leaping over fallen logs and ducking under low-hanging branches. The forest that had seemed so peaceful just hours ago was now a treacherous obstacle course. A gunshot rang out, the bullet splintering the trunk of a tree inches from my head. Bark exploded outward, stinging my cheek. I didn't slow down, didn't look back. I just ran. I could hear them behind me, crashing through the forest. They knew these woods better than I did, and I knew it was only a matter of time before they caught up. I needed a plan. Up ahead, I spotted a small ravine. Without hesitation, I slid down the steep embankment, loose rocks and soil tumbling down with me. At the bottom, I found a small cave formed by overhanging rocks. It wasn't much, but it was my only chance. I squeezed into the tiny space, pressing myself as far back as I could. Moments later, I heard my pursuers reach the top of the ravine. "Where'd he go?" one of them snarled. "He's got to be down there somewhere. No way he outran us," another replied. I held my breath as I heard them scrambling down the slope. Pebbles and dirt rained down, some falling into my hiding spot. I prayed they wouldn't look too closely. For what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, the men searched the area. I could hear them just feet away, kicking at bushes and peering into crevices. My whole body was tense, ready to spring into action if I was discovered. Finally, mercifully, I heard one of them call out, "He ain't here. Must have kept going downstream. Let's go." Their footsteps faded away, but I didn't move. I stayed in that cramped, dark space until my muscles screamed in protest and the light filtering through the trees began to fade. Only then did I dare to emerge. My legs were shaky as I climbed out of the ravine. Every sound made me jump, convinced the men were about to reappear. But the forest remained quiet, save for the normal evening sounds of birds and insects. I knew I couldn't risk trying to find my way back to the trailhead in the dark. Those men were still out there, probably watching the trails. My only option was to keep moving through the night, putting as much distance between myself and their camp as possible. As darkness fell, the forest became a different world. Shadows played tricks on my eyes, every tree stump or oddly shaped rock taking on a menacing form. The hooting of an owl nearly gave me a heart attack. But still, I pressed on. I walked through the night, using the stars to keep my bearings. By the time the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I was exhausted, hungry, and completely lost. But I was alive. As the sun rose, I finally allowed myself to stop and rest. Slumping against a tree, I took stock of my situation. My water bottle was nearly empty. I had no food, and I had no idea where I was. But I was far from those men and their camp, and that was what mattered. Just as I was considering my next move, I heard a sound that made my heart leap. The distant whop-whop-whop of helicopter blades. Search and rescue. They must have been alerted when I didn't return to my car. I ran to the nearest clearing, waving my arms frantically as the helicopter came into view. When it spotted me and began to descend, I felt a wave of relief so strong it nearly knocked me off my feet. The debriefing with the park rangers and local police was a blur. I told them about the camp, the armed men, the chase through the woods. They nodded grimly, explaining that they'd been tracking a group of squatters who'd been terrorizing hikers in the area for months. "You're lucky," one of the rangers said. "Not everyone who's run into those guys has made it out." As I was driven back to my car, I couldn't help but reflect on the experience. In the span of 24 hours, I'd gone from a peaceful hike to a terrifying fight for survival. I'd faced danger head-on and come out the other side. The forest had always been my sanctuary, a place of peace and adventure. Now, it held a new dimension, one of danger and unpredictability. But strangely, This didn't diminish my love for the outdoors. If anything, it deepened my respect for nature and its untamed power. As I pulled out of the parking lot, heading home, I knew I'd be back. Not to that specific trail, perhaps, but to the woods in general. Because while the experience had been terrifying, it had also shown me something about myself. I was stronger, more resourceful, and braver than I'd ever known. The next time I laced up my hiking boots, I'd be more prepared, more aware. But I'd also be more alive, more in tune with the raw, wild heart of nature. Because sometimes, it's in our darkest moments that we truly find ourselves. And as for those men in the woods, the police assured me they'd be looking into it. But part of me knew that the forest held many secrets, and some of them would never come to light. All I could do was be grateful for my narrow escape and carry the lessons I'd learned with me on all my future adventures. The first time I saw the van, I dismissed it as just another vehicle on my street. By the third night, I knew something was terribly wrong. Little did I know, this innocuous-looking vehicle would become the focal point of a nightmare that would consume my life and push me to the very edge of sanity. My name is Sarah, and until a month ago, I led a perfectly ordinary life. I'm a 32-year-old graphic designer, living alone in a small house in a quiet suburban neighborhood. My days were filled with work, my evenings with Netflix and the occasional night out with friends. It was a simple life, but it was mine, and I was content. That all changed on a Tuesday evening in late October. I was coming home from a late night at the office, my mind preoccupied with deadlines and client meetings. As I pulled into my driveway, my headlights swept across an unfamiliar van parked across the street. It was a nondescript white panel van, the kind used by countless businesses and contractors. I didn't think much of it at the time. New neighbors, perhaps, or someone visiting a friend on the street. I went inside, made a quick dinner, and forgot all about it. The next night, the van was there again. Same spot, same time. A coincidence, I told myself. But as I was getting ready for bed, I happened to glance out my bedroom window. The van was still there, and I could have sworn I saw movement inside. A chill ran down my spine, but I shook it off. I was just being paranoid. By the third night, I couldn't ignore it anymore. The van was there again, and this time I was sure I saw someone sitting in the driver's seat. I stood at my living room window, peering through a gap in the curtains, my heart pounding. Who were they? What did they want? I debated calling the police, but what would I say? There's a van parked on my street. It wasn't illegal, and I had no proof they were doing anything wrong. So I did nothing, hoping it would go away on its own. It didn't. Days turned into weeks, and the van became a constant presence in my life. It wasn't always there during the day, but every night, without fail, it would appear. Sometimes it parked across the street, sometimes a few houses down, but always within sight of my home. I began to change my routine. I started closing all my curtains as soon as I got home. I stopped sitting on my front porch in the evenings. I even began to vary the times I left for work and came home, hoping to throw off whoever was watching me. But no matter what I did, the van was always there, waiting, watching. My friends told me I was overreacting. It's probably just a coincidence, they'd say. Maybe it's a work van for someone on the street. But they didn't see the way the van would sometimes move to keep me in sight when I went for a walk. They didn't feel the weight of unseen eyes following their every move. I tried to document it. I started taking pictures of the van, noting down the times it arrived and left. But it was always careful to park just far enough away that I couldn't make out the license plate. And whenever I tried to approach it, it would drive away, only to return later. The constant stress began to take its toll. I couldn't sleep, jumping at every sound in the night. Dark circles appeared under my eyes, and my work began to suffer. I became jumpy and irritable, snapping at friends and co-workers over the smallest things. One night, About 3 weeks into this ordeal, I reached my breaking point. It was around 2 a.m., and I was lying in bed, wide awake as usual. Suddenly, I heard a car door slam. I rushed to the window, my heart in my throat. The van was there, closer than ever before, parked right in front of my house. And someone was getting out. Panic seized me. This was it. Whatever they had been planning, it was happening now. With shaking hands, I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? There's someone outside my house, I whispered, afraid they might hear me. They've been watching me for weeks, and now they're here. Ma'am, can you see the person? Are they trying to break in? I peered out the window again. The figure was just standing there next to the van, looking up at my house. No, they're just standing there. But please, you have to send someone. I'm scared. All right, ma'am. We're dispatching officers to your location now. Stay on the line with me, okay? Those next few minutes were the longest of my life. I huddled by the window, watching the silent figure outside, praying for the police to arrive. When I finally saw the flash of blue and red lights, I nearly cried with relief. 2 police cars pulled up, and officers quickly approached the van and the person standing beside it. I couldn't hear what was being said, but after a few minutes, one of the officers came to my door. Ma'am, can you come out here, please? Cautiously, I stepped outside. The figure by the van turned to look at me, and I gasped. It was a woman, probably in her mid-40s, with a tired, haunted look on her face. Do you know this woman? The officer asked me. I shook my head, confused. No, I've never seen her before, but that van has been watching my house for weeks. The woman spoke up, her voice trembling. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. It's just, you look so much like her, like my Emily. The officer gently explained. The woman's name was Karen. Her daughter, Emily, had gone missing 2 years ago. Emily, who apparently bore a striking resemblance to me, had last been seen in this neighborhood. Karen had been driving around, night after night, hoping for a glimpse of her daughter or some clue to her whereabouts. I stood there, stunned. All this time, I had been terrified of a grieving mother, desperately searching for her lost child. The relief I felt was quickly replaced by a deep, aching sadness. I'm so sorry, I said to Karen. I had no idea. I don't know what I thought. Karen nodded, tears in her eyes. I understand. I should have just talked to you. I was just so scared of losing hope again. The police took statements from both of us. They gently but firmly told Karen that she couldn't continue her nightly vigils, as it was causing distress. They gave her information on support groups and other resources for families of missing persons. As Karen was about to leave, I did something I never expected. I walked up to her and gave her a hug. She stiffened for a moment, then melted into it, sobbing quietly. I hope you find her, I whispered. The van never appeared on my street again after that night, but the experience left a lasting impact on me. I had spent weeks living in fear, jumping at shadows, seeing threats where there were none, and all the while, the real story was one of heartbreak and desperate hope. I found myself thinking about Karen and Emily often. I even attended a few meetings of the support group the police had recommended, hoping to see Karen there. She never came, but listening to the stories of other families of missing persons gave me a new perspective on my own experience. In the end, my nightmare turned out to be someone else's ongoing tragedy. It made me realize how easy it is to misinterpret things, to let fear and paranoia twist our perceptions. But it also showed me the depth of a parent's love, the lengths someone will go to for the slimmest chance of finding a lost loved one. I still live in the same house, on the same quiet street. But now, when I look out my window at night, I don't see threats lurking in the shadows. Instead, I see a world full of stories, Some scary, some sad, but all uniquely human. And I'm reminded that sometimes the thing we fear the most is simply someone else's pain, looking for a place to heal. The dashboard clock blinked 11:47 p.m. as I pulled onto the empty highway. The full moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the desolate landscape. I had no idea that in just a few minutes, my routine late-night drive would turn into a terrifying game of cat and mouse that would push me to my limits. My name's Mike, and I work the night shift at a warehouse about an hour outside of town. It's not the most exciting job, but it pays the bills, and I've always been a bit of a night owl anyway. The drive home is usually uneventful. Just me, my thoughts, and miles of empty road stretching out before me. That night started like any other. I was tired after a long shift, looking forward to crawling into bed and sleeping until noon. The radio was playing softly, some late-night talk show discussing conspiracy theories. I wasn't really listening, my mind already half asleep. About 20 minutes into my drive, I noticed my gas gauge was hovering dangerously close to empty. Cursing under my breath, I started scanning the roadside for any signs of a gas station. Out here in the boonies, they were few and far between, especially at this hour. Just when I was starting to worry I might end up stranded, I saw a faint glow in the distance. As I got closer, I made out the shape of an old, run-down gas station. The sign was flickering, half the letters burnt out, but it was open. Beggars can't be choosers, I thought to myself as I pulled in. The place looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1970s. A single pump stood sentinel in the cracked concrete lot, and the small convenience store attached to it had bars on the windows. But the lights were on, and I could see movement inside. Relief washed over me as I got out to fill up. As I was pumping gas, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. You know that feeling when you're being watched? It was like that, but 100 times stronger. I looked around, trying to shake off the sensation, but the lot was empty save for my car and an old pickup truck parked near the store. I finished filling up and went inside to pay. The bell above the door jingled cheerfully, a stark contrast to the gloomy interior. Behind the counter stood a man who looked as old and weathered as the station itself. His rheumy eyes fixed on me as I approached, and I felt a chill run down my spine. "Evening," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Just the gas on pump 1A, please." He nodded slowly, ringing me up without a word. As I handed over my cash, I noticed his hands were stained with something dark. Grease, I told myself. Must be from working on cars. But a little voice in the back of my head whispered that it looked an awful lot like dried blood. "Long drive ahead of you?" the old man asked, his voice rough as gravel. Just heading home," I replied, eager to get out of there. "About 40 minutes down the road." He nodded again, a strange glint in his eye. "Drive safe now. A lot of crazy folks out on these roads at night." I mumbled a thanks and practically ran back to my car. As I pulled out of the station, I saw the old man watching me from the window. I shuddered and pressed down on the accelerator, wanting to put as much distance between me and that creepy place as possible. About 5 minutes down the road, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I didn't think much of it, but as the minutes ticked by, I realized the car behind me was keeping pace, never falling back or trying to pass. My palms started to sweat as I gripped the steering wheel tighter. "It's nothing," I told myself. "Probably just someone going the same way." But the little voice in my head, the one that had noticed the stains on the old man's hands, wasn't buying it. I decided to test my theory. I slowed down a bit, and sure enough, the car behind me slowed too. I sped up, and it matched my speed perfectly. My heart started to race. This wasn't a coincidence. I tried to get a better look at the car in my mirrors, but all I could make out was that it was a large, dark-colored vehicle, possibly the pickup I had seen at the gas station. The thought made my blood run cold. For the next 10 minutes, I tried every trick I could think of to lose my tail. I varied my speed. I took random turns onto side roads. I even considered pulling over and confronting them. But every time I thought I'd lost them, those headlights would appear in my mirror again. I was starting to panic. My hands were shaking, and I could feel sweat trickling down my back. I needed help. But out here, there was no one to call. My cell phone showed no signal, and I hadn't seen another car on the road for miles. Suddenly, the car behind me sped up, pulling alongside me. I risked a glance over and saw the pickup from the gas station. The driver's face was hidden in shadow, but I could make out the silhouette of the old man from the store in the passenger seat. The pickup started to edge closer, trying to run me off the road. I swerved, narrowly avoiding a collision. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. What did these people want? Why were they after me? In desperation, I floored it. My old sedan protested, the engine whining as I pushed it to its limits. The speedometer crept past 90, then 100. The world outside became a blur, the yellow line on the road a continuous streak. The pickup fell behind for a moment, but then I heard the roar of its engine as it gained on me again. These guys weren't going to give up easily. Up ahead, I saw a turnoff. Without thinking, I yanked the wheel hard, sending my car skidding onto the unpaved road. The pickup overshot the turn, buying me a few precious seconds. The dirt road was rough, and my car bounced and shuddered as I raced down it. Branches whipped at my windshield, and more than once I thought I was going to lose control. But fear kept my foot pressed firmly on the gas pedal. I could hear the pickup behind me, getting closer by the second. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to focus. There had to be a way out of this. Just when I thought all hope was lost, I saw lights in the distance. As I got closer, I realized it was a small town. Houses, streetlights, maybe even people who could help me. I've never been so happy to see civilization in my life. I burst out onto the main street, tires squealing. The few people still out at this hour stopped and stared as I careened past. In my rearview mirror, I saw the pickup emerge from the dirt road. But instead of following me into town, it slowed, then turned around and disappeared back the way it came. I didn't stop driving until I reached the local police station. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely put the car in park. I stumbled inside, probably looking like a madman, and blurted out my story to the bewildered officer at the desk. To their credit, the police took me seriously. They took my statement and sent out patrols to look for the pickup and to check out the gas station. But they never found anything. The gas station was abandoned when they got there, looking like it hadn't been used in years. I spent the next few weeks jumping at every shadow, convinced that the old man and his partner were going to come after me again. I changed my route home from work, bought a new car, even considered moving. But as time passed and nothing happened, I slowly started to relax. To this day, I don't know what those men wanted or why they chased me. Was it just a twisted game to them? Were they going to rob me or worse? I'll never know for sure. But one thing's certain, I never drive on lonely highways at night anymore. And I always make sure I have a full tank of gas before I leave home. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I can still hear the roar of that pickup's engine behind me. It's a reminder that danger can come from the most unexpected places, and that sometimes the difference between safety and terror is just a wrong turn on a dark, lonely road. The flickering neon sign read "Vacancy" in faded red letters, a beacon of hope in the pitch-black night. I pulled into the nearly empty parking lot, my eyelids heavy from hours of driving. Little did I know, checking into this rundown motel would be the beginning of the most terrifying night of my life. My name's Jack, and I'm a traveling salesman. Not the most glamorous job, but it pays the bills and lets me see parts of the country I'd never visit otherwise. This particular trip had me crossing 3 states in as many days, pitching our company's latest product to anyone who'd listen. It was well past midnight when I finally admitted defeat and started looking for a place to crash. I was in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest city, and my GPS was being less than helpful. So when I saw the sign for the Pine View Motel, I felt like I'd hit the jackpot. The place had seen better days. That much was clear. The paint was peeling. Half the exterior lights were burnt out, and the parking lot was more potholes than pavement. But at that point, I would have slept in my car if it meant I could close my eyes for a few hours. I parked in front of the office and went inside. A bell above the door jangled discordantly, announcing my arrival to the empty room. The place smelled of stale cigarette smoke and something else I couldn't quite place, something sour and unpleasant. "Hello," I called out, leaning over the counter to peer into the back room. "Anyone here?" After a moment, I heard shuffling footsteps. An old man emerged from the back, blinking at me like he'd just woken up, which, given the hour, he probably had. "Need a room?" he grunted, already reaching for a key. I nodded, stifling a yawn. "Just for the night. I'll be heading out first thing in the morning." He handed me a key attached to a faded plastic fob. "Room 13. "Great. That'll be $40, he said, his roomy eyes fixed on me. "Cash only." I handed over 2 20s, trying not to touch his gnarled hands. He pocketed the money without bothering with the ancient cash register on the counter. "Checkout's at 11, he mumbled, already shuffling back towards the rear of the office. "No refunds." And with that, he was gone, leaving me alone in the musty office. I shrugged off the uneasy feeling settling in my stomach and headed back to my car to grab my overnight bag. Room 13 was at the far end of the building, tucked away in a corner. The key stuck in the lock, and I had to jiggle it a few times before the door finally swung open with a creak that would have done any horror movie proud. The room was about what I expected. Small, dingy, with furniture that had probably been old when Nixon was president. But the bed looked clean enough, and that was all I cared about at that point. I dropped my bag, kicked off my shoes, and flopped onto the bed without bothering to change. I was asleep almost before my head hit the pillow. I'm not sure how long I slept before the noise woke me. At first, in my groggy state, I thought it was just part of a dream. A soft scratching sound like fingernails on wood. But as I became more awake, I realized it was coming from the door. I sat up, my heart suddenly pounding. The scratching continued, growing more insistent. Then, to my horror, I heard the doorknob start to turn. I'd locked the door, hadn't I? I was sure I had, but the knob kept turning, slowly, deliberately. I was frozen, unable to move, as the door began to open. A sliver of dim light from the parking lot cut through the darkness of the room. And then I saw a hand, pale and skeletal, curling around the edge of the door. That broke my paralysis. I leapt out of bed, slamming my body against the door and fumbling with the chain lock. The hand withdrew quickly, and I heard a hiss of frustration from the other side. "Who's there?" I shouted, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "I've called the police." Silence. Then, footsteps retreating. I stayed pressed against the door, my heart racing, straining to hear any sound. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I summoned the courage to look through the peephole. The walkway outside was empty. I spent the rest of the night huddled in a corner, the desk lamp on and my pocket knife clutched in my sweaty hand. Every creak of the building, every gust of wind had me on edge. I didn't dare try to leave. Whoever or whatever had tried to get in might still be out there. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the grimy window, I finally felt safe enough to move. I packed my bag with shaking hands, eager to get out of this place and put as many miles between me and room 13 as possible. I opened the door cautiously, half expecting to see someone or something waiting for me, but the walkway was empty. The parking lot deserted save for my car and an old pickup truck I assumed belonged to the manager. I made a beeline for my car, tossing my bag in the back seat and fumbling with my keys. Just as I was about to get in, a voice behind me made me jump. Leaving so soon? I whirled around to see the old manager standing there. In the harsh morning light, he looked even more decrepit than he had the night before. His skin was pale and waxy, his eyes sunken and lifeless. I have to get an early start, I stammered, fighting the urge to jump in my car and speed away. He nodded slowly, a strange smile spreading across his face. Shame. We so rarely get visitors these days. Something in the way he said, "we" sent a chill down my spine. I mumbled a goodbye and practically dove into my car, peeling out of the parking lot fast enough to leave tire marks. As I sped down the highway, my hands shaking on the steering wheel, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd narrowly escaped something truly sinister. What would have happened if that door had opened? Who, or what, had tried to get into my room? I drove for hours, not stopping until I was several states away. Even then, at a busy truck stop in broad daylight, I couldn't relax. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pale hand reaching around the door. I called the local police when I finally reached my destination, reporting what had happened. They took my statement, but I could tell they didn't really believe me. To be honest, in the light of day, I was having trouble believing it myself. A few weeks later, I received a call from a detective. They had investigated the Pine View Motel and found it abandoned. According to county records, it had been closed for years. The detective asked if I was sure about the location, if maybe I had confused it with another motel. But I knew what I had seen, what I had experienced. That hand reaching around the door was burned into my memory. I quit my job as a traveling salesman soon after. Couldn't handle the long drives, the nights in strange motels. Now I work a desk job in the city, and I sleep in my own bed every night. But sometimes, when I'm lying awake in the dark, I swear I can hear that scratching at my door. And I wonder, with a chill running down my spine, if whatever was in room 13 followed me home. I'll never know for sure what happened that night at the Pine View Motel. Was it a vivid nightmare brought on by exhaustion? A hallucination? Or something more sinister? Something that defies explanation? All I know is that I'll never again pull into a deserted motel on a dark, lonely highway. Some vacancies are better left unfilled. The old factory loomed before me, a hulking silhouette against the night sky. Its broken windows stared down like vacant eyes, hiding secrets I was about to uncover. As I fumbled with the ancient lock on the gate, I had no idea that my first night as a security guard would thrust me into a terrifying confrontation with dangers both human and possibly something else. My name's Tom, and I'd taken this job out of desperation. The economy had hit our town hard, and with a baby on the way, I couldn't afford to be picky. When I saw the ad for a night security guard at the abandoned Millbrook factory, it seemed like easy money. Just patrol an empty building for 8 hours, right? How wrong I was. The lock finally gave way with a rusty groan, and I slipped inside the factory grounds. The place had been shut down for years, its machinery silent and its workforce long gone. Now it was just a playground for vandals and urban explorers, or so I'd been told during my brief training. My flashlight cut through the darkness as I made my way to the small security office near the main entrance. It was a cramped space, barely larger than a closet, with a desk, a chair, and a bank of old CCTV monitors that flickered to life when I flipped the switch. Most of the cameras were dead, their screens showing nothing but static, but a few still worked, offering grainy black and white views of empty corridors and abandoned assembly lines. I settled into the creaky chair, trying to ignore the musty smell that permeated everything. The first few hours of my shift passed uneventfully. I alternated between watching the monitors and doing rounds of the ground floor, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. The only sounds were the occasional skittering of rats and the groan of the old building settling. It was around 2 a.m. when I first heard it. A soft thud, like something heavy being dropped, coming from the upper floors. I froze, my flashlight beam dancing across the walls as I tried to pinpoint the source. Probably just some debris falling, I muttered to myself, but my heart was racing. I knew I should go check it out. It was my job, after all. But the thought of climbing those dark stairs filled me with dread. I forced myself to move, my hand resting on the taser at my hip for reassurance. As I ascended the stairs, each creak of the old wood sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The second floor was even darker than the first, the moonlight barely penetrating the grime-covered windows. That's when I saw it, a flicker of movement at the end of the corridor. I swung my flashlight in that direction, but whatever it was had already disappeared around the corner. "Hello," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "This is security. If someone's there, come out now." Silence. Then, unmistakably, the sound of footsteps. But they weren't coming towards me. They were moving away, deeper into the factory. I followed, my curiosity overriding my fear. As I turned the corner, I caught a glimpse of a figure disappearing into one of the old offices. It looked like a man, but something about the way it moved seemed off. "Stop right there," I shouted, breaking into a run. But when I reached the office, it was empty. Or so I thought. A noise behind me made me whirl around. There, emerging from behind a rusted filing cabinet, was a man. But as my flashlight illuminated him, I realized with horror that he wasn't alone. Two more figures appeared, their eyes glinting in the harsh beam of light. "Well, well," the first man said, his voice gravelly. "Looks like we've got company, boys." I took a step back, my hand gripping the taser. "I'm armed security," I warned, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "You need to leave the premises immediately." The man laughed, a harsh sound that sent chills down my spine. "Oh, we ain't going nowhere. See, we've got a nice little operation set up here, and we can't have you messing it up." As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see that the office had been transformed into some kind of makeshift lab. Bottles, tubes, and other equipment I didn't recognize cluttered every surface. The acrid smell of chemicals hung in the air. My mind raced. A drug lab. I'd stumbled into a damn drug lab. "Listen," I said, holding up my free hand in what I hoped was a calming gesture. "I don't want any trouble. Why don't we all just walk away from this? I didn't see anything." The leader, at least, I assumed he was the leader, shook his head slowly. "Can't do that, friend. You've seen too much already." He nodded to his companions, and they started to spread out, flanking me. I knew I was in serious trouble, 3 against 1, and they had the home field advantage. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. I bolted from the office, my feet pounding on the old floorboards as I raced back toward the stairs. I could hear them behind me, their shouts echoing off the walls. As I reached the stairwell, I risked a glance back and saw the glint of metal in one of their hands. A knife, or maybe a gun. I took the stairs 2 at a time, nearly falling in my haste. I had to get back to the security office. There was a phone there. My cell didn't get reception in this concrete maze. I burst out onto the ground floor and sprinted towards the office. Behind me, I could hear my pursuers reaching the bottom of the stairs. I slammed the office door shut behind me and wedged a chair under the handle, knowing it wouldn't hold for long. With shaking hands, I grabbed the phone and dialed 911. As it rang, I could hear the men outside, their voices getting closer. 911, what's your emergency? This is security at Millbrook Factory, I gasped. There are intruders. They're trying to kill me. Please, send help. I quickly gave them the address, the dispatcher assuring me that units were on their way. But as I hung up, I knew the police might not get here in time. The door shuddered as someone slammed into it. The chair creaked ominously. I looked around desperately for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes fell on the bank of monitors and an idea formed. I grabbed the heaviest monitor and yanked it free, trailing cables behind it. Just as the door burst open, I swung it with all my might. It connected with the leader's head with a sickening crunch. He went down hard, the other two stumbling over him as they tried to enter the small space. I didn't wait to see if he got up. I shoved past the others, using the bulky monitor as a battering ram. They fell back, momentarily stunned, and I seized my chance. I ran like I'd never run before, out of the factory and into the cool night air. I could hear sirens in the distance, growing louder by the second. I didn't stop running until I reached the gate, wrenching it open and bursting out onto the street just as the first police car rounded the corner. The next few hours were a blur of police statements and paramedics checking me over. The cops found the drug lab and arrested 2 of the men, but the leader had managed to slip away in the chaos. As dawn broke, I sat on the curb, a shock blanket draped over my shoulders, watching the police and crime scene techs swarm over the factory. My wife arrived, her face pale with worry, and I held her close, feeling the gentle swell of her pregnant belly against me. I quit the security job that day. No amount of money was worth risking my life, risking the future of my family. But the experience changed me. I realized how quickly a seemingly safe situation could turn deadly, how thin the line was between ordinary life and mortal danger. Months later, as I held my newborn daughter in my arms, I thought back to that night at the factory. I had faced my fears, outwitted dangerous men, and survived. And now, looking into my child's eyes, I knew I'd find the strength to face whatever challenges life might throw at me. But still, sometimes in the dead of night I wake up in a cold sweat, hearing phantom footsteps and seeing shadowy figures in the corners of our bedroom. The old factory may be behind me, but its ghosts linger on, a reminder of the night I stared into the face of true terror and lived to tell the tale. The soft glow of my phone screen illuminated the dimly lit living room as I scrolled through the online marketplace. A familiar ping caught my attention, a notification for a second-hand stroller, exactly what I'd been searching for. Little did I know that this seemingly innocent purchase would plunge me into a nightmare that would leave me questioning every interaction, every shadow, and every moment of silence. I'm Sarah, a 28-year-old first-time mom living in the suburbs of Chicago. My daughter, Emma, had just turned 3 months old, and between the sleepless nights and the constant worry that comes with new parenthood, I was always on the lookout for ways to make our lives a little easier and a little more affordable. The stroller looked perfect in the photos, barely used, half the price of a new one, and just a short drive away. The seller, Susan, seemed friendly enough in our messages. We arranged to meet at her apartment the next day. I remember feeling a twinge of unease as I pulled up to the address. The neighborhood was a bit rougher than I was used to, all concrete and graffiti-covered walls. But I pushed the feeling aside. After all, not everyone could afford to live in the nicer parts of town, right? Susan's apartment was on the 3rd floor of a rundown building. The elevator was out of order, so I had to lug Emma's car seat up 3 flights of stairs. By the time I reached Susan's door, I was out of breath and second-guessing my decision to come alone. But Susan was all smiles when she opened the door. She cooed over Emma, showing me the stroller and even throwing in some baby clothes her daughter had outgrown. The whole transaction took less than 15 minutes, and I left feeling pleased with my bargain. It wasn't until I got home that things started to feel off. First, it was a text from Susan, asking if I'd made it home safely. Nice enough, I supposed, if a bit odd. I replied with a quick thanks, thinking that would be the end of it. But the texts kept coming, every day, sometimes multiple times a day. How was I finding the stroller? Did Emma like it? How was Emma doing? Was I getting enough sleep? At first, I tried to be polite, answering her questions briefly. But as the days went on, the messages became more frequent, more personal. She asked about our daily routines, what time Emma usually napped, if I ever took her to the park near our house. That last one made me pause. I'd never told her where we lived. I started to notice other things too. A car I didn't recognize parked across the street from our house, always in the same spot. I'd see it when I left for my morning walk with Emma, and it would still be there when we returned. One evening, as I was putting Emma to bed, I glanced out the window and saw a man standing by the car, staring up at our apartment. My blood ran cold. I quickly closed the blinds and called my friend Lisa, my hands shaking as I dialed. Lisa offered to come over, but I told her it was probably nothing. I didn't want to seem paranoid. But that night, I double-checked all the locks and slept with Emma's bassinet next to my bed. The next day, I went to the grocery store, trying to shake off the feeling of unease that had settled over me. As I was loading the groceries into my car, I saw the same car from our street, parked a few spaces away. The man inside was watching me. My heart racing, I hurried to get Emma into her car seat and drove home as fast as I safely could, constantly checking my rearview mirror. The car followed me the entire way. That night, I heard noises outside my window. Soft thuds, like footsteps in the flower bed. When I peeked through the blinds, I saw two men in my yard, trying to break into my car. I called the police, my voice barely above a whisper as I explained the situation. They arrived quickly, but the men were gone by the time they got there. The officers took my report and promised to patrol the area more often. The next day, I got a text from an unknown number. "We know where you live. Don't call the cops again." Panic set in. I called Lisa, finally telling her everything. She insisted I come stay with her for a while. I packed a bag for Emma and me, and we left that night. At Lisa's place, I felt safer, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept getting texts from different numbers, each one more threatening than the last. I changed my phone number, but somehow they kept finding me. I went to the police again, showing them the texts and telling them about Susan and the stroller. They took me more seriously this time, assigning a detective to my case. He suggested I stay somewhere else for a while and promised to look into Susan and the men who had been following me. Lisa and I decided to go to her parents' a cabin in Wisconsin. It was remote, off the grid, the perfect place to hide out until the police could sort things out. For a few weeks, things were quiet. The cabin was peaceful, surrounded by woods and a small lake. Emma seemed to thrive in the fresh air, and I started to relax, thinking maybe the worst was behind us. But one night, I woke up to the sound of a car outside. My heart pounding, I peeked out the window and saw the same car that had been parked outside my apartment in Chicago. They had found us. I shook Lisa awake, trying to keep my voice low as I explained. We grabbed Emma and hid in the bathroom, the only room in the cabin without windows. I called 911, whispering our location and situation to the dispatcher. We could hear them trying to break in, the sound of splintering wood echoing through the small cabin. Emma started to cry, and I held her close, trying to muffle her sobs against my chest. The minutes felt like hours as we waited for help to arrive. Every sound from outside the bathroom door made us flinch. Were they in the cabin? How long before they found us? Just when I thought all hope was lost, we heard sirens. The sound of running footsteps, then shouts and a brief scuffle. Finally, a knock on the bathroom door and a voice. "Police, you can come out now." We emerged to find the cabin in disarray, but we were safe. The police had caught one of the men trying to break in. After questioning him, they uncovered a whole network of criminals using online marketplaces to find victims. Susan, it turned out, wasn't Susan at all. She was part of a gang that specialized in identity theft and home invasions. They used the stroller sale as a way to get information about potential targets, families with young children who might have valuable items or personal information to steal. The man they caught gave up the rest of the gang, including the real Susan whose identity they had stolen. They were all arrested and charged with multiple crimes. In the weeks that followed, we moved to a new apartment in a different part of the city. I installed a top-of-the-line security system and took self-defense classes. I became more cautious about online interactions and more aware of my surroundings, but the experience left its mark. Even now, months later, I still find myself checking the locks multiple times before bed, jumping at unexpected noises, and scrutinizing every unfamiliar car on our street. The world feels different now, less safe, but it's also made me stronger, more resilient. I know now that I can face my fears, that I'll do whatever it takes to protect my daughter. As I watch Emma play in our new living room, blissfully unaware of the danger we faced, I'm reminded of how precious and fragile our safety can be. But I'm also filled with a fierce determination. We survived, we're together, and no matter what life throws at us next, we'll face it head on. The stroller that started it all sits in a corner, a reminder of how quickly life can change. But it's also a symbol of our resilience, of the strength we found in the face of terror. And as I pick up Emma and hold her close, I know that whatever challenges come our way, we'll overcome them together. The snap of a twig echoed through the forest, freezing me in my tracks. My heart pounded as I scanned the dense undergrowth, searching for the source of the sound. That's when I saw him, a small boy, no more than 8 years old, limping towards us with tears streaming down his dirt-smeared face. In that moment, I had no idea that this child would lead us into a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. My name's Mike, and I've been an avid hiker for most of my adult life. This particular trip was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway with my best friends, Sarah and Tom. We'd chosen a secluded trail in the Adirondacks, far from the usual tourist spots. The promise of untouched nature and peaceful solitude had drawn us in. If only we'd known what was really waiting for us in those woods. We'd been hiking for about 4 hours when we first heard the crying. It was faint at first, easily mistaken for the wind or some animal. But as we continued down the trail, it became clearer, unmistakably human and undeniably distressed. "Do you guys hear that?" Sarah asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Tom nodded, already veering off the trail towards the sound. "Sounds like a kid. We should check it out." That's when we saw him emerge from behind a large oak tree. He was small and skinny, his clothes torn and dirty. His left leg dragged slightly as he walked, and his face was a mess of tears and mud. "Hey there," I said softly, approaching him slowly. "Are you okay? Where are your parents?" The boy's lower lip trembled as he spoke. I fell. My leg hurts. I can't find my way back to my family." Sarah knelt beside him, her nurse's instincts kicking in as she examined his leg. "It doesn't look broken, but he shouldn't be walking on it. We need to get him some help." "What's your name, buddy?" Tom asked, rummaging in his backpack for the first aid kit. "Jimmy," the boy sniffled. "Please, can you help me find my family? They must be so worried." We exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing between us. Of course we would help him. How could we not? "Don't worry, Jimmy," I assured him. "We'll get you back to your family. Can you tell us where you last saw them?" Jimmy pointed deeper into the forest, one away from the trail. We were camping over there by a big rock shaped like a bear. I felt a twinge of unease. Camping off trail was risky, especially with a child. But I pushed the thought aside. Right now, our priority was getting this kid back to his parents. With Sarah supporting Jimmy on one side and Tom on the other, we set off in the direction he'd indicated. I took the lead, using my hiking pole to clear a path through the dense underbrush. As we walked, Jimmy told us about his family's camping trip, how he'd wandered off to explore and gotten lost. His story seemed to change slightly with each telling, but I chalked it up to the stress of the situation. Kids often got confused when they were scared. We'd been walking for about 20 minutes when I started to feel like something was off. The forest had gone quiet. No birds, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just an eerie, oppressive silence. "Guys," I said, keeping my voice low, "does something feel weird to you?" Before they could answer, Jimmy spoke up. We're almost there. It's just past those trees. We pushed through a thick cluster of pines and found ourselves in a small clearing. In the center stood a large rock formation that did indeed resemble a bear, but there was no sign of a campsite. No tents, no fire pit. Nothing to indicate anyone had been here recently. "Jimmy," Sarah said gently, "are you sure this is the right place?" The boy nodded vigorously. "Yes, this is it. They must be looking for me. Dad, Mom, I'm here." His shout echoed through the clearing, seeming to bounce off every tree. And then, from the other side of the clearing, we heard a response. But it wasn't the relieved cry of worried parents. It was laughter. Cold, harsh laughter that sent chills down my spine. 3 men emerged from the trees. They were rough-looking, with unkempt beards and cold eyes. Each carried a rifle, held with the casual ease of someone very familiar with their weapon. "Well done, Jimmy," one of them said, his voice gruff. "You brought us some nice prizes." My blood ran cold as I realized the trap we'd walked into. Jimmy wasn't lost. He was bait. "What's going on here?" Tom demanded, pushing Sarah and Jimmy behind him. The man who'd spoken, clearly the leader, grinned. It wasn't a pleasant expression. "What's going on is that you folks are going to hand over all your gear, your money, and anything else of value. Then maybe, if you're cooperative, we'll let you walk out of here." I felt Sarah's hand grip my arm tightly. My mind raced, trying to find a way out of this nightmare. We were outnumbered and unarmed. Our phones had no signal this deep in the woods. We were completely alone. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Okay, we'll give you what we have. Just don't hurt anyone." The leader nodded to his companions, who approached us with predatory grins. As they began rifling through our backpacks, I caught Tom's eye. He gave me a barely perceptible nod. We'd been friends long enough to communicate without words. He had a plan. It happened in an instant. As one of the men reached for Sarah's pack, Tom suddenly yelled, "Run!" and shoved the man hard. The guy stumbled, falling into his companion. We didn't hesitate. We ran, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for the trail or direction. All that mattered was putting distance between us and those men. Gunshots rang out behind us, bullets splintering tree trunks inches from our heads. Sarah screamed, and I grabbed her hand, pulling her along. "Don't stop," I yelled. "Keep going." We ran until our lungs burned, and our legs felt like jelly. The sounds of pursuit had faded, but we didn't slow down. Fear gave us speed we didn't know we possessed. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, we stumbled onto a dirt road. In the distance, we could see a small gas station. Gasping for breath, we staggered into the store. The clerk looked alarmed at our appearance, scratched, dirty, and wild-eyed. "Please," I managed between gulps of air, "call the police. We were attacked in the woods." The next few hours were a blur of police statements and paramedics checking us over. As the adrenaline wore off, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. We'd narrowly escaped being robbed, or worse. The police organized a search of the area, but found no sign of the men or the boy. They told us this wasn't the first report they'd had of hikers being lured off trail and robbed. But it was the first time they'd heard of a child being used as bait. In the days and weeks that followed, I found myself jumping at every unexpected noise, seeing danger in every shadow. The forest, once a place of peace and adventure for me, now seemed full of hidden threats. But as time passed, I refused to let fear control my life. I started hiking again, but never alone and always with extra precautions. I took self-defense classes and became more aware of my surroundings. The experience changed me, made me more cautious but also more appreciative of the kindness of strangers. Because for every person out there willing to do harm, there are many more ready to help. I often think about Jimmy, wondering about his story. Was he a willing participant in the scheme or another victim? I'll probably never know. But I hope that wherever he is, he found a way out of that life. As for me, I still love the outdoors. But now, when I lace up my hiking boots and hit the trail, I carry with me not just supplies, but a keen awareness of both the beauty and the potential dangers that lie in the wilderness. Every rustle in the bushes, every snapped twig brings a moment of tension, but I push through it, refusing to let one terrible experience rob me of something I love. The forest may hide dangers, but it also holds wonders. And in the end, I choose to focus on the wonders, while never forgetting the lesson I learned on that fateful day. Sometimes, the most dangerous predators in the woods are the ones that walk on two legs. The shattered glass crunched under my bare feet as I fumbled for the baseball bat I kept beside my bed. My heart pounded in my chest, drowning out all other sounds except for the unmistakable footsteps of intruders in my home. In that moment, I knew my quiet suburban life had just taken a terrifying turn. My name is David, and until that night, I'd always considered myself lucky. At 35, I had a stable job, a comfortable house in a good neighborhood, and a life that was predictably safe. But as I stood there in the darkness, clutching my makeshift weapon, I realized how quickly that safety could be shattered. It was a Wednesday night, just after 2 a.m. I'd gone to bed early, exhausted from a long day at work. The sound of breaking glass jolted me awake, my mind initially struggling to process what was happening. Then I heard them, hushed voices and the creak of floorboards under unfamiliar feet. Adrenaline surged through me as I reached for my phone, only to find it dead. Of course, I'd forgotten to charge it. Cursing silently, I grabbed the bat and crept towards my bedroom door, every muscle in my body tense. I could hear them in the living room now, rummaging through my things. The sound of something heavy falling made me flinch. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. Should I confront them? Try to sneak out? Hide and hope they didn't come upstairs? Before I could decide, I heard footsteps on the stairs. They were coming up. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I had to think clearly. I looked around my room, searching for an escape route. The window was my best bet. It overlooked the back garden, and while it was a drop, it wasn't so high that I couldn't manage it. As quietly as I could, I slid the window open. The cool night air hit my face, clearing my head a little. I was about to climb out when I heard a voice right outside my door. "Check in here," someone whispered. The doorknob started to turn. I didn't think, I just acted. I lunged forward, swinging the bat with all my might as the door opened. There was a sickening crunch and a cry of pain as it connected with something or someone. I didn't wait to see the result. I bolted past the fallen intruder, nearly tripping over him in my haste. Another man stood at the top of the stairs, his eyes wide with shock. For a split second, we just stared at each other. Then he reached for something at his waist, a gun. I didn't give him time to draw it. I charged, using my momentum and the bat to knock him off balance. We both tumbled down the stairs, a tangle of limbs and curses. Pain exploded in my shoulder as we hit the bottom, but I ignored it, scrambling to my feet. The front door was right there. Freedom was just steps away. But as I ran for it, a third man appeared, blocking my path. He was huge, easily a foot taller than me and built like a linebacker. "Going somewhere," he growled, advancing on me. I backed away, my eyes darting around for another escape route. The bat had been lost in the fall down the stairs. I was unarmed, outnumbered, and quickly running out of options. That's when I saw it, the back door, slightly ajar. They must have come in that way. It was my only chance. I feinted to the left, then darted right, ducking under the big man's grasping hands. I heard him curse as I slipped past, but I didn't look back. I ran for the back door, my bare feet slapping against the cold tile of the kitchen floor. I burst out into the night, the damp grass cool under my feet. The garden was dark, the high fence casting deep shadows. I could hear them behind me, shouting and crashing through the house. Without thinking, I made for the fence. It was tall, but there was a tree next to it that I'd always meant to trim. Tonight, I was grateful for my procrastination. I scrambled up the tree, ignoring the scrapes and cuts from the rough bark. Just as I reached the top of the fence, a hand grasped my ankle. I kicked out blindly, feeling my foot connect with something solid. There was a grunt of pain, and the grip loosened. I didn't hesitate. I threw myself over the fence, landing hard on the other side. Pain shot through my ankle, but I forced myself to get up. I couldn't stop now. I was in my neighbor's yard, old Mr. Johnson, who I'd always thought of as a grumpy nuisance with his complaints about my music being too loud. Now, his house represented safety. I limped to his back door, pounding on it with all my might. "Help!" I shouted. "Please, someone help me!" Lights flicked on inside, and after what felt like an eternity, Mr. Johnson appeared at the door, his eyes wide with shock. "David, what on earth?" "Please," I gasped. "Let me in. There are men. They broke into my house. They're after me." He ushered me inside, locking the door behind us. As he reached for his phone to call the police, we heard angry voices from my yard. They were searching for me. The next few hours passed in a blur. The police arrived, sirens blaring. There was a brief confrontation, shots fired. In the end, they caught 2 of the men. The third, the big one, managed to escape. As the adrenaline wore off, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. The police took my statement, paramedics checked me over, and finally, as dawn was breaking, I was allowed back into my house. The place was a mess, drawers upturned, furniture broken, my belongings strewn everywhere, but it was the less visible damage that affected me most. My sense of safety, of home, had been shattered along with my windows. In the days that followed, I couldn't sleep. Every noise made me jump, convinced they had come back. The big man was still out there somewhere. What if he came back to finish what they'd started? I installed a security system, put bars on the windows, bought a gun, but none of it made me feel truly safe. The incident had shaken me to my core, making me realize how fragile our sense of security really is. Weeks turned into months. Slowly, I started to reclaim my life. I went back to work, started going out with friends again, but I was changed. More cautious, more aware of my surroundings. I'd look at strangers and wonder, "Are you a threat? Are you here to hurt me?" It was no way to live. Finally, I decided I needed help. I started seeing a therapist, working through my fear and anxiety. It wasn't easy, but gradually, I began to feel more like myself again. One day, about 6 months after the break-in, I ran into Mr. Johnson while getting my mail. He asked how I was doing, genuine concern in his eyes. We ended up talking for over an hour. I learned he was a Vietnam vet, that he lived alone since his wife passed, that his grumpiness was mostly loneliness. From that day on, we developed an unlikely friendship. We'd have coffee on Sundays, watch football games together. He taught me about home security, showing me how to really secure my house without turning it into a fortress. A year after the break-in, they caught the third man. He'd been involved in a string of home invasions across 3 states. When they told me, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders that I hadn't even realized I'd been carrying. That night, for the first time in a year, I slept with my window open. The cool breeze and the sounds of the night no longer seemed menacing. Instead, they were a reminder that life goes on, that we can heal, that we can reclaim what fear takes from us. The break-in changed me, there's no doubt about that. But not all of those changes were bad. I'm more aware now, yes, but also more appreciative of the people around me, of the community I'm a part of. I no longer take my safety for granted, but I also don't let fear rule my life. Every now and then, when I hear an unexpected noise in the night, I still feel that flash of panic. But then I take a deep breath. Remember that I'm safe, that I'm strong, that I survived. And I realized that while the world can be a dangerous place, it's also full of good people, of neighbors who open their doors in the middle of the night, of unlikely friends who help you heal. In the end, that's the lesson I choose to take from that terrifying night. Not that danger lurks around every corner, but that we're stronger than we know, and that sometimes our worst experiences can lead us to our best selves. The rusty sign creaked in the wind, its faded letters barely legible. Last gas for 100 miles. As I pulled into the dilapidated gas station, a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool night air. Something about this place felt wrong, but with my fuel gauge hovering near empty, I had no choice. I never could have imagined that this mundane pit stop would plunge me into a nightmare that would test the limits of my survival instincts. My name's Alex, and I'm a freelance photographer. I was on my way back from a shoot in the middle of nowhere, taking the scenic route through some of the most desolate parts of the country. It was the kind of lonely stretch of highway where you could drive for hours without seeing another soul. As I stepped out of my car, the silence hit me like a physical force. No crickets, no distant traffic, not even the hum of the old gas pumps. Just an eerie, all-encompassing quiet that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The station looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1970s. A single pump stood sentinel in the cracked concrete lot, and the small convenience store attached to it had bars on the windows. But the lights were on, and I could see movement inside, which was reassuring. I started pumping gas, keeping an eye on the store. Through the grimy windows, I could make out 3 men inside. They seemed to be arguing about something, their gestures animated and aggressive. One of them glanced out and caught me looking. The hostility in his gaze made me quickly avert my eyes. Once the tank was full, I hesitated. I needed to go inside to pay, but every instinct was screaming at me to get back in my car and drive away as fast as I could. I took a deep breath, reminding myself that I was just being paranoid. It was late, I was tired, and my imagination was running wild. The bell above the door jangled discordantly as I entered. The conversation inside immediately stopped, and 3 pairs of eyes turned to me. The tension in the air was palpable. "Evening," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Just need to pay for the gas on pump 1. The man behind the counter nodded slowly, his roomy eyes never leaving my face as he rang me up. As I handed over my cash, I noticed his hands were stained with something dark. Grease, I told myself. Must be from working on cars. But a little voice in the back of my head whispered that it looked an awful lot like dried blood. "Long drive ahead of you?" one of the other men asked. He was tall and muscular, with a scar running down his cheek. "Nah, just heading home," I replied, eager to get out of there. "About an hour down the road." He nodded, exchanging a look with his companions that sent a chill down my spine. "Drive safe now. A lot of crazy folks out on these roads at night." I mumbled a thanks and practically ran back to my car. As I pulled out of the station, I saw the men watching me from the window. I shuddered and pressed down on the accelerator, wanting to put as much distance between me and that creepy place as possible. About 5 minutes down the road, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I didn't think much of it, but as the minutes ticked by, I realized the car behind me was keeping pace, never falling back or trying to pass. My palms started to sweat as I gripped the steering wheel tighter. "It's nothing," I told myself. "Probably just someone going the same way." But the little voice in my head, the one that had noticed the stains on the attendant's hands, wasn't buying it. I decided to test my theory. I slowed down a bit, and sure enough, the car behind me slowed too. I sped up, and it matched my speed perfectly. My heart started to race. This wasn't a coincidence. I tried to get a better look at the car in my mirrors, but all I could make out was that it was a large, dark-colored vehicle, possibly the pickup I had seen at the gas station. The thought made my blood run cold. For the next 10 minutes, I tried every trick I could think of to lose my tail. I varied my speed. I took random turns onto side roads. I even considered pulling over and confronting them, but every time I thought I'd lost them, those headlights would appear in my mirror again. I was starting to panic. My hands were shaking, and I could feel sweat trickling down my back. I needed help. But out here, there was no one to call. My cell phone showed no signal, and I hadn't seen another car on the road for miles. Suddenly, the car behind me sped up, pulling alongside me. I risked a glance over and saw the pickup from the gas station. The driver's face was hidden in shadow, but I could make out the silhouette of the scarred man in the passenger seat. The pickup started to edge closer, trying to run me off the road. I swerved, narrowly avoiding a collision. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. What did these people want? Why were they after me? In desperation, I floored it. My old car protested, the engine whining as I pushed it to its limits. The speedometer crept past 90, then 100. The world outside became a blur, the yellow line on the road a continuous streak. The pickup fell behind for a moment, but then I heard the roar of its engine as it gained on me again. These guys weren't going to give up easily. Up ahead, I saw a turnoff. Without thinking, I yanked the wheel hard, sending my car skidding onto the unpaved road. The pickup overshot the turn, buying me a few precious seconds. The dirt road was rough, and my car bounced and shuddered as I raced down it. Branches whipped at my windshield, and more than once I thought I was going to lose control. But fear kept my foot pressed firmly on the gas pedal. I could hear the pickup behind me, getting closer by the second. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to focus. There had to be a way out of this. Just when I thought all hope was lost, I saw lights in the distance. As I got closer, I realized it was a small town. Houses, streetlights, maybe even people who could help me. I'd never been so happy to see civilization in my life. I burst out onto the main street, tires squealing. The few people still out at this hour stopped and stared as I careened past. In my rearview mirror, I saw the pickup emerge from the dirt road. But instead of following me into town, it slowed, then turned around and disappeared back the way it came. I didn't stop driving until I reached the local police station. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely put the car in park. I stumbled inside, probably looking like a madman, and blurted out my story to the bewildered officer at the desk. To their credit, the police took me seriously. They took my statement and sent out patrols to look for the pickup and to check out the gas station, but they never found anything. The gas station was abandoned when they got there, looking like it hadn't been used in years. I spent the next few weeks jumping at every shadow, convinced that the men from the gas station were going to come after me again. I changed my route home from work, bought a new car, even considered moving. But as time passed and nothing happened, I slowly started to relax. To this day, I don't know what those men wanted or why they chased me. Was it just a twisted game to them? Were they going to rob me or worse? I'll never know for sure. But one thing's certain, I never drive on lonely highways at night anymore, and I always make sure I have a full tank of gas before I leave home. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I can still hear the roar of that pickup's engine behind me. It's a reminder that danger can come from the most unexpected places, and that sometimes the difference between safety and terror is just a wrong turn on a dark, lonely road. The experience changed me. I'm more cautious now, more aware of my surroundings, but I refuse to let fear control my life. Instead, I've channeled that energy into my photography, capturing the beauty of the world around me, even in its most desolate corners. Because I've learned that life is precious, and every moment, even the terrifying ones, is part of what makes us who we are. And sometimes, late at night when I'm editing photos, I'll come across a shot of a lonely gas station or a deserted highway. For a moment, I'm back there, heart racing, palms sweating. But then I take a deep breath, remind myself that I'm safe, and keep working. Because in the end, that's all we can do, keep moving forward, no matter what terrors we faced in the rearview mirror. The beam of my lighthouse cut through the darkness, a lonely sentinel against the raging storm. I've always found solace in the solitude of my job, but on that fateful night, as I peered through rain-lashed windows at a floundering ship, I had no idea that my act of mercy would invite a terror beyond anything I'd ever imagined. My name is Jack, and I've been the keeper of the Black Rock Lighthouse for nearly 2 decades. It's a solitary life, but one I've come to cherish. The rhythmic sweep of the light, the crash of waves against the rocks, the cry of seagulls. These have been my constant companions. Until that night. It was early November, and a vicious nor'easter had been battering the coast for days. The sea was a churning mass of gray, waves as tall as buildings smashing against the lighthouse with enough force to make the whole structure shudder. I'd seen my fair share of storms, but this one had a particular fury to it. I was making my usual rounds, checking the equipment and keeping a watchful eye on the horizon, when I saw it. A ship, tossed about like a toy in a bathtub, its running lights flickering weakly in the gloom. My heart sank. In these conditions, they didn't stand a chance. Without hesitation, I activated the foghorn and increased the intensity of the light, hoping to guide them to safer waters. But the ship was being pushed inexorably towards the jagged rocks that surrounded the lighthouse island. Then, through my binoculars, I saw a figure in the water. Someone had either jumped or been thrown overboard. Acting on instinct, I raced down the spiral staircase and out into the howling wind and stinging rain. The cold hit me like a physical blow as I made my way to the small dock on the leeward side of the island. The figure was being swept towards me by the current, and as they got closer, I could see it was a man, struggling weakly against the waves. I threw him a life preserver and, with considerable effort, managed to haul him onto the dock. He was a sorry sight, pale, shivering, his clothes torn and hanging off his gaunt frame, but he was alive. "Thank you," he gasped between chattering teeth. "Thought I was done for." I helped him to his feet. "Let's get you inside and warmed up." As we made our way back to the lighthouse, I glanced out to sea. The ship was gone, swallowed by the storm. A pang of guilt hit me. I should have been able to do more. But I pushed the feeling aside. Right now, I had a survivor to take care of. Once inside, I got the man settled in front of the potbelly stove in my living quarters, wrapped in blankets with a mug of hot tea in his trembling hands. As color slowly returned to his cheeks, I took a moment to really look at him. He was younger than I'd initially thought, probably in his early 30s. His face was gaunt, with deep-set eyes that darted nervously around the room. There was something off about him, but I chalked it up to his ordeal. "I'm Jack," I said, trying to put him at ease. "What's your name?" He hesitated for a moment before answering. "Tom. My name's Tom." "Well, Tom, you're safe now. Once the storm passes, I'll radio for help and we'll get you back to the mainland." A look I couldn't quite decipher flashed across his face. "No," he said, a bit too forcefully. Then, more calmly, "I mean, there's no rush. I don't want to be a bother." I frowned. It was an odd reaction. But again, I reminded myself of what he'd just been through. "It's no bother, but we're stuck here until the storm passes anyway. Why don't you get some rest?" I showed him to the small guest room we kept for the rare maintenance worker or inspector. As I turned to leave, he grabbed my arm. His grip was surprisingly strong. "Thank you," he said again, his eyes boring into mine. "I won't forget this." Sleep didn't come easy that night. The storm continued to rage, and I couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. There was something about Tom that didn't add up. The ship he'd supposedly come from, I hadn't seen anyone else in the water, nor any debris. And his reluctance to be returned to the mainland, I must have dozed off eventually because I woke with a start to the sound of movement in the lighthouse. Glancing at my watch, I saw it was just past 3 a.m. The storm had finally begun to subside, the wind now a low moan rather than a howling shriek. Curious, I got up to investigate. As I approached the kitchen, I heard muttering. Tom was awake, pacing back and forth, talking to himself in low, urgent tones. Can't let them find me. Have to stay hidden. He doesn't suspect. I froze, my blood running cold. Who was he hiding from? What didn't I suspect? Just then, a floorboard creaked under my foot. The muttering stopped abruptly. "Jack," Tom called out, his voice suddenly cheerful. "That you? I was just getting a glass of water." I stepped into the kitchen, trying to keep my face neutral. "Everything okay, Tom?" I heard voices. He laughed, but it sounded forced. "Just talking to myself. Bad habit, I'm afraid. This place is a bit creepy at night, isn't it?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. We stood there in awkward silence for a moment before I excused myself and went back to bed. But sleep was impossible now. My mind was racing, trying to piece together the puzzle of my mysterious guest. The next morning, I rose early, determined to get to the bottom of things. I needed to contact the mainland, find out if there were any reports of shipwrecks or missing persons. But as I climbed the stairs to the radio room, I heard something that made my blood run cold. The sound of smashing equipment. I burst into the room to find Tom, a hammer in his hand, methodically destroying the radio. He whirled to face me, his eyes wild. "I can't let you call them," he snarled. "I won't go back." I raised my hands, trying to calm him. "Tom, take it easy. Whatever's going on, we can figure it out." But there was no reasoning with him. He lunged at me, swinging the hammer. I managed to dodge, but lost my footing on the stairs. The world spun as I tumbled down, pain exploding in my head as it struck the metal steps. I came to some time later, groggy and in pain. I was in the storage closet, my hands and feet bound with rope. Tom was there, pacing back and forth, muttering to himself again. "What's going on, Tom?" I asked, my voice hoarse. He stopped pacing and looked at me, his eyes fever bright. "I'm sorry, Jack. I truly am. You seem like a good man, but I can't go back. I won't." Over the next hour, the story came out in bits and pieces. Tom was an escaped convict. He'd been on a prison transport ship when the storm hit. In the chaos, he'd managed to slip his cuffs and jump overboard, taking his chances with the sea rather than face a life behind bars. "They'll be looking for me," he said, his voice trembling, "but they won't think to check here for a while. I just need to lay low, figure out my next move." I tried to reason with him, to convince him that this course of action would only make things worse. But he was beyond reason, driven by desperation and fear. Days passed. Tom kept me tied up, only loosening my bonds for brief periods to eat or use the bathroom. He was paranoid, jumping at every sound, convinced that at any moment the authorities would come bursting in. I bided my time, looking for an opportunity to escape or overpower him. But Tom was vigilant, never letting his guard down. And as the days turned to weeks, I began to lose hope. But then, one stormy night, much like the one that had brought Tom to my door, everything changed. We heard the unmistakable sound of a helicopter approaching. Tom panicked, racing to the top of the lighthouse to douse the light. In that moment of distraction, I managed to work my bonds loose. My muscles screamed in protest as I forced myself to my feet and stumbled after him. I found him at the top of the lighthouse, frantically trying to disable the light. Without thinking, I charged at him. We grappled, teetering dangerously close to the edge of the platform. In a final, desperate move, I managed to shove him away from the light. Tom lost his balance, his eyes widening in shock as he toppled over the railing. His scream was lost in the howling wind as he plummeted to the rocks below. The helicopter landed a short while later. It was the monthly supply run, delayed by the recent storms. The crew was shocked to find me in my battered state, and even more shocked when I led them to Tom's broken body on the rocks. In the aftermath, as I gave my statement to the authorities and tried to come to terms with what had happened, I couldn't help but reflect on the cruel irony of it all. Tom had come to my lighthouse seeking refuge, and in doing so, had turned it into a prison for both of us. The lighthouse has been automated now. They said it was time, that technology had made my job obsolete. But I know the real reason. After what happened with Tom, they didn't think anyone would want to stay here. But I'm still here, living in a small cottage on the mainland, watching the beam of the lighthouse sweep across the water each night. Because despite everything, this place is still my home. And I've learned that sometimes, the real monsters aren't the ones we rescue from the sea, but the ones we create through our own fear and desperation. The light still shines, a beacon of hope in the darkness. And I'm still here, keeping watch, ready to face whatever the sea might bring to my shore. The setting sun painted the abandoned town in hues of orange and red, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out like grasping fingers. As I adjusted my camera to capture the eerie beauty, I had no idea that I was about to stumble into a nightmare that would challenge everything I thought I knew about reality and my own sanity. My name is Mia, and I'm what you'd call an urban explorer and adventure blogger. I've made a career out of seeking out forgotten places and sharing their stories with my followers. Ghost towns are my specialty. There's something hauntingly beautiful about these remnants of human ambition left to decay. This particular town, nestled in a remote valley of the American Southwest, Cole, had been on my bucket list for years. Silverton, they called it, a once booming mining community that had dried up almost overnight in the 1950s. The official story was that the silver had run out, but local legends hinted at darker reasons for its abandonment. I'd arrived just before sunset, wanting to get some atmospheric shots for my blog. The town was a photographer's dream: weathered wooden buildings, rusted mining equipment, and tumbleweeds rolling down the dusty main street. It was like stepping back in time. As I wandered the empty streets, snapping photos and making notes for my article, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The silence was too complete, the stillness too absolute. Even in abandoned places, you usually hear something: wind whistling through broken windows, the scurry of small animals. But here, it was as if the town was holding its breath. I brushed off the unease, chalking it up to an overactive imagination fueled by too many ghost stories. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the mountains, I decided to call it a day and head back to my campsite just outside town. That's when I saw it. A flicker of movement in my peripheral vision. I whirled around, camera at the ready, but the street behind me was empty. Just a trick of the fading light, I told myself. But then I saw it again, this time in an upstairs window of what had once been the town hotel. My heart started to race. I'd explored dozens of abandoned places, and I'd never encountered anything I couldn't explain. But something about that movement felt wrong, unnatural. Curiosity overrode my growing sense of dread. This was exactly the kind of thing my followers loved, a hint of the supernatural in a forgotten place. I approached the hotel, its weathered sign creaking in a wind I couldn't feel. The door was ajar, swinging gently on rusted hinges. I hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under my weight. The interior was a mess of peeling wallpaper and broken furniture, dust motes dancing in the beam of my flashlight. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing in the empty space. "Is anyone here?" Silence answered me. But as my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I noticed something strange. The layer of dust covering everything was undisturbed, except for a set of footprints leading up the stairs. Fresh footprints. My heart pounding. I followed the trail, each step taking me further from the safety of the outside world. The second floor was a long hallway lined with doors, most hanging off their hinges, But one door, at the far end of the hall, was closed. As I approached, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Voices, muffled but unmistakable, coming from behind that door. I stood there, frozen in indecision. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of this town and never look back. But the journalist in me, the part that had built my career on uncovering hidden stories, urged me forward. With a trembling hand, I reached for the doorknob. It turned easily, the door swinging open without a sound. What I saw inside defied all logic and reason. The room was fully furnished, not with the decayed remnants I'd seen downstairs, but with pristine 1950s decor. And seated around a table were 5 people, dressed in period clothing, engaged in animated conversation. They turned to look at me, their faces a mixture of surprise and something else, something hungry. "Well, well," one of them said, a man with a pencil-thin mustache and a gleaming smile. "Looks like we have a visitor, folks." I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. I must have hit my head, or maybe I was having some kind of hallucination. But as I backed away, they stood up and started to follow me, their movements jerky and unnatural, like marionettes controlled by an unseen hand. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps echoing in the hallway. As I reached the stairs, I risked a glance back. What I saw nearly stopped my heart. They were changing as they moved, their flesh seeming to melt and reform. Gone were the friendly smiles and period clothing. In their place were twisted, inhuman forms, with elongated limbs and 2 wide mouths filled with needle-like teeth. I flew down the stairs, nearly falling in my haste. I burst out of the hotel and into the street, gasping for air. But the nightmare wasn't over. All around me, the town was coming to life. Figures emerged from doorways and alleys, all of them undergoing the same horrific transformation I'd witnessed in the hotel. The entire population of Silverton, or whatever these things were, converging on me. I ran blindly, my only thought to get back to my car and escape this madness. But in my panic, I took a wrong turn. I found myself in a dead end, the rusted remains of mining equipment looming over me like silent sentinels. As I turned to face my pursuers, a voice rang out. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, filling the air with its otherworldly resonance. "Welcome, Seeker," it said. "We've been waiting for you." The creatures stopped their advance, forming a semicircle around me. The one in the center, which I recognized as the man from the hotel, stepped forward. Its face was a writhing mass of shadows, but its voice was eerily calm. "For too long, we've been trapped here, bound to this place by forces beyond your comprehension. But you, with your curious mind and your camera that captures souls, you can set us free." I pressed myself against the wall, trying to put as much distance between myself and these things as possible. "What are you?" I managed to croak out. The creature's mouth split into a grotesque parody of a smile. "We are the forgotten, the abandoned, the lost. We are what happens when a place is left to rot, when memories fade and time stands still. And now, you will join us." It reached out with a twisted hand, its fingers elongating like smoke. I closed my eyes, bracing for the end. But instead of cold terror, I felt a sudden warmth on my face. I opened my eyes to find myself lying on the ground outside the town, the morning sun peeking over the mountains. My camera lay beside me, the screen cracked but still functioning. With shaking hands, I scrolled through the photos I'd taken the night before. Empty streets, dilapidated buildings, nothing unusual, until I reached the last image. It showed the hotel room, exactly as I'd seen it, fully furnished, occupied by smiling people in 1950s clothing. But their eyes were solid black, staring directly at the camera with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I scrambled to my feet and ran to my car, not stopping until I was miles away from Silverton. I've never gone back, and I've never shared that last photo or the full story of what happened that night. Until now, I still explore abandoned places, still share their stories. But now, I'm more cautious, more aware that sometimes the ghosts we search for are all too real and all too eager to add new souls to their ranks. And sometimes, late at night when I'm editing photos from my latest expedition, I swear I can hear distant voices calling my name, inviting me back to that town where time stands still and the forgotten things lurk in the shadows, waiting for unwary travelers to set them free. The crack of a twig underfoot shattered the forest's silence, freezing us in our tracks. We'd been hiking for hours, reveling in the solitude of nature, but that single sound changed everything. As we huddled together, straining our ears in the growing darkness, we had no idea that our peaceful camping trip was about to turn into a desperate fight for survival against an enemy more dangerous than any wild animal. My name's Chris, and I've been an avid camper for most of my life. This particular trip was with my two best friends, Sarah and Mike. We'd been planning it for months, eager to explore a remote part of the Appalachian wilderness that was off the beaten path. The promise of unspoiled nature and true solitude had drawn us in. If only we'd known what was really waiting for us in those woods. We'd set up camp in a small clearing near a bubbling stream, the kind of idyllic spot you see on postcards. The first 2 days were perfect. Hiking, fishing, sitting around the campfire sharing stories and laughing. It felt like we'd found our own private paradise. On the third day, we decided to explore deeper into the forest. The trees grew denser, the undergrowth thicker. It was exhilarating, feeling like we were the first people to set foot in this part of the woods in years. That's when we heard it. Voices in the distance. At first, we were annoyed. So much for having the wilderness to ourselves. But as we got closer, we realized these weren't the sounds of other hikers enjoying nature. The voices were angry, aggressive. We crouched behind a fallen log, peering through the foliage. What we saw made my blood run cold. In a small clearing stood a group of men, heavily armed and dressed in ragged camouflage. They were arguing over a map spread out on a makeshift table. "I'm telling you, the cache is here," one of them growled, jabbing his finger at the map. "We need to move it before the feds catch up to us." Sarah gripped my arm, her eyes wide with fear. We'd stumbled upon something dangerous, very dangerous. Slowly, carefully, we began to back away. But fate wasn't on our side. Mike's foot caught on a root, sending him stumbling backward. The crack of breaking branches might as well have been a gunshot. The men's heads snapped up, their eyes scanning the forest. "Who's there?" one of them shouted. "Show yourselves!" We ran. There was no time for stealth or clever plans. Pure adrenaline fueled us as we crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces. Behind us, we could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. "We need to split up," Mike gasped as we ran. "It'll be harder for them to track us." I wanted to argue, to keep us together, but I knew he was right. With a quick nod to each other, we veered off in different directions. I headed downhill, hoping to find the stream we'd camped near. Water would help cover my tracks. The forest was a blur around me as I ran, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear someone behind me, closing in. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I couldn't afford to lose focus now. I burst out of the trees onto the bank of the stream, nearly losing my footing on the slippery rocks. Without hesitation, I plunged into the cold water, gasping at the shock. I waded downstream, trying to move as quickly and quietly as possible. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I dragged myself out of the water and into a small cavern formed by overhanging rocks. I pressed myself as far back as I could, trying to control my ragged breathing. The sound of splashing water made me freeze. Someone was in the stream, searching. I held my breath as a figure passed by my hiding spot, so close I could have reached out and touched them. It was one of the men from the clearing, a rifle clutched in his hands. For a heart-stopping moment, he paused near my cave. I was sure he'd heard me, that at any second he'd peer in and find me. But then he moved on, continuing downstream. I stayed in that cramped, damp space until my muscles screamed in protest, and the light filtering through the trees began to fade. Only then did I dare to emerge. The forest had gone quiet, the normal sounds of birds and small animals conspicuously absent. I knew I needed to find Sarah and Mike, but I had no idea where they'd gone or if they'd even managed to escape. As night fell, the woods became a different world. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every sound a potential enemy. I moved as quietly as I could, constantly scanning my surroundings. I was beginning to lose hope of finding my friends when I heard it, a soft whistle, barely audible. It was a tune we'd agreed on years ago, a way to signal each other if we ever got separated while hiking. My heart leapt. It had to be Sarah or Mike. I followed the sound, moving cautiously. It led me to a dense thicket, and as I approached, I saw a hand reach out, beckoning me in. It was Sarah. She looked terrible, scratched, dirty, and utterly exhausted. But she was alive. We embraced silently, both of us too overwhelmed for words. "Have you seen Mike?" I whispered when we finally broke apart. She shook her head, her eyes filling with tears. "I thought he'd be with you." We spent a sleepless night in that thicket, taking turns keeping watch. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves had us on edge, sure that we'd been discovered. As dawn broke, we knew we had to move. We needed to find Mike and get out of these woods. But we also knew that those men were still out there, hunting us. We moved carefully, trying to stay hidden while searching for any sign of Mike. The forest felt different now, no longer a place of beauty and adventure, but a dangerous maze where death lurked behind every tree. It was mid-morning when we heard the gunshot. A single crack that echoed through the trees, sending birds scattering into the sky. Sarah and I looked at each other, the same terrible thought in both our minds. Mike. We moved towards the sound, caution warring with our desperate need to find our friend. As we crested a small hill, we saw them, the group of men, gathered in a small clearing. And there, on his knees in the center, was Mike. My heart sank. Mike's face was bruised and bloody, his hands tied behind his back. The leader of the group stood over him, a pistol in his hand. "I'm going to ask you one more time," the man growled. "Where are your friends?" Mike spat blood onto the ground. "Go to hell." The man raised his gun, and I knew we were out of time. Without thinking, I grabbed a rock and hurled it as hard as I could into the trees on the opposite side of the clearing. The distraction worked. As the men turned towards the noise, Sarah and I burst from our hiding place. I tackled the leader, sending his gun flying, while Sarah ran to Mike. What followed was chaos. I fought with a desperation I didn't know I possessed, driven by the need to protect my friends. Sarah managed to cut Mike free, and he joined the fray despite his injuries. Somehow, in the confusion, we managed to break free. We ran like we'd never run before, our feet barely touching the ground. Behind us, we could hear angry shouts and the occasional gunshot, but we didn't stop. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like jelly. When we finally stopped, gasping for breath, we found ourselves on the edge of a road. The sight of that weathered asphalt, a sign of civilization, nearly brought me to my tears. We flagged down the first car we saw, probably looking like wild people with our torn clothes and dirty, our scratched faces. The elderly couple inside was understandably hesitant, but something in our desperate pleas convinced them to help. They drove us to the nearest town, where we immediately went to the police. We told them everything, about the armed men, their hidden cache, the chase through the woods. They took our statement seriously, calling in state police and even the FBI. In the days that followed, as we recovered in a local hospital, we learned the full story. The men were part of a domestic terrorist group that had been operating in the area for months. Our accidental discovery had led to their capture and the dismantling of their entire network. We were hailed as heroes, but it didn't feel heroic. We were just three friends who'd gone looking for adventure and found more than we'd bargained for. That camping trip changed us, in ways I'm still trying to understand. We'd faced death together, seen the darkness that can lurk in the hearts of men, but we'd also discovered a strength in ourselves and in our friendship that we never knew existed. I still go camping, still find peace in the wilderness. But now, I'm always aware that even in the most beautiful places, danger can be lurking just out of sight. And I never go into the woods without remembering the lesson we learned on that terrifying day, that sometimes the most dangerous predators in the forest are the ones that walk on two legs. The hum of the fluorescent lights was the only sound in the empty laundromat, a stark contrast to the busy hum of the machines during the day. I'd always found comfort in the quiet of the night shift, but as I folded the last load of towels, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck told me that tonight, I wasn't alone. Little did I know, this ordinary night was about to become a terrifying ordeal that would change my life forever. My name's Rachel, and I've been working the night shift at the 24-hour Suds Duds for about 6 months now. It's not the most glamorous job, but it pays the bills while I finish my degree. Most nights are uneventful, just me, the rhythmic tumble of the washers and dryers, and the occasional insomniac customer. That night started like any other. I clocked in at 11 p.m., nodded a goodbye to the evening shift worker, and settled in for my usual routine. Check the machines, restock the detergent vending machine, maybe catch up on some reading during the quiet hours. It was around 1 a.m. when I first noticed him, a man, standing across the street, just watching. At first, I didn't think much of it. This wasn't exactly a bustling neighborhood, but it wasn't unusual to see people out late. Still, something about the way he stood, so still and focused, made me uneasy. I tried to shake off the feeling, focusing on my tasks. But every time I glanced up, he was still there. Not moving, not smoking, not doing anything but staring directly at the laundromat. At me. By 2 a.m., my unease had grown into full-blown anxiety. I'd closed the blinds, but I could still feel his presence out there. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? There's a man standing on a public street. I didn't want to sound paranoid. At 3 a.m., I heard it. A soft tapping on the glass of the front door. My heart leapt into my throat. I turned slowly, praying it was just my imagination. But there he was, his face pressed against the glass, eyes wide and unblinking. "We're closed," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Come back in the morning." He didn't respond, didn't move, just kept staring. I reached for my phone with trembling hands, ready to call for help. That's when he spoke, his voice muffled through the glass but still chilling. "Let me in, Rachel. I just want to talk." Ice flooded my veins. How did he know my name? "I'm calling the police," I said, my finger hovering over the dial button. His expression didn't change, but his next words froze me in place. Now, Rachel. You don't want to do that. Not if you care about what happens to your mother in that nursing home across town." My breath caught in my throat. How could he possibly know about my mom? "What do you want?" I asked, hating the tremor in my voice. "I told you. I just want to talk. Open the door, Rachel." Every instinct screamed at me not to do it, but the threat to my mother overrode my fear. With shaking hands, I unlocked the door. He slipped inside like a shadow, his movements fluid and eerily graceful. Up close, he was older than I'd thought, maybe in his 50s, with salt and pepper hair and eyes that seemed to bore right through me. "There. That wasn't so hard, was it?" he said, his voice smooth and controlled. "Now, why don't we sit down and have a chat?" I backed away as he advanced, my hip bumping against the folding table. "Who are you? What do you want?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Who I am isn't important. What I want, well, That's a bit more complicated. For the next hour, he talked about my life, my family, my hopes and dreams. He knew things no stranger should know. Where I'd gone to high school, my first boyfriend's name, the time I broke my arm falling out of a tree when I was 9. With each revelation, my terror grew. This wasn't just some random creep. This man had been watching me, studying me, for who knows how long. Why? I finally managed to ask. Why me? His eyes gleamed in the harsh fluorescent light. Because you're special, Rachel. You have something I need. Before I could ask what he meant, he was moving. Faster than I thought possible. He closed the distance between us, his hand shooting out to grasp my arm. I felt a sharp prick, and the world began to swim around me. Don't fight it, I heard him say, his voice seeming to come from far away. It'll all be over soon. I woke up in darkness, my head pounding. As my eyes adjusted, I realized I was in some kind of basement. The air was damp and musty, and I could hear water dripping somewhere nearby. Panic set in as I tried to move and found my hands and feet bound. I was lying on a cold concrete floor, the rough surface scraping against my cheek as I struggled. You're awake. His voice came from the shadows, making me flinch. Good. We can begin. Begin what? I croaked, my throat dry and scratchy. What do you want from me? He stepped into view, holding something that gleamed dully in the low light. A knife. I told you, Rachel, you have something I need. Something very special. As he approached, I saw that his eyes had changed. They were no longer just cold and calculating wine, but seemed to glow with an inner light. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a nightmare. But the pain as he pressed the knife against my arm was all too real. Your blood, Rachel. It's unique, special, and it's going to help me become something more. I screamed as he cut, the sound echoing off the bare walls. But even as I cried out, a part of my mind was racing, looking for a way out. I hadn't survived years of late-night shifts in sketchy neighborhoods to die in some madman's basement. As he leaned in, distracted by the blood welling up from the cut, I saw my chance. I brought my head up as hard as I could, smashing it into his face. He reeled back, cursing, the knife clattering to the floor. Ignoring the pain in my arm, I rolled, managing to get my bound hands on the knife. It was awkward, but I managed to saw through the ropes on my wrists. By the time he recovered, I was free and armed. You don't understand, he snarled, blood streaming from his nose. You can't stop this. It's already begun. I didn't wait to hear more. I lashed out with the knife, catching him across the chest. He howled, more in rage than pain, and lunged at me. We grappled, rolling across the cold floor. He was stronger, but I was fighting for my life. Somehow, in the struggle, the knife ended up buried in his shoulder. He staggered back, looking more surprised than hurt. And that's when I saw it. His blood. It wasn't red, but a dark, oily black that seemed to move with a life of its own. Taking advantage of his shock, I bolted for the stairs I'd spotted earlier. I took them 2 at a time, my heart pounding in my ears. Behind me, I could hear him recovering, his footsteps heavy on the stairs. I burst out into what looked like an abandoned house, moonlight streaming through broken windows. Without pausing, I ran for the front door, praying it wasn't locked. The cool night air hit me like a slap as I tumbled out onto an overgrown lawn. I didn't know where I was, but I could see lights in the distance. Civilization. Safety. I ran like I'd never run before, ignoring the pain in my bare feet as they slapped against the pavement. I didn't look back, didn't slow down until I reached a lit gas station. The attendant's eyes went wide as I burst in, bloody and wild-eyed. "Call the police," I gasped. "Please." What followed was a blur of police statements, hospital visits, and questions I couldn't fully answer. They found the house, but there was no sign of the man. Just a basement full of strange equipment and jars of dark liquid I tried not to think about. They told me I was lucky to be alive, that I'd escaped from a serial killer who'd been targeting young women in the area. But they didn't see what I saw. They didn't know about the black blood, the glowing eyes. I quit my job at the laundromat, moved to a new city, but I can't shake the feeling that it's not over, that someday he'll find me again. Because whatever he is, whatever he was trying to become, I'm sure it's still out there, waiting, watching. So I stay vigilant. I've taken self-defense classes, installed a top-of-the-line security system in my new apartment, but most importantly, I've learned to trust my instincts, because sometimes that prickling on the back of your neck isn't just paranoia. Sometimes it's your subconscious warning you that the monster in the shadows is all too real, and next time, I'll be ready. The battered vacancy sign flickered in the rearview mirror as I pulled onto the empty highway. My new passenger, a lanky guy with a scraggly beard, shifted nervously in his seat. I'd picked up plenty of hitchhikers before, but something about this one set my teeth on edge. Little did I know. My act of kindness was about to plunge me into a nightmarish journey that would test the limits of my survival instincts. My name's Jake, and I've been driving cross-country for the better part of a decade. There's something about the open road that calls to me. The endless stretch of asphalt, the ever-changing landscape, the promise of adventure around every bend. I've seen my fair share of strange things in my travels, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night. It was just past midnight, and I'd been driving for hours. The monotony of the desert highway was starting to get to me, my eyelids growing heavy despite the thermos of coffee at my side. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the side of the road, thumb outstretched. I hesitated for a moment. It was late, and we were miles from anywhere. But the guy looked harmless enough, and I'd been in his shoes before. I knew how much a simple ride could mean. I pulled over, rolling down the passenger window. "Where you headed?" "Just down the road a ways," he said, his voice gravelly from disuse. "Name's Mike." I introduced myself and unlocked the door. As Mike slid into the seat, I caught a whiff of stale sweat and something else I couldn't quite place. I chalked it up to days on the road and pulled back onto the highway. We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the hum of tires on asphalt and the low murmur of the radio. I tried to make small talk, asking where he was from and where he was going, but Mike's answers were vague and evasive. He seemed more interested in me, asking pointed questions about my route and when I'd last stopped for gas. As the miles ticked by, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Mike's hands were shaking slightly, and his eyes darted constantly to the rearview mirror as if expecting to see someone following us. "You okay, man?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. "You seem a bit on edge." Mike's whole body tensed. "I'm fine," he snapped. Just keep driving." The atmosphere in the car grew thick with tension. I began to regret my decision to pick him up, but we were in the middle of nowhere. I couldn't exactly kick him out here. That's when I saw the flashing lights in my rearview mirror. A police car was pulling us over. Relief washed over me. Whatever was going on with Mike, surely the presence of law enforcement would straighten things out. But as I started to slow down, Mike's hand shot out, gripping my arm with surprising strength. "Don't stop," he hissed, his eyes wild with panic. "If you stop, we're both dead." My heart began to race. "What are you talking about?" "That's the police." Mike's laugh was harsh and humorless. "That ain't no cop. Trust me. Now drive." Against my better judgment, I pressed down on the accelerator. The police car sped up too, its siren wailing to life. "What the hell is going on?" I demanded, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. Mike reached into his jacket and pulled out a gun. My blood ran cold at the sight of it. "I'll explain later," he said. "Right now, you need to lose them." My mind was reeling. How had a simple act of kindness turned into this nightmare? but with a gun pointed at me and a mysterious pursuer on our tail, I didn't have much choice. I pressed the pedal to the floor, the engine roaring as we shot forward. What followed was the most terrifying drive of my life. We tore down the empty highway at breakneck speeds, the police car right on our tail. Mike kept urging me to go faster, to take sudden turns onto side roads. I lost track of time, focused entirely on keeping us on the road and away from our pursuer. Finally, after what felt like hours, we lost them. I pulled over on a deserted stretch of road, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn off the engine. "All right," I said, turning to Mike. "I think I deserve some answers now." Mike was quiet for a long moment, the gun still clutched in his trembling hand. Then, slowly, he began to talk. He told me a story so outlandish I would have thought he was crazy if I hadn't just lived through a high-speed chase with a fake police car. Mike claimed he was a former government agent who'd uncovered a massive conspiracy. The people chasing us, he said, were part of a shadow organization that had infiltrated every level of government. "They're everywhere," he said, his eyes darting nervously around. "Police, FBI, CIA, you can't trust any of them. I've got evidence that could bring the whole thing crashing down, but they'll kill me before they let that happen." I sat there, trying to process what I was hearing. Part of me wanted to believe it was all some elaborate delusion, but the chase we'd just been through was all too real. "So what now?" I asked, surprised at how steady my voice sounded. Mike checked his watch, his brow furrowed. "We need to keep moving. I've got a contact a few hours from here. If we can make it to them, we'll be safe." I weighed my options. I could try to make a run for it, but with the gun and the very real threat of these mysterious pursuers, that seemed like a bad idea. And if what Mike was saying was true, well, I was already in deep. Might as well see it through. We drove through the night, sticking to back roads and keeping a constant watch for any signs of pursuit. Mike's paranoia was infectious, and soon I found myself jumping at every set of headlights, every unexpected sound. As dawn began to break, we pulled into a small, nondescript town. Mike directed me to a rundown motel on the outskirts. "Wait here," he said, getting out of the car. "I need to make contact." I watched as he disappeared into one of the rooms. Minutes ticked by, stretching into an hour. Something didn't feel right. Making a split-second decision, I got out of the car and crept towards the room. As I neared the door, I heard voices. Mike's, and another I didn't recognize. They were arguing. "You brought an outsider into this?" the unknown voice hissed. "Are you insane?" "I didn't have a choice," Mike replied. "But don't worry, I'll take care of it." My blood ran cold. I'd been a fool to trust him. I turned to run, but a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I found myself staring down the barrel of Mike's gun. "I'm sorry," he said, and he genuinely looked it. "But you know too much." Time seemed to slow down. Oh, in that moment, I saw my life flash before my eyes. All the roads I'd traveled, the people I'd met, the experiences I'd had. I wasn't ready for it to end. With a desperation I didn't know I possessed, I lashed out. My fist connected with Mike's jaw, sending him stumbling backward. The gun went off, the bullet whizzing past my ear. I didn't wait to see if he'd recover. I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, my lungs burning and my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear shouts behind me, footsteps giving chase. But I had one advantage. I knew these streets, these forgotten back roads of America, better than anyone. I zigzagged through alleys, vaulted fences, and ducked through abandoned buildings. Eventually, the sounds of pursuit faded, but I didn't stop running until I reached the highway. By some miracle, a truck was approaching. I flagged it down, probably looking like a madman with my wild eyes and heaving breaths. The driver, a kind-faced woman in her 50s, took one look at me and opened the door. "Honey, are you in trouble?" she asked as I climbed in. I nodded, too out of breath to speak. She didn't ask any more questions, just put the truck in gear and sped off. As we drove away from that town, leaving Mike and his conspiracies behind, I felt a mix of relief and lingering fear. I knew I'd be looking over my shoulder for a long time to come, wondering if they were still out there, still looking for me. But as the miles rolled by and the adrenaline faded, I found myself reflecting on the experience. It had been terrifying, yes, but it had also shown me something about myself. I was stronger than I'd thought, more resourceful, more determined to survive. The open road had always called to me, promising adventure and new experiences. Well, I'd certainly gotten that, in spades. And while I wasn't sure I'd ever pick up another hitchhiker, I knew I wouldn't let this experience keep me from the life I loved. Because out there, beyond the reach of shadowy organizations and desperate men with guns, the road still stretched on, full of possibilities. And I was still here, still driving, still free to chase the horizon. As the sun rose, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. Whatever came next, whatever challenges lay ahead, I was ready to face them. After all, I was a survivor, and the road, with all its dangers and wonders, was still calling my name. The first rock shattered our kitchen window, sending glass shards skittering across the floor like ice across a frozen lake. My wife, Emily, screamed, clutching our daughter to her chest as we huddled in the corner of our once peaceful vacation cabin. The shouts from outside grew louder, more menacing. "Get out! You don't belong here!" What had started as a dream family getaway was rapidly descending into a nightmare that would test our will to survive and change us forever. I'm Mark, a 35-year-old software engineer from the city. Emily and I had been planning this trip to the mountains for months, eager to introduce our 5-year-old daughter, Lily, to the joys of nature. We'd found a charming cabin online, nestled in a small community that promised peace, quiet, and breathtaking views. It seemed perfect, a chance to escape the chaos of urban life and bond as a family. The first 2 days were idyllic. We hiked through lush forests, roasted marshmallows under a canopy of stars, and breathed in the crisp mountain air. Lily was enchanted, her eyes wide with wonder at each new discovery. Emily and I felt the stress of our daily lives melting away with each passing hour. But on the third day, things began to change. We noticed sideways glances from locals when we ventured into the small town for supplies. Conversations would stop abruptly when we entered the general store. An elderly man spat on the ground as we passed him on the street. We tried to shrug it off, attributing it to the wariness that small, isolated communities often have towards outsiders. That evening, as we sat on the cabin's porch watching the sunset, a pickup truck roared past. The driver leaned out, hurling a beer bottle that shattered at our feet. "Go back where you came from," he yelled, his words slightly slurred but filled with venom. Shaken, we retreated inside, locking the doors and windows. Emily wanted to leave immediately, but I convinced her it was just one drunk troublemaker. We'd paid for a week, and I was determined not to let one incident ruin our vacation. How naive I was. The next day, the tension in town was palpable. People openly glared at us, muttering under their breaths. At the local diner, our order was accidentally dropped on the floor, the waitress's apology dripping with insincerity. As we left, I overheard a group of men at the counter. "They're not natural," one said, "bringing their city ways here, corrupting our home." I hurried Emily and Lily back to the cabin, my mind racing. What had we done to provoke such hostility? We'd been nothing but polite, respectful of local customs. It didn't make sense. That night, the first rock came through our window. Then another, and another. The shouting started soon after, a chorus of angry voices demanding we leave. I called the local sheriff, but the response chilled me to the bone. "Ain't nothing we can do," he drawled, sounding almost amused. "Folks around here don't take kindly to outsiders. Best you pack up and go, for things get ugly." As I hung up, the realization hit me like a physical blow. We were alone. No one was coming to help us. I looked at Emily, her face pale with fear, and Lily, confused and frightened, clinging to her mother. In that moment, I knew I had to be strong for them. We had to find a way out. The crowd outside was growing, their shouts becoming more aggressive. I could see flickering torchlight through the curtains. This was rapidly escalating beyond a few local troublemakers. This was a mob, driven by a xenophobia I couldn't comprehend. "We need to leave," I whispered to Emily. "Now." She nodded, her eyes wide but determined. We moved quickly, grabbing only what we could carry. I shoved some clothes and our important documents into a backpack, while Emily packed some food and water. Lily, bless her, seemed to understand the gravity of the situation and remained quiet, clutching her favorite stuffed animal. The sound of splintering wood told me they were trying to break down the front door. We didn't have much time. I led my family to the back of the cabin, to a small window I'd noticed earlier that led out into the dense forest behind the property. As I helped Emily and Lily through the window, a crash from the front of the cabin told me the mob had broken in. The sound of heavy footsteps and angry voices spurred us into action. We ran into the woods, the darkness swallowing us up. The forest was alive with nighttime sounds, but all I could hear was the pounding of my heart and the ragged breathing of my family as we fled. Behind us, shouts of anger turned to confusion as the mob discovered the cabin empty. We pushed on through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. Lily was trying to be brave, but I could hear her quiet sobs. Emily stumbled, and I caught her, pulling her close for a moment. "We're going to be okay," I whispered, hoping I sounded more confident than I felt. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, we heard the sound of vehicles in the distance. The mob had realized we'd fled into the woods and was organizing a search. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I had to think clearly. I remembered seeing a map of the area in the cabin. There was a river not far from here. If we could reach it, we might be able to throw off any pursuers. I led my family towards where I thought the river should be, praying my memory and sense of direction weren't failing me. The sound of the search party grew closer, flashlight beams cutting through the trees behind us. Just when I thought we couldn't go on, I heard it. The faint sound of rushing water, the river. We quickened our pace, hope giving us a second wind. We broke through the tree line onto the riverbank. The water was fast moving and looked deep. For a moment, I hesitated. Was I leading my family from one danger into another? The crack of a branch behind us made the decision for me. "There they are," a voice shouted. Flashlight beams swung in our direction. "We have to cross," I said, scooping Lily up into my arms. "Stay close to me, Emily." We waded into the frigid water, the current immediately tugging at our legs. Emily gasped at the cold, but pressed on. The shouts behind us grew louder as we pushed towards the center of the river. Halfway across, the water was up to my chest. Lily clung to my neck, whimpering softly. Emily was struggling against the current, her face a mask of determination. A gunshot rang out, the bullet hitting the water near us with a splash. "Stop right there," someone yelled from the bank. Terror gave us strength. We pushed on, finally reaching the far bank and scrambling up onto dry land. Without pausing to catch our breath, we plunged back into the forest. The sound of pursuit faded as we put distance between us and the river. The mob, it seemed, was unwilling to cross the treacherous water in the dark. We walked through the night, following the river downstream. As dawn broke, we stumbled onto a road. An hour later, a kind trucker picked us up, concerned by our bedraggled appearance. We spun a tale of a camping trip gone wrong, not daring to tell him the full truth. He dropped us off in the next big town, where we immediately went to the state police. This time, our story was taken seriously. An investigation was launched, though we never heard the full results. We learned later that the small town had a history of driving out outsiders, though it had never escalated to this level of violence before. We returned home, shaken but alive. The experience changed us. We were more cautious, more aware of the darkness that can lurk in seemingly idyllic places. But it also showed us the strength we possessed as a family, our ability to face unimaginable terror and survive. Months later, as we sat in our city apartment, I caught Emily looking at a nature magazine, a wistful expression on her face. "Do you think we'll ever go back?" she asked softly. "To the mountains? I mean, not there, but somewhere." I thought about it. The easy answer would be no, to let fear dictate our lives. But as I looked at my brave wife and resilient daughter, I realized that would be letting them win. "Yes," I said, surprising myself with my conviction. "We will. But next time, we'll be better prepared. We won't let the actions of a few rob us of the beauty of the world." Emily smiled, and in that moment, I knew we would be okay. We had faced the darkness and emerged stronger. Whatever came next, we would face it together. The moment I realized my passport was gone, a cold dread washed over me like a bucket of ice water. Standing in the bustling streets of Bangkok, thousands of miles from home, I suddenly felt more alone and vulnerable than I ever had in my life. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of a nightmarish ordeal that would push me to my limits and force me to question everything I thought I knew about trust and survival. My name is Alex, and until that fateful day, I was just another 28-year-old backpacker exploring Southeast Asia. I'd saved for years for this trip, dreaming of exotic adventures and life-changing experiences. And for the first 2 months, it had been everything I'd hoped for and more. The vibrant markets of Hanoi, the serene temples of Angkor Wat, the pristine beaches of the Thai Islands. Each day brought new wonders. But as I stood there on that sweltering Bangkok street, patting down my pockets in a frantic search for my missing passport, all those happy memories seemed to evaporate. I retraced my steps to the hostel I'd checked out of that morning, hoping against hope that I'd simply left it behind. But the bored-looking receptionist just shook her head. No passport had been turned in. Panic rising in my throat, I made my way to the nearest police station. The officer behind the desk barely looked up as I explained my situation, his fingers clacking away at an ancient computer. "Passport stolen very common," he said in broken English. "Fill out report. Maybe we find, maybe not." I filled out the form with shaking hands, knowing deep down that the chances of recovering my passport were slim to none. As I left the station, the reality of my situation began to sink in. I was stranded in a foreign country with no identification, limited funds, and no way to prove who I was or that I had a right to be there. My first instinct was to go to the U.S. Embassy. Surely they could help me. But when I arrived, I found a line stretching around the block. It was Friday afternoon, and a sign informed me that the embassy would be closed for the weekend. I'd have to wait until Monday to even begin the process of getting a new passport. With no other options, I found the cheapest hostel I could and booked a bed for the night. As I lay there in the stuffy dormitory, listening to the snores of fellow travelers, my mind raced. How had this happened? Had my pocket been picked? Had I simply been careless? And more importantly, what was I going to do now? The next morning, I woke early, determined to retrace my steps from the previous day. Maybe, just maybe, I'd dropped my passport, and some kind soul had found it. I spent hours wandering the streets, checking with shopkeepers and street vendors, but to no avail. As the day wore on, I began to notice something unsettling. A man, probably in his 40s with a distinctive scar on his cheek, seemed to be everywhere I went. At first, I thought it was just coincidence, but after spotting him for the 5th time, a chill ran down my spine. Was I being followed? I ducked into a crowded market, weaving through the stalls in an attempt to lose him. My heart was pounding as I emerged on the other side, glancing over my shoulder. For a moment, I thought I'd succeeded. Then I saw him again, closer this time. His eyes locked on me. Fear propelled me forward. I started running, not caring where I was going as long as it was away from him. I darted down alleyways, across busy streets, narrowly avoiding motorbikes and tuk-tuks. But no matter how fast I ran, he seemed to be right behind me. Finally, exhausted and disoriented, I found myself in a quiet residential area. I leaned against a wall, gasping for breath, my shirt soaked with sweat. As I stood there, trying to gather my wits, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I spun around, ready to fight. But instead of the scarred man, I found myself face to face with an elderly Thai woman. Her eyes were kind but concerned. "You okay?" she asked in heavily accented English. "You look troubled." Before I could answer, I saw him again. The man with the scar, standing at the end of the street, watching us. The old woman followed my gaze and her expression hardened. "Bad man," she said. "You come, quick." She tugged at my arm, leading me towards a small house. I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I should trust her. But a glance back at my pursuer made up my mind. I followed her inside. The house was small but neat, filled with the aroma of cooking spices. The woman, who introduced herself as Dao, sat me down at a small table and pressed a glass of water into my hands. "You tell Dao what happened," she said, her tone brooking no argument. So I did. I told her about my stolen passport, my failed attempts to get help, and the man who had been following me. As I spoke, Dao's frown deepened. "Not good," she said when I finished. "This man, very dangerous. He looked for lost people like you. Make them disappear." A chill ran down my spine. "Disappear? What do you mean?" Dao's eyes were grave. "Human traffickers. They take people, force work, very bad things. You lucky you run." My mind reeled. Human trafficking. It seemed impossible, like something out of a movie. But the fear I'd felt being chased, the predatory look in that man's eyes, suddenly it all made terrifying sense. "What can I do?" I asked, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. Dao patted my hand. "You stay here tonight. Tomorrow, we go embassy together. Dao know people there. They help." I wanted to protest, to say I couldn't impose, but the thought of going back out there, of potentially running into that man again, silenced any objections. I accepted Dao's offer with profound gratitude. That night, as I lay on a pallet in Dao's spare room, I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me jump, convinced that somehow the scarred man had found me. But morning came without incident, and true to her word, Dao accompanied me to the embassy. Thanks to her connections, we were able to bypass the long line. The process of getting an emergency passport was still lengthy and frustrating, but with Dao there to translate and vouch for me, it went smoother than I could have hoped. As we left the embassy, my new temporary passport clutched tightly in my hand. I turned to thank Dao, but the words caught in my throat as I saw a familiar figure across the street. The man with the scar was there, watching us with cold fury in his eyes. Dao saw him too. Without a word, she grabbed my arm and pulled me towards a waiting tuk-tuk. As we sped away, I saw the man start after us, but he was quickly lost in the crowded streets. "You go now," Dao said firmly once we reached her house. "Not safe here anymore. They know you get help." I wanted to argue, to stay and somehow repay her kindness, but I knew she was right. I quickly packed my few belongings, my heart heavy. "How can I ever thank you?" I asked as I prepared to leave. Dao smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening. "You live. You tell story. You help others. That is, thanks enough." With a final hug, I set off for the airport, constantly looking over my shoulder. It wasn't until the plane lifted off that I finally allowed myself to relax. As I watched Bangkok disappear beneath the clouds, I reflected on the past few days. I had come face to face with the darkest side of humanity, seen how quickly a dream trip could turn into a nightmare. But I had also experienced incredible kindness from a stranger, a reminder that even in our darkest moments, there is hope. I knew that this experience would stay with me forever. It had changed me, made me more cautious but also more appreciative of the good in people, and I vowed to honor Tao's request, to live, to tell my story, and to help others who might find themselves in similar situations. As the plane carried me home, I realized that while my passport had been stolen, I was returning with something far more valuable, a renewed faith in humanity and a determination to make a difference in the world.